Section 18, Volume 2 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joachim. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 18. When it was the 52nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Abrizah said to the black slave Algazban, It remaineth for me only that I yield me to negro slaves, after having refused kings and braves. And she was wroth with him, and cried, Woe to thee! What words are these thou sayest? Out on thee, and talk not thus in my presence, and know that I will never consent to what thou sayest, though I drink the cup of death. Wait till I have cast my burden, and am delivered of the afterbirth, and then, if thou be able thereto, do with me as thou wilt. But, an thou leave not lewd talk at this time, assuredly I will slay myself with my own hand, and be at peace from all this. And she began reciting extempore. O spare me, thou Ghazban, indeed enow for me are heavy strokes of time, mischief, and misery. Whoredom, my lord, forfends to all humanity. Quoth he, who breaks my bidding, hell for home shall see. And if thou leave not suing me to whoredom's way, against the Almighty choicest gift, my chastity, upon my tribesmen I with might and main will call, and gather all, however far or near they be. And with Yamani blade, were I in peace hewn, ne'er shall he sight my face, who makes for villainy. The face of freeborn, come of noble folk and brave, what then can be to me the seed of whoresome slave? When Ghazban heard these lines, he was wroth exceedingly. His eyes reddened with blood, and his face became a dusty grey. His nostrils swelled, his lips protruded, and the repulsiveness of his aspect redoubled. And he repeated these couplets: O thou, Abrizah, mercy, leave me not, for I of thy love and Yamani glance the victim lie. My heart is cut to pieces by thy cruelty, my body wasted, and my patience done to die. From glances ravishing all hearts with witchery, reason far flies, the wild desire to thee draws nigh. Though at thy call should armies fill the face of earth, even now I'd win my wish, and words in arms defy. When Abrizah heard these words, she wept with sore weeping, and said to him, Woe to thee, O Ghazban! How dareth the like of thee to address me such demand, O base born and obscene bred? Dost thou deem all folk are alike? When the vile slave heard this from her, he waxed more enraged, and his eyes grew redder, and he came up to her, and smiting her with a sword on her neck, wounded her to her death. Then he drove her horse before him with the treasure, and made off with himself to the mountains. Such was the case with Algazban. But as regards Abrizah, she gave birth to a son like the moon. And Marjana took the babe, and did him the necessary offices, and laid him by his mother's side. And lo and behold, the child fastened to its mother's breast, and she dying. When Marjana saw this, she cried out with a grievous cry, and rent her raiment, and cast dust on her head, and buffeted her cheeks, till blood flowed, saying, Alas, my mistress, alas, the pity of it! Thou art dead by the hand of a worthless black slave, after all thy knightly prowess. And she ceased not weeping, when suddenly a great cloud of dust arose, and walled the horizon. But after a while it lifted, and discovered a numerous conquering host. Now this was the army of King Ardub, Princess Abriza's father, and the cause of his coming was that when he heard of his daughter and her handmaids had been fled to Baghdad, and that they were with King Omar bin al-Nu'man, he had come forth, leading those with him, to seek tidings of her from travellers who might have seen her with the king. When he had gone a single day's march from his capital, he espied 3 horsemen afar off, and made towards them, intending to ask whence they came, and seek news of his daughter. Now these 3 whom he saw at a distance were his daughter and Marjana, and the slave Algazban, and he made for them to push inquiry. Seeing this, the villain blackamoor feared for himself, so he killed Abriza and fled for his life. When they came up, King Ardub saw his daughter lying dead, and Marjana weeping over her, and he threw himself off his steed, and fell fainting to the ground. All the riders of his company, the emirs and wazirs, took foot, and forthright pitched their tents on the mountain, and set up for the king a great pavilion, domed and circular, without which stood the grandees of the realm. When Marjana saw her master, she at once recognized him, and her tears redoubled. And when he came to himself, he questioned her, and she told him all that had passed, and said, "Of a truth, he that hath slain thy daughter is a black slave belonging to King Omar bin al-Nu'man." And she informed him how Sharkan's father had dealt with the princess. When King Ardub heard this, the world grew black in his sight, and he wept with sore weeping. Then he called for a litter, and therein laying his dead daughter, returned to Caesarea and carried her into the palace, where he went in to his mother, Zat al-Dawahi, and said to that lady of calamities, "Shall the Moslem deal thus with my girl? Verily, King Omar bin al-Nu'man despoiled her of her honor by force, and after this one of his black slaves slew her. By the truth of the Messiah, I will assuredly take blood revenge for my daughter, and clear away from mine honor the stain of shame. Else will I kill myself with mine own hand." And he wept passing sore. Quoth his mother, "None other than Marjana killed thy daughter, for she hated her in secret." And she continued to her son, "Fret not for taking the blood wit of thy daughter, for by the truth of the Messiah, I will not turn back from King Omar bin al-Nu'man till I have slain him and his sons. And of a very truth I will do with him a deed passing the power of sage and knight, whereof the chroniclers shall tell chronicles in all countries and in every place. But needs must thou do my bidding in all I shall direct, for whoso be firmly set on the object of his desire shall surely compass his desire." "By the virtue of the Messiah," replied he, "I will not cross thee in aught thou shalt say." Then quoth she, "Bring me a number of handmaids, high-bosomed virgins, and summon the wise men of the age, and let them teach them philosophy, and the rules of behavior before kings, and the art of conversation and making verses, and let them talk with them of all manner science and edifying knowledge. And the sages must be Moslems, that they may teach them the language and traditions of the Arabs, together with the history of the caliphs and the ancient annals of the kings of Al-Islam. And if we persevere in this for 4 years' space, we shall gain our case. So possess thy soul in patience and wait, for one of the Arabs saith, If we take man both after years 40 the time were short to ye. When we have taught the girls these things, we shall be able to work our will with our folk. For he doted on women, and he hath 360 concubines, whereto are now added 100 of the flowers of thy handmaidens, who were with thy daughter, she that had found mercy. As soon as I have made an end of their education, as described to thee, I will take them and set out with them in person. When King Ardub heard his mother's words, he rejoiced and arose and kissed her head, and at once dispatched messengers and couriers to lands sundry and manifold to fetch him Moslem sages. They obeyed his commands and fared to far countries, and thence brought him the sages and the doctors he sought. When these came into presence, he honored them with notable honors, and bestowed dresses on them, and appointed to them stipends and allowances, and promised them much money, whenas they should have taught the damsels. Then he committed the handmaidens to their hands. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 53rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the sages and the doctors stood in the presence of King Ardub, he honored them with notable honors, and committed the handmaidens to their hands, enjoining that these be instructed in all manner of knowledge, philosophy, and polite accomplishments, and they set themselves to do his bidding. Such was the case with King Ardub. But as for King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned from coursing and hunting, and entered his palace, he sought Princess Abrizah, but found her not, nor any one knew of her, nor could any give him news of her. This was grievous to him, and he said, How could a lady leave the palace unknown to any? Had my kingdom been at stake in this case, it were in perilous condition, there being none to govern it. I will never again go to sport and hunt, till I have stationed at the gates those who shall keep good guard over them. And he was sore vexed, and his breast was straitened for the loss of Princess Abrizah. Hereupon, behold, his son Sharkan returned from his journey, and the father told him what had happened, and informed him how the lady had fled, whilst he was chasing and hunting, whereat he grieved with exceeding grief. Then King Omar took to visiting his children every day, and making much of them, and brought them learned men and doctors to teach them, appointing for them stipends. When Sharkan saw this, he raged with exceeding rage, and envied thereupon his brother and sister, till the signs of chagrin appeared on his face, and he ceased not to languish by reason of this matter. So one day his father said to him, Why do I see thee grown weak in body and yellow in face? O my father, replied Sharkan, every time I see thee fondle my brother and sister, and make much of them, jealousy seizeth me, and I fear lest it grow on me, till I slay them, and thou slay me in return. And this is the reason of my weakness of body, and change of complexion. But now I crave of thy favour, that thou give me one of thy castles, outlying the rest, that I may abide there the remnant of my life. For as the sayer of bywords saith, absence from my friend is better and fitted for me. And whatso eye doth not perceive, that garreth not heart to grieve. And he bowed his head towards the ground. When King Omar bin al-Nu'man heard these words, and knew the cause of his ailment and of his being broken down, he soothed his heart and said to him, O my son, I grant thee this, and I have not in my reign a greater than the castle of Damascus, and the government of it is thine from this time." Thereupon he forthright summoned his secretaries of state, and bade them write Sharkan's patent of investiture to the viceroyalty of Damascus of Syria. And when they had written it, he equipped him, and sent with him the Wazir Dandan, and invested him with the rule and government, and gave him instructions as to policy and regulations, and took leave of him. And the grandees and officers of state did likewise, and he set out with his host. When he arrived at Damascus, the townspeople beat the drums and blew the trumpets and decorated the city, and came out to meet him in great state, whilst all the notables and grandees paced in procession, and those who stood to the right of the throne walked on his right flank, and the others to his left. Thus far concerning Sharkan. But as regards his father, Omar bin al-Nu'man, soon after the departure of his son, the children's tutors and governors presented themselves before him and said to him, "O our lord, thy children have now learnt knowledge, and they are completely versed in the rules of manners and the etiquette of ceremony." The king rejoiced thereat with exceeding joy, and conferred bountiful largesse upon the learned man, seeing Zau al-Makan grown up and flourishing and skilled in horsemanship. The prince had reached the age of 14, and he occupied himself with piety and prayers, loving the poor, the ulema, and the Koran students, so that all the people of Baghdad loved him, men and women. One day the procession of the Mahmil of Iraq passed round Baghdad before its departure for the pilgrimage to Mecca and visitation of the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. When Zau al-Makan, the Mahmil procession, he was seized with longing desire to become a pilgrim. So he went in to his sire and said, "I come to ask thy leave to make the pilgrimage." But his father forbade him, saying, "Wait till next year, and I will go, and thou too." When the prince saw that the matter was postponed, he betook himself to his sister Nuzat al-Zaman, whom he found standing at prayer. As soon as she had ended her devotions, he said to her, "I am dying with desire of pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah at Mecca, and to visit the tomb of the Prophet, upon whom be peace. I asked my father's leave, but he forbade me that. So I mean to take privily somewhat of money, and set out on the pilgrimage without his knowledge." "Allah upon thee," exclaimed she, "take me with thee, and deprive me not of visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep." And he answered, "As soon as it is dark night, do thou come forth from this place without telling any." Accordingly, when it was the middle of the night, she arose and took somewhat of money, and donned a man's habit, and she ceased not walking to the palace gate, where she found Zau al-Makan with camels ready for marching. So he mounted and mounted her, and the two fared on till they were in the midst of the Iraqi pilgrim party, and they ceased not marching, and Allah wrought safety for them, till they entered Mecca the holy, and stood upon Arafat, and performed the pilgrimage rites. Then they made a visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and assain, and thought to return with the pilgrims to their native land. But Zau al-Makan said to his sister, "O my sister, it is in my mind to visit the holy house, Jerusalem, and Abraham the friend of Allah, on whom be peace." "I also desire so to do," replied she. So they agreed upon this, and he fared forth and took passage for himself and her, and they made ready and set out in the ship with a company of Jerusalem palmers. That very night the sister fell sick of an anguish chill, and was grievously ill, but presently recovered, after which the brother also sickened. She tended him during his malady, and they ceased not wayfaring till they arrived at Jerusalem. But the fever increased on him, and he grew weaker and weaker. They alighted at a khan, and there hired a lodging. But Zau al-Makan's sickness ceased not to increase on him, till he was wasted with leanness and became delirious. At this his sister was greatly afflicted, and exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might, save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. This is the decree of Allah." They sojourned in that place a while, his weakness ever increasing, and she attending him, and buying necessaries for him and for herself, till all the money she had was expended, and she became so poor that she had not so much as a dirham left. Then she sent a servant of the khan to the bazaar with some of her clothes, and he sold them, and she spent the price upon her brother. Then sold she something more, and she ceased not selling all she had, piece by piece, till nothing was left but an old rug. Whereupon she wept and exclaimed, "Verily is Allah the orderer of the past and the future." Presently her brother said to her, "O my sister, I feel recovery drawing near, and my heart longeth for a little roast meat." "By Allah, O my brother," replied she, "I have no face to beg, but tomorrow I will enter some rich man's house and serve him and earn somewhat for our living." Then she bethought herself a while, and said, "Of a truth 'tis hard for me to leave thee and thou in this state, but I must, despite myself." He rejoined, "Allah forbid! Thou wilt be put to shame. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah." And he wept, and she wept too. And she said, "O my brother, we are strangers who have dwelt here a full year, but none hath yet knocked at our door. Shall we then die of hunger? I know no resource but that I go out and do service and earn somewhat to keep us alive, till thou recover from thy sickness, when we will travel back to our native land." She sat weeping a while, and he wept too, propped upon his elbow. Then Nuzhat al-Zaman arose, and veiling her head with a bit of camlet, which had been of the camelier's clothes, and which the owner had forgotten and left with them, she kissed the head of her brother, and embraced him, and went forth from him, weeping and knowing not whither she should wend. And she stinted not going, and her brother Zau al-Makan awaiting her return till the supper time. But she came not, and he watched for her till the morning morrowed, but still she returned not. And this endured till 2 days went by. He was greatly troubled thereat, and his heart fluttered for her, and hunger was sore upon him. At last he left the chamber, and calling the servant of the caravanserai, said, "I wish thee to bear me to the bazaar." So he carried him to the market street, and laid him down there. And the people of Jerusalem gathered round him, and were moved to tears, seeing his condition. He signed to them, begging for somewhat to eat. So they brought him some money from certain of the merchants who were in the bazaar, and bought food and fed him therewith. After which they carried him to a shop, where they spread him a mat of palm leaves, and set an ewer of water at his head. When night fell, all the folk went away, sore concerned for him, and in the middle of the night he called to mind his sister, and his sickness redoubled on him, so that he abstained from eating and drinking, and became insensible to the world around him. Then the bazaar people arose, and took for him from the merchants 37 dirhams, and hiring a camel, said to the driver, "Carry this sick man to Damascus, and leave him in the hospital. Haply he may be cured and recover health." "On my head be it," replied the camel-man. But he said to himself, "How shall I take this sick man to Damascus, and he nigh upon death?" So he carried him away to a place, and hid with him till the night, when he threw him down on the ash heap near the fire-hole of a hammam, and went his way. When morning dawned, the stoker of the bath came to his work, and finding Zau al-Makan cast on his back, exclaimed, "Why did they not throw their dead body anywhere but here?" So saying, he gave him a kick, and he moved. Whereupon quoth the fireman, "Some one of you who hath eaten a bit of hashish, and hath thrown himself down in whatso place it be." Then he looked at his face, and saw his hairless cheeks, and his grace and comeliness. So he took pity on him, and knew that he was sick and a stranger in the land. And he cried, "There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah. Verily, I have sinned against this youth, for indeed the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, enjoineth honor to the stranger, more especially when the stranger is sick." Then he carried him home, and went in with him to his wife, and bade her tend him. So she spread him a sleeping rug, and set a cushion under his head. Then warmed water for him, and washed therewith his hands and feet and face. Meanwhile the stoker went to the market, and bought some rose water and sugar, and sprinkled Zau al-Makan's face with the water, and gave him to drink of the sherbet. Then he fetched a clean shirt, and put it on him. With this Zau al-Makan sniffed the zephyr of health, and recovery returned to him, and he sat up and leaned against the pillow. Hereat the fireman rejoiced and exclaimed, "Praise be to Allah for the welfare of his youth. O Allah, I beseech thee by thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make the salvation of this youth to be at my hands." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 18 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim. Section 19, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joachim. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 19. When it was the 54th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fireman exclaimed, O Allah, I beseech thee of thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make this young man's life the work of my hands." And he ceased not to nurse him for 3 days, giving him to drink of sherbet of sugar, and willow flower water, and rose water, and doing him all manner of service and kindness, till health began to return to his body, and Zau al-Makan opened his eyes. Presently came in the fireman, and seeing him sitting up and showing signs of amendment, said to him, "What is now thy state, O my son?" "Praise be to Allah," replied Zau al-Makan, "I am well, and like to recover, if such be the will of Allah Almighty at this time." The stalker praised the Lord of all for this, and wending fast to the market, bought 10 chickens, which he carried to his wife, and said, "Kill 2 of these for him every day, one at dawn of day, and the other at fall of day." So she rose up and killed a fowl, and brought it to him boiled, and fed him with the flesh, and made him drink its broth. When he had done eating, she fetched hot water, and he washed his hands, and lay back upon the pillow, whereupon she covered him up with her coverlet, and he slept till the time of the mid-afternoon prayer. Then she arose and killed another fowl, and boiled it, after which she cut it up, and bringing it to Zau al-Makan, said, "Eat, O my son." While he was eating, behold, her husband entered, and seeing her feeding him, sat down at his head, and said to him, "How is it with thee now, O my son?" "Thanks be to Allah for recovery," he replied. "May the Almighty requite thee thy kindness to me." At this the fireman rejoiced, and going out, bought sherbet of violets and rose water, and made him drink it. Now the stalker used to work at the Hammam all day for a wage of 5 dirhams, whereupon he spent every day for Zau al-Makan 1 dirham upon sugar and sherbet of rose water and willow flower water, and another dirham for fowls. And he ceased not to entreat him thus kindly during a whole month, till the traces of illness ceased from him, and he was once more sound and whole. Thereupon the fireman and his wife rejoiced, and asked him, "O my son, wilt thou go with me to the bath?" Whereto he answered, "Yes." So the stalker went to the bazaar, and fetched a donkey boy, and he mounted the Zau al-Makan on the ass, and supported him in the saddle, till they came to the bath. Then he made him sit down, and seated the donkey boy in the furnace room, and went forth to the market, and bought ayot leaves and lupin flower, with which he returned to the bath, and said to Zau al-Makan, "O my master, in Allah's name, walk in, and I will wash thy body." So they entered the inner room of the bath, and the fireman took to rubbing Zau al-Makan's legs, and began to wash his body with the leaves and meal, when there came to them a bathman, whom the bath-keeper had sent to Zau al-Makan, and he, seeing the stalker washing and rubbing him, said, "This is doing injury to the keeper's rights." Replied the fireman, "The master overwhelmeth us with his favours." Then the bathman proceeded to shave Zau al-Makan's head, after which he and the stalker washed themselves, and returned to the house, where he clad Zau al-Makan in a shirt of fine stuff and a robe of his own, and gave him a handsome turban and girdle, and a light kerchief, which he wound about his neck. Meanwhile the fireman's wife had killed and cooked 2 chickens. So, as soon as Zau al-Makan entered and seated himself on the carpet, the husband arose, and dissolving sugar in willow flower water, made him drink of it. Then he brought the food tray, and cutting up the chickens, fed him with the flesh, and gave him the broth to drink till he was satisfied. When he washed his hands, and prayed Allah for recovery, and said to the fireman, "Thou art he whom the Almighty vouchsafed to me, and made the cause of my cure." "Leave this talk," replied the other, "and tell us the cause of thy coming to this city, and whence thou art. Thy face showeth signs of gentle breeding." "Tell me first how thou camest to fall in with me," said Zau al-Makan, and after I will tell thee my story. Rejoined the fireman, as for that, I found thee lying on the rubbish heap by the door of the fire-house, as I went to my work near the morning, and knew not who had thrown thee there. So I carried thee home with me. And this is all my tale. Quoth Zau al-Makan, Glory to him who quickeneth the bones, though they be rotten. Indeed, O my brother, thou hast not done good save to one worthy of it, and thou shalt presently gather its fruitage. And he added, But where am I now? Thou art in the city of Jerusalem, replied the stalker. Whereupon Zau al-Makan called to mind his strangerhood, and remembered his separation from his sister, and wept. Then he discovered his secret to the fireman, and told him his story, and began repeating, In love they bore me further than my force would go, and for them made me suffer resurrection throe. O have compassion, cruel, on this soul of mine, which since ye fared is pitied by each envious foe, nor grudge the tender mercy of one passing glance, my case to lighten, easing this excess of woe. Quoth I, Heart, bear this loss in patience. Patience cried, Take heed, no patience in such plight I'm wont to show. Then he redoubled his weeping, and the fireman said to him, Weep not, but rather praise Allah for safety and recovery. Asked Zau al-Makan, How far it is hence to Damascus? Answered the other, 6 days' journey. Then quoth Zau al-Makan, Wilt thou send me thither? O my lord, quoth the stalker, how can I allow thee to go alone, and thou a youth and a stranger to boot? If thou would journey to Damascus, I am one who will go with thee, and if my wife will listen to and obey me, and accompany me, I will take up my abode there, for it is no light matter to part with thee. Then said he to his wife, Wilt thou travel with me to Damascus of Syria, or wilt thou abide here, whilst I lead this my lord thither, and return to thee? For he is bent upon going to Damascus of Syria, and by Allah, it is hard to me to part with him, and I fear for him from highwaymen. Replied she, I will go with you both. And he rejoined, Praised be Allah for accord, and we have said the last word. Then he rose, and selling all his own goods and his wife's gear, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 55th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fireman and his wife agreed with Zau al-Makan to travel with him Damascus wards. Then the stalker sold his goods and his wife's gear, and bought a camel, and hired an ass for Zau al-Makan. And they set out, and ceased not wayfaring for 6 days, till they reached Damascus. And they arrived there towards eventide, when the fireman went forth, and as was his wont, bought some meat and drink. They had dwelt but 5 days in Damascus, when his wife sickened, and after a short illness was translated to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Her death was a heavy matter to Zau al-Makan, for he was grown used to her, as she had tended him assiduously, and the fireman grieved for her with exceeding grief. Presently the prince turned to the stalker, and finding him mourning, said to him, Grieve not, for at this gate we must all go in. Replied he, Allah make weal thy lot, O my son. Surely he will compensate us with his favours, and cause our mourning to cease. What sayest thou, O my son, about our walking abroad to view Damascus and cheer thy spirits? Replied Zau al-Makan, Thy will is mine. So the fireman arose and placed his hand in that of Zau al-Makan, and the two walked on till they came to the stables of the Viceroy of Damascus, where they found camels laden with chests and carpets and brocaded stuffs, and horses ready saddled, and Bactrian dromedaries, while Mamelukes and negro slaves and folk of the Habab were running to and fro. Quoth Zau al-Makan, I wonder to whom belong all these chattels and camels and stuffs. So he asked one of the eunuchs, Whither this dispatching? And he answered, These are presents sent by the Emir of Damascus to King Omar bin al-Nu'man with the tribute of Syria. Now when Zau al-Makan heard his father's name, his eyes brimmed over with tears, and he began repeating, O ye gone for the gaze of these rigid eyne, he whose sight in my spirit shall ever dwell. Your charms are gone, but this heart of mine hath no sweet, and no pleasures its sour dispel. If Allah's grace make us meet again, in long-drawn love tale my love I'll tell. And when he had ended his verse, he wept, and the fireman said to him, O my son, we hardly believed that thy health had returned, so take heart and do not weep, for I fear a relapse for thee. And he ceased not comforting and cheering him, whilst Zau al-Makan sighed and mourned over his strangerhood and separation from his sister and his family, and tears streamed from his eyes, and he recited these couplets. Get thee provaunt in this world ere thou wend upon thy way, and know how surely death descends thy life lot to waylay. All thy worldly goods are pride, and the painfullest repine. All thy worldly life is vexing, of thy soul in vain display. Say, is not worldly one like a wanderer's place of rest, where at night he knacks his camels and moves off at dawn of day? And he continued to weep and wail over his separation, whilst the fireman also bewept the loss of his wife, yet ceasing not to comfort Zau al-Makan till morning dawned. When the sun rose, he said to him, Meseemeth thou yearnest for thy native land. Yes, replied Zau al-Makan, and I can no longer tarry here, so I will commend thee to Allah's care, and set out with these folk and journey with them, little by little, till I come to my motherland. Said the stalker, and I with thee, for of a truth I cannot bear to party with thee. I have done thee kindly service, and I mean to complete it by tending thee on thy travel. At this Zau al-Makan rejoiced and said, Allah abundantly requite thee for me, and was pleased with the idea of their travelling together. The fireman at once went forth and bought another ass, selling the camel, and laid in his provaunt, and said to Zau al-Makan, This is for thee to ride by the way, and when thou art weary of riding, thou canst dismount and walk. Said Zau al-Makan, May Allah bless thee and aid me to requite thee, for verily thou hast dealt with me more lovingly than one with his brother. Then he waited till it was dark night, when he laid his provisions and baggage on that ass, and set forth upon their journey. This much befell Zau al-Makan and the fireman. But as regards what happened to his sister Nuzat al-Zaman, when she left her brother in the khan where they abode, and wrapped in the old camelet went out to seek service with some one, that she might earn wherewithal to buy him the roast meat he longed for, she fared on, weeping and knowing not whither to go, whilst her mind was occupied with thoughts of her brother and of her family and her native land. So she implored Allah Almighty to do away with these calamities from them, and began versifying: Dark falls the night, and passion comes, sore pains to gar me dree, and pine upstairs those ceaseless pangs which work my tormentry, and cease not separation, flames my vital to consume, and drives me on destruction way this sorrow's ecstasy, and longing breeds me restlessness, desire forever fires, and tears to all proclaim what I would keep in secrecy. No cunning shift is known to me a meeting to secure, that I may quit this sickly state, may cure my malady. The love which blazeth in my heart is fed with fancy fuel. The lover from its hell of fire must bear hell's agony. O thou who blamest me for all befell me, 'tis enough. Patient I bear whatever wrote the reed of doom for me. By love I swear I'll never be consoled, no, never more. I swear the oath of love's own slaves, who know no perjury. O night, to chroniclers of love the news of me declare, that sleep hath fed mine eyelids, of thy knowledge witness bears. Then she walked on, weeping and turning right and left as she went, when behold, there espied her an old Badawi, who had come into the town from the desert, with wild Arabs other 5. The old man took note of her, and saw that she was lovely, but she had nothing on her head save a piece of camlet, and marvelling at her beauty, he said to himself, This charmer dazzleth men's wits, but she is in squalid condition, and whether she be of the people of this city or she be a stranger, I needs must have her. So he followed her little by little, till he met her face to face, and stopped the way before her in a narrow lane, and called out to her, asking her case, and said, Tell me, O my little daughter, art thou a free woman or a slave? When she heard this, she said to him, By thy life, do not add to my sorrows. Quoth he, Allah hath blessed me with 6 daughters, of whom 5 died, and only one is left me, the youngest of all. And I come to ask thee if thou be of the folk of this city or a stranger, that I might take thee and carry thee to her, to bear her company, so as to divert her from pining for her sisters. If thou have no kith and kin, I will make thee as one of them, and thou and she shall be as my 2 children. Nuzat al-Zaman bowed her head in bashfulness when she heard what he said, and communed with herself, Haply I may trust myself to this old man. Then she said to him, O uncle, I am a maiden of the Arabs, and a stranger, and I have a sick brother, but I will go with thee to thy daughter on one condition, which is, that I may spend only the day with her, and at night may return to my brother. If thou strike this bargain, I will fare with thee, for I am a stranger, and I was high in Haran among my tribe, and I awoke one morning to find myself vile and abject. I came with my brother from the land of Al-Hijaz, and I fear lest he know not where I am. When the Badawi heard this, he said to himself, By Allah, I have got my desire. Then he turned to her and replied, There shall none be dearer to me than thou. I wish thee only to bear my daughter company by day, and thou shalt go to thy brother at earliest nightfall, or, if thou wilt, bring him over to dwell with us." And the Badawi ceased not to console her heart and coax her, till she trusted in him and agreed to serve him. Then he walked on before her, and when she followed him, he winked to his men to go in advance and harness the dromedaries and load them with their packs, and place upon them water and provisions, ready for setting out as soon as he should come up with the camels. Now this Badawi was a base-born churl, a highway thief and a traitor to the friends he held most fief, a rogue in grain, past master of plots and chicane. He had no daughter and no son, and was only passing through the town, when by the decree of the decreer he fell in with this unhappy one, and he ceased not to hold her in converse on the highway till they came without the city of Jerusalem. And when outside, he joined his companions, and found they had made ready the dromedaries. So the Badawi mounted a camel, having seated Nuzat al-Zaman behind him, and they rode on all night. Then she knew that the Badawi's proposal was a snare, and that he had tricked her, and she continued weeping and crying out the whole night long, while they journeyed on, making for the mountains, in fear any should see them. Now when it was near dawn, they dismounted from their dromedaries, and the Badawi came up to Nuzhat al-Zaman, and said to her, "O city's trumpet, what is this weeping? By Allah, an thou hold not thy peace, I will beat thee to death, O thou town filth." When she heard this, she loathed life and longed for death. So she turned to him and said, "O accursed old man, O grey-beard of hell, how have I trusted thee, and thou hast played me false, and now thou wouldest torture me?" When he heard her reply, he cried out, "O lazy baggage, dost thou dare to bandy words with me?" And he stood up, took her, and beat her with a whip, saying, "An thou hold not thy peace, I will kill thee." So she was silent a while. Then she called to mind her brother, and the happy estate she had been in, and she shed tears secretly. Next day she turned to the Badawi and said to him, "How couldst thou play me this trick, and lure me into these bold and stony mountains? And what is thy design with me?" When he heard her words, he hardened his heart, and said to her, "O lazy baggage of ill omen and insolent, wilt thou bandy words with me?" And he took the whip, and came down with it on her back, till she felt faint. Then she bowed down over his feet and kissed them, and he left beating her, and began raveling her, and said, "By the rights of my bonnet, if I see or hear thee weeping, I will cut out thy tongue, and stuff it up thy coint, O thou city filth." So she was silent, and made him no reply, for the beating pained her, but sat down with her arms round her knees, and bowing her head upon her collar, began to look into her case and her abasement after her lot of high honour, and the beating she had endured. And she called to mind her brother and his sickness and forlorn condition, and how they were both strangers in a far country, which craved tears down her cheeks, and she wept silently, and began repeating, "Time hath for this wont to upraise and debase, nor is lasting condition for human race. In this world each thing hath appointed turn, nor may man transgress his determined place. How long these perils and woe? Ah, woe for a life all woeful in parlous case! Allah bless not the day which have laid me low, I the word with disgrace after so much grace. My wish is baffled, my hopes cast down, and distance forbids me to greet his face. O thou who passeth that dear one's door, say for me, these tears shall flow evermore. When she had finished her verses, the Badawi came up to her, and taking compassion on her, bespoke her kindly, and wiped away her tears. Then he gave her a barley scone, and said, I love not one who answereth at times when I am in wrath. So henceforth give me no more of these impertinent words, and I will sell thee to a good man like myself, who will do well with thee, even as I have done. Yes, whatso thou dost is right, answered she. And when the night was longsome upon her, and hunger burnt her, she ate very little of that barley bread. In the middle of the night, the Badawi gave orders for departure, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 19 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim. Section 20, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joachim. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 20. When it was the 56th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Badawi gave the barley scone to Nuzat al-Zaman, and promised he would sell her to a good man like himself, she replied, Whatso thou dost is right. And about midnight, when hunger burned her, she ate a very little of that barley bread, and the Badawi ordered his party to set out. So they loaded their loads, and he mounted a camel, setting Nuzat al-Zaman behind him. Then they journeyed, and ceased not journeying for 3 days, till they entered the city of Damascus, and alighted at the Sultan's khan, hard by the Viceroy's gate. Now she had lost her colour by grief and the fatigue of such travelling, and she ceased not to weep over her misfortunes. So the Badawi came up to her, and said, O thou city filth, by the right of my bonnet, if thou leave not this weeping, I will sell thee to none but a Jew. Then he arose, and took her by the hand, and carried her to a chamber, and walked off to the bazaar, and he went round to the merchants who dealt in slave girls, and began to parley with them, saying, I have brought a slave girl whose brother fell ill, and I sent him to my people about Jerusalem, that they might tend him till he is cured. As for her, I want to sell her, but after the dog her brother fell sick, the separation from him was grievous to her, and since then she doth nothing but weep. And now I wish that whoso is minded to buy her of me speak softly of her, and say, Thy brother is with me in Jerusalem ill, and I will be easy with him about the price. Then one of the merchants came up to him, and asked, How old is she? He answered, She is a virgin, just come to marriageable age, and she is endowed with sense and breeding and wit and beauty and loveliness. But from the day I sent her brother to Jerusalem, her heart has been yearning for him, so that her beauty is fallen away, and her value lessened. Now when the merchant heard this, he set forth with the Badawi, and said, O Shaykh of the Arabs, I will go with thee, and buy of thee this girl whom thou praisest so highly for wit and manners, and beauty and loveliness, and I will pay thee her price, but it must be upon conditions which if thou accept, I will give thee ready money, and if thou accept not, I will return her to thee." Quoth the Badawi, "And thou wilt take her up to the Sultan Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and condition me any conditions thou likest. For when thou hast brought her before King Sharkan, haply she will please him, and he will pay thee her price, and a good profit for thyself to boot." Rejoined the merchant, "It happens that I have just now something to ask from him, and it is this, that he write me an order upon the office, exempting me from custom dues, and also that he write me a letter of recommendation to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man. So if he take the girl, I will weigh thee out her price at once." "I agree with thee to this condition," answered the Badawi. So they returned together to the place where Nuzat al-Zaman was, and the wild Arab stood at the chamber door and called out, saying, "O Najia," which was the name wherewith he had named her. When she heard him, she wept and made no answer. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, "There she sitteth. Go to her and look at her, and speak to her kindly, as I enjoin thee." So the trader went up to her in courteous wise, and saw that she was wondrous beautiful and lovable, especially as she knew the Arabic tongue, and he said to the Badawi, "If she be even as thou saidest, I shall get of the Sultan what I will for her." Then he bespake her, "Peace be on thee, my little maid, how art thou?" She turned to him and replied, "This also was registered in the book of destiny." Then she looked at him, and seeing him to be a man of respectable semblance, with a handsome face, she said to herself, "I believe this one cometh to buy me." And she continued, "If I hold aloof from him, I shall abide with my tyrant, and he will do me to death with beating. In any case, this person is handsome of face, and maketh me hope for better treatment from him than from my brute of a Badawi. Maybe he cometh only to hear me talk, so I will give him a fair answer." All this while her eyes were fixed on the ground. Then she raised them to him, and said in a sweet voice, "And upon thee be peace, O my lord, and Allah's mercy and his benediction. This is what is commanded of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. As for thine enquiry how I am, if thou wouldst know my case, it is such as thou wouldst not wish but to thy foe." And she held her peace. When the merchant heard what she said, his fancy took wings for delight in her, and turning to the Badawi, he asked him, "What is her price? For indeed she is noble." Thereupon the Badawi waxed angry and answered, "Thou wilt turn me the girl's head with this talk. Why dost thou say that she is noble, while she is of the scum of slave girls, and of the refuse of folk? I will not sell her to thee." When the merchant heard this, he knew the man to be weak of wits, and said to him, "Calm thyself, for I will buy her of thee with these blemishes thou mentionest." "And how much wilt thou give me for her?" enquired the Badawi. Replied the merchant, "Name thy price for her. None should name the son save his sire." Rejoined the Badawi, "None shall name it but thou thyself." Quoth the merchant to himself, "This wildling is a rudesby and a maggoty head. By Allah, I cannot tell her price, and she hath won my heart with her fair speech and good looks. And if she can read and write, it will be complete fair luck to her and to her purchaser. But this Badawi does not know her worth." Then he turned and said to him, "O Shaykh of the Arabs, I will give thee in ready money, clear of the tax and the Sultan's dues, 200 gold pieces." Now when the Badawi heard this, he flew into a violent rage, and cried to the merchant, saying, "Get up and go thy way. By Allah, wert thou to offer me 200 dinars for a bit of camlet she weareth, I would not sell it to thee. And now I will not sell her, but will keep her by me to pasture the camels and grind my grist." Then he cried out to her, saying, "Come here, thou stinker, I will not sell thee." Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, "I used to think thee a man of judgment, but by the right of my bonnet, if thou be gone not from me, I will let thee hear what shall not please thee." Quoth the merchant to himself, "Of a truth this Badawi is mad and knoweth not her value, and I will say no more to him about her price at the present time. For by Allah, were he a man of sense, he would not say, by the right of my bonnet. By the Almighty, she is worth the kingdom of the Khosrows, and I have not her price by me. But if he ask even more, I will give him what he will, though it be all my goods." Then he turned and said to him, "O Shaykh of the Arabs, take patience and calm thyself, and tell me what clothes she has with thee." Cried the Badawi, "And what hath the baggage to do with clothes? By Allah, this camlet in which she is wrapped is ample for her." "With thy leave," said the merchant, "I will unveil her face and examine her even as folk examine slave girls whom they think of buying." Replied the other, "Up and do what thou wilt, and Allah keep thy youth. Examine her outside and inside, and if thou wilt, strip off her clothes and look at her when she is naked." Quoth the trader, "Allah forfend, I will look at naught save her face." Then he went up to her, and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 57th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the merchant went up to Nuzat al-Zaman, and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness. So he sat by her side, and asked her, O my mistress, what is thy name? She answered, Dost thou ask what is my name this day, or what it was before this day? Thereupon the merchant inquired, Hast thou then two names, 2 days and yesterdays? Yes, replied she, my name in the past was Nuzhat al-Zaman, the delight of the age, but my name at this present is Kushat al-Zaman, the despite of the age. When the merchant heard this, his eyes brimmed over with tears, and quoth he to her, Hast thou not a sick brother? Ay, by Allah, O my lord, I have, quoth she, but fortune hath parted me and him, and he lieth sick in Jerusalem. The merchant's head was confounded at the sweetness of her speech, and he said to himself, Verily, the Badawi spake the truth of her. Then she called to mind her brother and his sickness, and his strangerhood, and her separation from him in his hour of weakness, and her not knowing what had befallen him. And she thought of all that had happened to her with the Badawi, and of her severance from her mother and father and native land, and the tears coursed down her cheeks, and fast as they started they dropped. Then she began reciting, Allah, where'er thou be, his aid impart to thee, who distant dwellest in my heart. Allah, be near thee, howso far thou fare, ward off all shifts of time, all dangers thwart. Mine eyes are desolate for thy vanished sight, and start my tears, ah me, how fast they start. Would heaven I kenned what quarter or what land homes thee, and in what house and tribe thou art, and fount of life thou drain in greenth of rose, while drink I tears drops for my soul desert, and thou joy slumber in those hours when I pillow twixt my side and couch coals burning smart. All things were easy save to part from thee, for my sad heart this grief is hard to dree. When the merchant heard her verses, he wept, and put out his hand to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. But she let down her veil over her face, saying, Heaven forbid, O my lord. Then the Badawi, who was sitting at a little distance watching them, saw her cover her face from the merchant, while about to wipe the tears from her cheeks, and he concluded that she would have hindered him from handling her. So he rose, and running to her, dealt her, with a camel's halter he had in his hand, such a blow on the shoulders that she fell onto the ground on her face. Her eyebrow struck a stone, which cut it open, and the blood streamed down her cheeks, whereupon she screamed a loud scream, and felt faint, and wept bitterly. The merchant was moved to tears for her, and said in himself, There is no help for it but that I buy this damsel, though at her weight in gold, and free her from this tyrant. And he began to ravel the Badawi, whilst the Nuzat al-Zaman lay insensible. When she came to herself, she wiped away the tears and blood from her face, and she bound up her head. Then, raising her glance to heaven, she besought her Lord with a sorrowful heart, and began repeating, And pity one who erst in honor throve, and now is fallen into sore disgrace. She weeps and bathes her cheeks with railing tears, and asks, What cure can meet this fatal case? When she had ended her verse, she turned to the merchant and said in an undertone, By the Almighty, do not leave me with the tyrant, who knoweth not Allah the Most High. If I pass this night in his place, I shall kill myself with my own hand. Save me from him, so Allah save thee from Gehenna fire. Then quoth the merchant to the Badawi, O Shaykh of the Arabs, this slave is none of thine affair, so do thou sell her to me for what thou wilt. Take her, quoth the Badawi, and pay me down her price, or I will carry her back to the camp, and there set her to feed the camels, and gather their dung. Said the merchant, I will give thee 50,000 dinars for her. Allah will open, replied the Badawi. 70,000, said the merchant. Allah will open, repeated the Badawi. This is not the capital spent upon her, for she hath eaten with me barley bread to the value of 90,000 gold pieces. The merchant rejoined, Thou and thine and all thy tribe in the length of your lives have not eaten 1,000 ducats worth of barley. But I will say thee one word, wherewith if thou be not satisfied, I will set the Viceroy of Damascus on thee, and he will take her from thee by force. The Badawi continued, Say on. 100,000, quoth the merchant. I have sold her to thee at that price, answered the Badawi. I shall be able to buy salt with her. The merchant laughed, and going to his lodgings, brought the money and put it into the hand of the Badawi, who took it and made off, saying to himself, Needs must I go to Jerusalem, where, haply, I shall happen on her brother, and I will bring him here, and sell him also. So he mounted, and journeyed till he arrived at Jerusalem, where he went to the Khan, and asked for Zaw al-Makan, but could not find him. Such was the case with him. But for what regards the merchant and Nuzat al-Zaman, when he took her, he threw some of his clothes over her, and carried her to his lodgings. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 20 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim.
Section 21, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 21. When it was the 58th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the trader saved Nuzat al-Zaman from the Badawi and bore her to his lodgings and robed her in the richest raiment, he went down with her to the bazaar, where he bought her what ornaments she chose, and put them in a satin bag, which he set before her, saying, All is for thee, and I ask nothing of thee in return, but that, when I lead thee to the Sultan Viceroy of Damascus, thou acquaint him with the price I paid for thee, albeit it was little compared with thy value. And if seeing thee he buy thee of me, thou tell him how I have dealt with thee, and ask of him for me a royal patent, and a written recommendation, wherewith I can repair to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, Lord of Baghdad, to the intent that he may forbid the tax on my stuff or any other goods in which I traffic. When she heard his words, she wept and sobbed, and the merchant said to her, O my lady, I observe that every time I mention Baghdad, thine eyes are tearful. Is there any one there whom thou lovest? If it be a trader or the like, tell me, for I know all the merchants and so forth there, and if thou wouldst send him a message, I will bear it for thee. Replied she, By Allah, I have no acquaintance among merchant folk and the like. I know none there but King Omar bin Nu'uman, Lord of Baghdad. When the merchant heard her words, he laughed and rejoiced with exceeding joy, and said in himself, By Allah, I have won my wish. Then he said to her, Hast thou been shown to him in time past? She answered, No, but I was brought up with his daughter, and he holdeth me dear, and I have high honour with him. So if thou wouldst have the king grant thee thy desire, give me ink, case, and paper, and I will write thee a letter, and when thou reachest the city of Baghdad, do thou deliver it into the hand of King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, and say to him, Thy handmaid, Nuzat al-Zaman, would have thee to know that the chances and changes of the nights and days have struck her as with a hammer, and have smitten her, so that she hath been sold from place to place, and she sendeth thee her salams. And if he ask further of her, say that I am now with the Viceroy at Damascus." The merchant wondered at her eloquence, and his affection for her increased, and he said to her, "I cannot but think that men have played upon thine understanding and sold thee for money. Tell me, dost thou know the Koran by heart?" "Yes," answered she, "and I am also acquainted with the philosophy and medicine, and the prolegomena of science, and the commentaries of Galen, the physician, on the canons of Hippocrates, and I have commented him, and I have read the Tazkirah, and have commented the Burhan, and I have studied the simples of Ibn Baitah, and I have something to say of the canon of Mecca by Avicenna. I can read riddles, and I can solve ambiguities, and discourse upon geometry, and am skilled in anatomy. I have read the books of the Shafi'i school, and the traditions of the Prophet, and syntax, and I can argue with the Olema, and discourse of all manner learning. Moreover, I am skilled in logic and rhetoric and arithmetic, and the making of talismans and almanacs, and I know thoroughly the spiritual sciences, and the times appointed for religious duties, and I understand all these branches of knowledge." Then quoth she to the merchant, "Bring me ink, case, and paper, that I write thee a letter which will aid thee on thy journey to Baghdad, and enable thee to do without passports." Now when the merchant heard this, he cried out, "Brava! Brava! Then, O happy, he in whose palace thou shalt." Thereupon he brought her paper and ink, case, and a pen of brass, and bussed the earth before her face to do her honour. She took a sheet and handled the reed, and wrote therewith these verses: "I see all power of sleep from eyes of me hath flown. Say, did thy parting teach this eyne on wake to wone? What makes thy memory light such burnings in my heart? Hath every lover strength such memories to own? How sweet the big dropped cloud which rained on summer day! 'Tis gone, and ere I taste its sweets afar 'tis flown. I pray the wind with windy breath to bring some news From thee to lover wight we love so woe begone. Complains to thee a lover of all hope forlorn, For parting pangs can break not only heart but stone." And when she had ended writing these verses, she continued, "These words are from her who saith that melancholy destroyeth her, and that watching wasteth her, in the murk of whose night is found no light, and darkness and day are the same in her sight. She tosseth on the couch of separation, and her eyes are blackened with the pencils of sleeplessness. She watcheth the stars arise, and into the gloom she strains her eyes. Verily, sadness and leanness have consumed her strength, and the setting forth of her case would run to length. No helper hath she but tears, and she reciteth these verses: "No ring dove moans from home on branch in morning light, But shakes my very frame with sorrow's killing might. No lover sighteth for his love or gladdeth heart To meet his mate, but breathes in me redoubled blight. I bear my plaint to one who has no ruth for me. Ah me, how love can part man's mortal frame and sprite!" Then her eyes welled over with tears, and she wrote also these two couplets: "Love smote my frame so sore on parting day, That severance severed sleep and eyes for aye. I waxed so lean that I'm still a man, But for my speaking thou wouldst never say." Then she shed tears and wrote at the foot of the sheet. This cometh from her who is far from her folk and her native land, the sorrowful hearted woman Nuzat al Zaman. In fine, she folded the sheet and gave it to the merchant, who took it and kissed it, and understood its contents, and exclaimed, "Glory to Him who fashioned thee!"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 59th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Nuzhat al Zaman wrote the letter and gave it to the merchant, and he took it and read it and understood the contents and exclaimed, "Glory to Him who fashioned thee!" Then he redoubled his kindness and made himself pleasant to her all that day, and when night came, he sallied out to the bazar and bought some food, wherewith he fed her, after which he carried her to the Hammam and said to the bath woman, "As soon as thou hast made an end of washing her head, dress her and send and let me know of it." And she replied, "Hearing is obeying." Meanwhile he fetched food and fruit and wax candles and set them on the bench in the outer room of the bath. And when the tire woman had done washing her, she dressed her and led her out of the bath and seated her on the bench. Then she sent to tell the merchant, and Nuzhat al Zaman went forth to the outer room, where she found the tray spread with food and fruit. So she ate, and the tire woman with her, and gave the rest to the people and keeper of the bath. Then she slept till the morning, and the merchant lay the night in a place apart from her. When he aroused himself from sleep, he came to her and waking her, presented her with stuff of fine stuff and a head kerchief worth 1,000 dinars, a suit of Turkish embroidery, and walking boots purfled with red gold and set with pearls and gems. Moreover, he hung in each of her ears a circlet of gold with a fine pearl therein, worth 1,000 dinars, and threw round her neck a collar of gold, with bosses of garnet, and a chain of amber beads, that hung down between her breasts over her navel. Now to this chain were attached 10 balls and 9 crescents, and each crescent had in its midst a bezel of ruby, and each ball a bezel of balass. The value of the chain was 3,000 dinars, and each of the balls were priced at 20,000 dirhams, so that the dress she wore was worth in all a great sum of money. When she had put these on, the merchant bade her adorn herself, and she adorned herself to the utmost beauty. Then she let fall her fillet over her eyes, and she fared forth with the merchant preceding her. But when folk saw her, all wondered at her beauty and exclaimed, "Blessed be Allah, the most excellent Creator! O lucky the man in whose house the hall be!" And the trader ceased not walking, and she behind him, till they entered the palace of Sultan Sharkan, when he sought an audience and, kissing the earth between his hands, said, "O auspicious King, I have brought thee a rare gift, unmatched in this time and richly gifted with beauty and with good qualities." Quoth the King, "Let me see it." So the merchant went out and brought her, she following him till he made her stand before King Sharrkan. When he beheld her, blood yearned to blood, though she had been parted from him in childhood, and though he had never seen her, having only heard a long time after her birth that he had a sister called Nuzhat al Zaman and a brother Zau al Makan, he having been jealous of them because of the succession. And such was the cause of his knowing little about them. Then having placed her before the presence, the merchant said, "O King of the age, besides being peerless in her time and beauty and loveliness, She is also versed in all learning, sacred and profane, including the art of government and the abstract sciences. Quoth the king to the trader, "Take her price according as thou boughtest her, and go thy ways." "I hear and I obey," replied the merchant, "but first write me a patent, exempting me for ever from paying tithe on my merchandise." Said the king, "I will do this, but first tell me what price thou paidest for her." Said the merchant, "I bought her for 100,000 dinars, and her clothes cost me another 100,000." When the Sultan heard these words, he declared, "I will give thee a higher price than this for her," and calling his treasurer, said to him, "Pay this merchant 320,000 ducats, so will he have 120,000 dinars profit." Thereupon the Sultan summoned the four Kazis and paid him the money in their presence, and then he said, "I call you to witness that I free this my slave girl and purpose to marry her." So the Kazis wrote out the deed of emancipation and the contract of marriage, when the Sultan scattered much gold on the head of those present, and the pages and the eunuchs picked up this largesse. Then, after paying him his monies, Sharkan bade them write for the merchant a perpetual patent, exempting him from toll, tax, or tithe upon his merchandise, and forbidding each and every in all his government to molest him, and lastly bestowed on him a splendid dress of honour. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 21 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 22, Volume 2 of the Book 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Huerta Spike Fogarty. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 22. When it was the 60th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Sharkan bade them write for the merchant a mandate, after paying him his monies. And they wrote a perpetual patent, exempting him from the tithe upon his merchandise, and forbidding any in his government to molest him, and lastly bestowed upon him a splendid dress of honour. Then all about him retired, and none remained, save the Kazis and the merchant. Whereupon said he to the judges, I wish you to hear such discourse from this damsel as may prove her knowledge and accomplishments in all aimed for her by this traitor, that we ascertain the truth of this assertions. They answered, There is no evil in that. And he commanded the curtain to be let down between him and those with him, and the maiden and those with her, and the women about the damsel behind the curtains began to wish her joy and kiss her hands and feet, when they learned that she was become the king's wife. Then they came round her, and took off her dresses, easing her of the weight of her clothes, and began to look upon her beauty and loveliness. Presently the wives of the emirs and the wazirs heard that King Sharkan had bought a handmaiden, unmatched for her beauty and learning and philosophy and account-keeping, and versed in all branches of knowledge, that he had paid for her 320,000 dinars, and that he had set her free, and had written a marriage contract with her, and had summoned the 4 Kazis to make trial of her, and how she would answer all their questions and hold disputations with them. So they asked leave of their husbands, and repaired to the palace, whereupon was Nuzat al-Zaman. When they came into her, they found the eunuch standing before her, and as soon as she saw the wives of the emirs and the wazirs and the grandees of the realm coming to call upon her, she rose to them on her feet, and met them with courtesy, her handmaidens standing behind her, and she received them, saying, Ye be welcome. The while she smiled in their faces, so as to win their hearts, and she promised them all manner of good, and seated them in their proper stations, as if she had been brought up with them. So all wondered at her beauty and loveliness, and said to one another, This damsel is none other than a queen, the daughter of a king. Then they sat down, magnifying her worth, and said to her, O our lady, this our city is illuminated by thee, and our country and abode and birth, place and reign are honored by thy presence. The kingdom indeed is thy palace, and we all are thy handmaids. So, by Allah, do not shut us out from thy favours and thy sight of thy beauty. And she thanked them for this. All this while the curtains were let down between Nuzat al-Zaman and the woman with her, on the one side, and the king Sharkan, and the 4 Qazis and the merchant seated by him on the other. Presently King Sharkan called to her and said, O Queen, the glory of thine age, this merchant hath described thee as being learned and accomplished, and he claimeth that thou art skilled in all branches of knowledge, even to astrology. So let us hear something of all this he hath mentioned, and favour us with a short discourse on such subjects. She replied, saying, O King, to hear is to obey. The first subject whereof I will treat are the art of government and the duties of the kings, and what behoveth the governors of commanding meats according to religious law, and what is incumbent on them in respects of satisfactory speech and manners. Know then, O King, that all men's work tends either to religious or to laical life, though none attaineth to religion save through this world, because it is the best road to futurity. Now the works of this world are not ordered save by the doings of its people, and the men's doings are divided into 4 divisions: government, commerce, husbandry, and craftsmanship. Now government requireth perfect administration with just and true judgment, for government is the pivot of the edifice of the world, which world is the road to futurity. Since Allah Almighty hath made for the world his servants as viaticum to the traveller for the attainment of his goal, and it befitteth each man that he receive of it such measure as shall bring him to Allah, and that he follow not herein his own mind and his individual lust. If the folk would take of worldly goods with justice and equity, all cause of contention would be cut off, but they take thereof with violence, and after their own desires, and their persistence therein gives rise to contentions. So they have need of the Sultan, that he do justice between them, and order their affairs, and if the king restrain not his folk from one another, they strong will drive the weak to the wall. Hence Ardashir said, Religion and kingship, the twins' religion, is a hidden treasure to the king. It is its keeper, and the divine ordinances and men's intelligence puts it out that it behoveth the people to adopt a sultan who shall withhold oppressor from the oppressed, and do the weak justice against the strong, and restrain the violence of the proud and the rebels against rule. For know, O king, that according to the measures of the sultan's good morals, even so will be the time, as saith the apostles of Allah, on whom the peace and salvation, there be 2 classes, who, if they be good, the people will be good, and if they be bad, the people will be bad, even the ulema and the emirs. And it is said by a certain sage, There be 3 kinds of kings: the king of the faith, the king who protecteth things to which reverence is due, and the king of his own lusts. The king of the faith obligeth his subjects to follow their faith, and it behoveth he be the most faithful. For it is by him that they take pattern in the things of the faith, and it becometh the folk to obey him in whatsoever commandeth according to divine ordinance. But he shall hold the discontented in the same esteem as the contented, because of submission to the decrees of destiny. As for the king who protecteth things to be reverenced, he upholdeth the things of the faith and of the world, compelleth his folk to follow the divine law to preserve the rights of humanity, and it fitteth him to unite pen and sword, for whoso declineth from that pen hath written his feet slip, and the king shall rectify his error with the sharp sword, and dispread his justice over all mankind. As for the king of his own lust, he hath no religion, but the following his desire, and as he feareth not the wrath of his Lord who sent him on the throne. So his kingdom inclineth to disposition, and at the end his pride is in the house of perdition, and sages say, The king hath need of many people, but the king have need of but one king. Wherefore it beseemeth that he be well acquainted with their natures, that he reduce their discord to concord, that with his justice he encompasses them all, and with his bounties overwhelm them all. Know, O king, that Ardashir, styled Jamir Shadid, or the live coal, third of the kings of Persia, conquered the whole world and divided it into 4 divisions, and for this purpose get for himself 4 seal rings, one for each division. The first seal was that of sea, and the police of prohibition, and on it was written Alterna Lives. The second was the seal of tribute, and of the receipt of monies, and on it was written Building Up. The third was the seal of the provisioning department, and on it was written Plenty. The fourth seal was the seal of the oppressed, and on it was written Justice. And these usages remained valid in Persia until the revelation of Al-Islam. Khosroes also wrote his son, who was with the army, Be not thou too open-handed with the troops, or they will be too rich to need thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 61st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Khosroes wrote his son, Be not thou too open-handed with thy troops, or they will be too rich to need thee, nor be thou niggardly with them, or they will murmur against thee. Give thy giving deliberately, and confer thy favours advisedly. Open thy hand to them in time of success, and stint them not in time of distress. There is a legend that the desert Arab came once to the Caliph Al-Mansur, and said, Starve thy dog, and he shall follow thee. When the Caliph heard his words, he was enraged with the Arab, but Abu al-Abbas of Tus said to him, I fear that if some other than thou should show him a scone, the dog would follow him, and leave thee alone. Thereupon the Caliph Al-Mansur's wrath subsided, and when he knew that the wild Arab had intended no offence, and ordered him a present, and know, O king, that Abd al-Malik bin Marwan wrote to his brother Abd al-Aziz when he dispatched him to Egypt, as follows, Pay heed to thy secretaries and thy chamberlains, for the secretaries will acquaint thee with the estate of finished matters, and the chamberlains with matters of official ceremony, whilst thine expenditure will make thy troops known to thee. Omar bin al-Khattab, whom Allah accept, when engaging a servant, was in the habit of conditioning him with 4 conditions. The first, that he should not ride the baggage beast. The second, that he should not wear fine clothes. The third, that he should not eat the spoil. And the fourth, that he should not put off praying until after the proper period. It is said that there is no wealth more profitable than understanding, and there is no understanding like common sense and prudence, and there is no prudence like piety, that there is no means of drawing near to God like good morals, no measure like good breeding, no traffic like good works, and no profit like earning the divine favor, that there is no temperance like standing within the limits of the law, no science like that of meditation, no worship like obeying the divine commands, no faith like modesty, no calculation like self-abasement, and no honour like knowledge. So guard the head and what it containeth, the belly and what it compriseth, and think of death and doom ere it ariseth. Saith Ali, whose face Allah honour, Beware of the wickedness of women, and be on thy guard against them. Consult them not in aught, but grudge not complaisance to them, lest they greed for intrigue. And eke quoth he, Whoso leaveth the path of moderation, his wits become perplexed, and there be rules for this, which we will mention, if it be Allah's will. And Omar, who Allah accept, saith, There are 3 kinds of women. Firstly, the true believing, heaven-fearing, loveful and fruitful, who helpeth her mate against fate, not helping fate against her mate. Secondly, she who loveth her children, but no more. And lastly, she who is shackle Allah setteth on the neck of whom he will. Men be also 3. The wise when he exerciseth his own judgment, the wiser who, when befalleth somewhat whereof he knoweth not the issue, seeketh the folk of good counsel, and acteth by their advice, and the wise irresolute, ignoring the right way, nor heeding those who would guide him straight. Justice is indispensable in all things. Even slave girls have need of justice. And men quote, as an instance, highway robbers who live by violent mankind, for did not deal equitably among themselves, and observe justice in dividing their booty, their order would fall to pieces. In short, for the rest, the prince of noble qualities is beneficence, cum benevolence, and how excellent is the saying of the poet, by open hand and ruth the youth rose to his tribe's command. Go and do likewise, for the same were easy task to thee. And quoth another, in ruth and mildness surety lies, and mercy wins respect. And truth is best asylum for the man of soothfast soul, whoso for wealth of gold would win and wear the world's good word, on glory's course must ever be the first to gain the goal. And Nuzat al-Zaman discovered upon the policy of the kings, till the bystanders said, never have we seen one reason of rule and government like this damsel. Happily she will let us hear some discourse upon subject other than this. When she heard their words and understood them, she said, as for the chapter of good breeding, it is wide of comprehension, being a compend of things perfect. Now it so happened that one day there came Caliph Mu'awiyah, one of his companions, who mentioned the rank of Iraq and the goodness of their wit, and the Caliph's wife Maysun, mother of Yazid, heard his words. So when he was gone, she said to the Caliph, O Prince of the Faithful, I would thou let some of the people of Iraq come in and talk to thee, that I may hear their discourse. Therewith Mu'awiyah said to his attendants, see who is at the door. And they answered, the Banu Tamim. Let them come in, said he. So they came in, and with them Al-Anafaf, son of Kays. Then quoth Mu'awiyah, enter, O Abu Bakr, and drew a curtain between himself and Maysun, that she might hear what they said without being seen herself. Then he said to Al-Anaf, O son of sea, draw near, and tell me what counsel thou hast for me. Quoth Al-Anaf, part thy hair, and trim thy mustachio, and pare thy nails, and pluck thine armpits, and shave thy pubes, and ever use the toothpick, because therein be 72 virtues, and make the ghusl or complete absolution on Friday, as an expiation for all between the Fridays. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 62nd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Anaf bin Qais replied to Al-Mu'awiyah's question, and ever used the toothpick, because therein be 72 virtues, and make the complete Friday absolution as an expiation for all between the 2 Fridays. Quoth Mu'awiyah, what is thy counsel to thyself? To set my feet firmly on the ground, to move them deliberately, and watch over them with mine eyes? How dost thou order thyself when thou goest in to one not of thy nobles and of thy tribe? I lower mine eyes modestly, and I salute first. I avoid what concerneth me not, and I spare my words. And how when thou goest into thine equals, I give ear to them when they speak, and I do not assail them when they err. When thou goest into thy chiefs, I salute them without making any sign, and await the reply. If they bid me draw near, I draw near, and if they draw off from me, I withdraw. How dost thou with thy wife? Quoth Anaf, excuse me from answering this, O Commander of the Faithful. But Mu'awiyah cried, I conjure thee inform me. He said, I entreat her kindly, and show her familiarity, and I am large in expenditure, for woman was created of a crooked rib. And how dost thou, when thou hast a mind to lie with her? I bid her perfume herself, and kiss her till she is moved to desire. Then should it be, as thou knowest, I throw her on her back. If the seed abide in her womb, I say, O Allah, make it blessed, and let it not be wastrel, but fashion it into the best of fashions. Then I rise from her to absolution, and first I pour water over my hands, and then over my body, and lastly I praise Allah for the joy He hath given me. Said Mu'awiyah, thou hast answered right well, and now tell me what thy requirements. Said Anaf, I would have thee rule thy subjects in the fear of Allah, and do even-handed justice between them. Thereupon Anaf rose to his feet, and left the Caliph's presence. And when he had gone, Maysoon said, Were there but this man in Iraq, he would suffice it. Then continued Nuzat al-Zaman, All this is a section of the chapter of good breeding, and know, O king, that Mu'aqib was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to her permitted to say. End of Section 22 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recorded by Huertes Bark Fogarty, Berea, Kentucky.
Section 23, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashwath Ganeshan. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 23. When it was the 63rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzat al-Zaman continued, Know, O king, that Mu'aqib was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and it so befell him that he saw Omar's son, and gave him a dirham out of the treasury. Thereupon, quoth Mu'aqib, I returned to my own house, and while I was sitting there, behold, a messenger came to me from Omar, and I was afraid, and went to him. And when I came into his presence, in his hand was the dirham I had given his son. He said to me, Woe to thee, Mu'aqib! I have found somewhat concerning thy soul. I asked, And what is that? And he answered, It is that thou hast shown thyself a foe to the followers of Mohammed, on whom be peace and salvation, in the matter of this dirham, and thou wilt have to account for it on Resurrection Day. And Omar also wrote a letter to Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, as follows, When these presents reach thee, give the people what is theirs, and remit to me the rest. And he did so. Now, when Uthman succeeded to the caliphate, he wrote a like letter to Abu Musa, who did this bidding, and sent him the tribute accordingly, and with it came Ziyad. And when Ziyad laid the tribute before Uthman, the caliph's son came in and took a dirham, whereupon Ziyad shed tears. Uthman asked, Why weepest thou? And Ziyad answered, I once brought Omar bin al-Khattab the like of this, and his son took a dirham, whereupon Omar bade snatch it from his hand. Now thy son hath taken of the tribute, yet I have seen none say aught to him, or snatch the money from him. Then Uthman cried, And where wilt thou find the like of Omar? Again, Zayd bin Aslam relates of his father that he said, I went out one night with Omar till we approached a blazing fire. Quoth Omar, O Aslam, I think these must be travelers who are suffering from the cold. Come, let us join them. So we walked on till we came to them, and behold, we found a woman who had lighted a fire under a cauldron, and by her side were two children, both a-wailing. Said Omar, Peace be with you, O folk of light, for it was repugnant to him to say folk of fire. What aileth you? Said she, The cold and the night trouble us. He asked, What aileth these little people that they weep? And she answered, They are hungry. He inquired, And what is in this cauldron? And she replied, It is what I quiet them withal, and Allah will question Omar bin al-Khattab of them on the day of doom. He said, And what should Omar know of their case? Why then, rejoined she, should he manage people's affairs and yet be unmindful of them? Thereupon Omar turned to me, continued Aslam, and cried, Come with us. So we set off running till we reached the pay department of his treasury, where he took out a sack containing flour and a pot holding fat, and said to me, Load these on my back. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, I will carry them for thee. He rejoined, Wilt thou bear my load for me on the day of resurrection? So I put the things on his back, and we set off, running, till we threw down the sack hard by her. Then he took out some of the flour, and put it in the cauldron, and saying to the woman, "Leave it to me," he began blowing the fire under the cauldron. Now he was a long-bearded man, and I saw the smoke issuing from between the hairs of his beard till the flour was cooked, when he took some of the fat and threw it in, and said to the woman, "Bed them while I cool it for them." So they fell to eating till they had eaten their fill, and he left the rest with her. Then he turned to me and said, "O Aslam, I see it was indeed hunger made them weep, and I am glad I did not go away ere I found out the cause of the light I saw." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 64th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzat al-Zaman continued, It is related that Omar passed by a flock of sheep kept by a Mameluke, and asked him to sell him a sheep. He answered, They are not mine. Thou art the man I sought, said Omar, and bought him and freed him. Whereupon the slave exclaimed, O Allah! As thou hast bestowed upon me the lesser emancipation, so vouchsafe me the greater. It is also said that Omar bin al-Khattab was wont to give his servants sweet milk, and himself eat coarse fare, and to clothe them softly, and himself wear rough garments. He rendered unto all men their due, and exceeded in his giving to them. He once gave a man 4,000 dirhams, and added thereto 1,000. Wherefore it was said to him, Why dost thou not increase to thy son as thou increasest to this man? He answered, This man's father stood firm at the battle of Uhud. Al-Hassan relates that Omar once came back from foray with much money, and that Hafsa approached him and said, O commander of the faithful, the due of kinship. O Hafsa, replied he, verily Allah hath enjoined us to satisfy the dues of kinship, but not with the monies of the true believers. Indeed, thou pleasest thy family, but thou angerest thy father. And she went away, trailing her skirts. The son of Omar said, I implored the Lord to show me my father 1 year after his death, till at last I saw him wiping the sweat from his brow, and asked him, How is it with thee, O my father? He answered, But for my Lord's mercy thy father surely had perished. Then said Nuzat al-Zaman, Hear, O auspicious king, the second division of the first chapter of the instances of the followers of the Apostle and other holy men. Saith al-Hasan al-Basri, Not a soul of the sons of Adam goeth forth of the world without regretting 3 things: failure to enjoy what he hath amassed, failure to compass what he had hoped, failure to provide himself with sufficient viaticum for that hereto he goeth. It was said of Sufyan, Can a man be a religious and yet possess wealth? He replied, Yes, so he be patient when grieved, and be thankful when he hath received. Abdullah bin Shaddad, being about to die, sent for his son Muhammad, and admonished him, saying, O my son, I see the summoner of death summoning me, and so I charge thee to fear Allah, both in public and in private, to praise Allah, and to be soothfast in thy speech, for such praise bringeth increase of prosperity, and piety in itself is the best of provision for the next world. Even as saith one of the poets, I see not happiness lies in gathering gold. The man most pious is man happiest. In truth, the fear of God is best of stores, and God shall make the pious choicely blessed. Then quoth Nuzat al-Zaman, Let the king also give ear to these notes from the second section of the first chapter. He asked her, What be they? And she answered, When Omar bin Abd al-Aziz succeeded to the caliphate, he went to his household, and laying hands on all that was in their hold, put it into the public treasury. So the Banu Umayyah flew for aid to his father's sister, Fatima, daughter of Marwan, and she sent to him, saying, I must needs speak to thee. So she came to him by night, and when he had made her all right from her beast and sit down, he said to her, O aunt, it is for thee to speak first, since thou hast something to ask. Tell me then what thou wouldst with me. Replied she, O Commander of the Faithful, it is thine to speak first, for thy judgment perceiveth that which is hidden from the intelligence of others. Then said Omar, Of a verity Allah Almighty sent Muhammad as a blessing to some and a bane to others, and he elected for him those with him, and commissioned him as his apostle, and took him to himself. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 65th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzat al-Zaman continued thus. Said Omar, Verily, Allah commissioned as his apostle Muhammad, upon whom be the benediction of Allah and his salvation, for a blessing to some and a bane to others. And he elected for him those with him, and took him to himself, leaving the people a stream whereof they might drink. After him, Abu Bakr, the truth-teller, became caliph, and he left the river as it was, doing what was pleasing to Allah. Then arose Omar, and worked to work, and strove in holy war and strife, whereof none might do the like. But when Othman arose to power, he diverted a streamlet from the stream, and Muawiyah in his turn diverted from it several streamlets, and without ceasing in like manner, Yazid and the Banu Marwan, such as Abd al-Malik and Walid and Suleiman, drew away water from the stream, and the main course dried up, till rule devolved upon me, and now I am minded to restore the stream to its normal condition. When Fatima heard this, she said, I came wishing only to speak and confer with thee, but if this be thy word, I have nothing to say to thee. Then she returned to the Umayyads, and said to them, Now take ye the consequences of your act when ye allied yourselves by marriage with Omar bin al-Khattab. And it is also said that when Omar was about to die, he gathered his children round him, and Maslama bin Abd al-Malik said to him, O Prince of the Faithful, how wilt thou leave thy children paupers, and thou their protector? None can hinder thee in thy lifetime from giving them what will suffice them out of the treasury. And this, indeed, were better than leaving the good work to him who shall rule after thee. Omar looked at him with a look of wrath and wonder, and presently replied, O Maslama, I have defended them from this sin all the days of my life, and shall I make them miserable after my death? Of a truth, my sons are like other men, either obedient to Almighty Allah, who will prosper them, or disobedient, and I will not help them in their disobedience. Know, O Maslama, that I was present, even as thou, when such an one of the sons of Marwanas was buried, and I fell asleep by him, and saw him in a dream given over to one of the punishments of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory. This terrified me and made me tremble, and I vowed to Allah that if ever I came to power, I would not do such deeds as the dead man had done. I have striven to fulfill this vow all the length of my life, and I hope to die in the mercy of my Lord. Quoth Maslama, A certain man died, and I was present at his burial, and when all was over I fell asleep, and I saw him as a sleeper seeth a dream, walking in a garden of flowing waters, clad in white clothes. He came up to me and said, O Maslama, it is for the like of this that rulers should rule. Many are the instances of this kind, and quoth one of the men of authority, I used to milk the ewes in the caliphate of Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, and one day I met a shepherd, among whose sheep I saw a wolf, or wolves. I thought them to be dogs, for I had never before seen wolves. So I asked, What dost thou with these dogs? They are not dogs but wolves, answered the shepherd. Quoth I, Can wolves be with sheep, and not hurt them? Quoth he, When the head is whole, the body is whole. Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once preached from a pulpit of clay, and after praising and glorifying Allah Almighty, said 3 words as follows, O folk, make clean your inmost hearts, that your outward lives may be deen to your brethren, and abstain ye from the things of the world. Know that between us and Adam there is no one man alive among the dead. Dead are Abd al-Malik and those who forewent him, and Omar also shall die, and those who forewent him. Asked Maslama, O Commander of the Faithful, "An we set a pillow behind thee, wilt thou lean upon it a little while?" But Omar answered, "I fear lest it be a fault about my neck on resurrection day." Then he grasped with the death rattle, and fell back in a faint, whereupon Fatima cried out, saying, "Ho Maryam! Ho Muzahim! Ho such a one! Look to this man!" And she began to pour water on him, weeping, till he revived from his swoon, and, seeing her in tears, said to her, "What causeth thee to weep, O Fatima?" She replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, I saw thee lying prostrate before us, and thought of thy prostration in death before Almighty Allah, of thy departure from this world, and of thy separation from us. This is what made me weep." Answered he, "Enough, O Fatima, for indeed thou exceedest." Then he would have risen, but fell down, and Fatima strained him to her and said, "Thou art to me as my father and my mother, O Commander of the Faithful. We cannot speak to thee, all of us." Then quoth Nuzat al-Zaman to her brother Sharkan and the 4 Qazis, "Here endeth the 2nd section of the 1st chapter." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 23 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Ashwath Ganeshan.
Section 24, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 24. When it was the 66th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Nuzat al-Zaman said to her brother Sharkan and the 4 Qazis, Here endeth the 2nd section of the 1st chapter. And it so happened that Omar bin Abd al-Aziz wrote to the people of the festival at Mecca as follows: I call Allah to witness in this holy month, in the holy city, and on the day of the greater pilgrimage, that I am innocent of your oppression and of his wrongs that doth wrong you, in that I have neither commanded this nor purposed it, neither hath any report of aught thereof hitherto reached me, nor have I compassed any knowledge thereof. And I trust that a cause for pardon will be found in that none hath authority from me to oppress any man, for I shall assuredly be questioned concerning every one oppressed. And if any of my officers swerve from the right, and act otherwise than the Holy Book and the traditions of the Apostle do authorize, obey him not, so that he may return to the way of righteousness. He said also, Allah accept of him, I do not wish to be relieved from death, because it is the supreme thing for which the true believer is rewarded. Quoth one of authority, I went to the Prince of the Faithful, Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, who was then Caliph, and saw before him 12 dirhams, which he ordered for deposit in the public treasury. So I said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, thou impoverishest thy children and reducest them to beggary, having nothing whereon to live on. And thou wouldst appoint somewhat by will to them and to those who are poor of the people of thy house, it were well. Draw near to me, answered he. So I drew near to him, and he said, Now as for thy saying, thou beggarest thy children, provide for them and for the poor of thy household. It is without reason, for Allah, of a truth, will replace me to my children and to the poor of my house, and He will be their guardian. Verily, they are like other men. He who feareth Allah, right soon will Allah provide for him a happy issue, and he that is addicted to sins, I will not hold him in his sin against Allah. Then he summoned his sons, who numbered 12, and when he beheld them, his eyes dropped tears, and presently he said to them, Your father is between 2 things. Either ye will be well-to-do, and your parent will enter the fire, or ye will be poor, and your parent will enter paradise. And your father's entry into paradise is liefer to him than that ye should be well-to-do. So arise and go, Allah be your helper, for to him I commit your affairs. Yusuf bin Omar accompanied me to Hisham bin Abd al-Malik, and as I met him, he was coming forth with his kinsmen and attendants. He alighted, and a tent was pitched for him. When the people had taken their seats, I came up to the side of the carpet whereon he sat reclining, and looked at him. And waiting till my eyes met his eyes, bespoke him thus: May Allah fulfil his bounty to thee, O Commander of the Faithful! I have an admonition for thee, which hath come down to us from the history of the kings preceding thee. At this he sat up, whenas he had been reclining, and said to me, Bring what thou hast, O son of Safwan. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, one of the kings before thee went forth in a time before this thy time, to this very country, and said to his companions, Saw ye ever any state like mine, and say me, hath such case been given to any man, even as it hath been given unto me? Now there was with him a man of those who survive to bear testimony to truth, upholders of the right and wayfarers in its highway, and he said to him, O King, thou askest of a grave matter. Wilt thou give me leave to answer? Yes, replied the King, and the other said, Dost thou judge thy present state to be short-lasting or everlasting? It is temporary, replied the King. How then, rejoined the man, do I see thee exulting in that which thou wilt enjoy, but a little while, and whereof thou wilt be questioned for a long while, and for the rendering an account whereof thou shalt be as a pledge which is pawned? Quoth the King, Whither shall I flee, and what must I seek for me? That thou abide in thy kingship, replied the other, or else robe thee in rags, and apply thyself to obey Almighty Allah thy Lord until thine appointed hour. I will come to thee again at daybreak. Khalid bin Safwan further relates that the man knocked at the door at dawn, and behold, the King had put off his crown and resolved to become an anchorite, for the stress of his exhortation. When Hisham bin Abd al-Malik heard this, he wept till his beard was wet, and bidding his rich apparel be put off, shut himself up in his palace. Then the grandees and dependents came to Khalid and said, What is this thou hast done with the Commander of the Faithful? Thou hast troubled his pleasure and disturbed his life. Then quoth Nuzat al-Zaman, addressing herself to Sharkan, How many instances of admonition are there not in this chapter? Of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 67th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued, speaking to Sharkan, Know, O King, that in this chapter be so many instances of admonition that of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting, but with length of days, O King of the age, all will be well. There said the Kazis, O King, of a truth this damsel is the wonder of the world, and of our age the unique pearl. Never heard we her like in the length of time or in the length of our lives. And they called down blessings on the King and went away. Then Sharkan turned to his attendants and said, Begin ye to prepare the marriage festival, and make ready food of all kinds. So they forthright did his bidding as regards the viands, and he commanded the wives of the Emirs and Wazirs and Grandees depart, not until the time of the wedding banquet, and of the unveiling of the bride. Hardly came the period of afternoon prayer, when the tables were spread with whatso heart can desire or eye can delight in, of roast meats and geese and fowls, and the subjects ate till they were satisfied. Moreover, Sharkan had sent for all the singing women of Damascus, and they were present, together with every slave girl of the King and of the notables who knew how to sing. And they went up to the palace in one body. When the evening came, and darkness starkened, they lighted candles right and left, from the gate of the citadel to that of the palace, and the Emirs and Wazirs and Grandees marched past before King Sharkan, whilst the singers and the tire-women took the damsel to dress and adorn her, but found she needed no adornment. Meantime King Sharkan went to the Hammam, and coming out sat down on his seat of estate, whilst they paraded the bride before him in 7 different dresses. After which they eased her of the weight of her raiment and ornaments, and gave such injunctions as are enjoined upon virgins on their wedding nights. Then Sharkan went in unto her, and took her maidenhead. And she at once conceived by him, and when she announced it, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and commanded the savants to record the date of her conception. On the morrow he went forth and seated himself on his throne, and the high officers came in to him and gave him joy. Then he called his private secretary, and bade him write a letter to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, saying that he had brought him a damsel who excels in learning and good breeding, and who is mistress of all kinds of knowledge. Moreover he wrote, "There is no help but that I send her to Baghdad to visit my brother Zau al-Makan and my sister Nuzat al-Zaman. I have set her free and married her, and she hath conceived by me." And he went on to praise her wit, and salute his brother and sister together with the Wazir Dandan and all the Emirs. Then he sealed the letter and dispatched it to his father by a post courier who was absent a whole month, after which time he returned with the answer and presented it in the presence. Sharkan took it and read as follows: After the usual Bismillah, this is from the afflicted, distracted man, from him who hath lost his children and home by bane and ban, King Omar bin al-Nu'uman, to his son Sharkan. Know that since thy departure from me, the place is become contracted upon me, so that no longer I have power of patience, nor can I keep my secret, and the cause thereof is as follows. It chanced that when I went forth to hunt and course, Zau al-Makan sought my leave to fare Hijaz wards. But I, fearing for him the shifts of fortune, forbade him therefrom until the next year or the year after. My absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 68th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that King Omar bin al-Nu'uman wrote in his letter, My absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month, and when I returned, I found that thy brother and sister had taken somewhat of money, and had set out with the pilgrim caravan for pilgrimage by stealth. When I knew this, the wide world narrowed on me, O my son, but I awaited the return of the caravan, hoping that haply they would come back with it. Accordingly, when the palmers appeared, I asked concerning the twain, but they could give me no news of them. So I donned mourning for them, being heavy at heart, and in sleep I have no part, and I am drowned in the tears of my eyes. Then he wrote in verse, That pair in image quits me not one single hour, whom in my heart's most honourable place I keep. Sans hope of their return I would not live 1 hour. Without my dreams of them, I ne'er would stretch me in sleep. The letter went on, And after the usual salutations to thee and thine, I command thee neglect no manner of seeking news of them, for indeed this is a shame to us. When Sharkan read the letter, he felt grief for his father, and joy for the loss of his brother and sister. Then he took the missive, and went in with it to Nuzat al-Zaman, who knew not that he was her brother, nor he that she was his sister, albeit he often visited her both by night and by day, till the months were accomplished, and she sat down on the stool of delivery. Allah made the child birth easy to her, and she bare a daughter. Whereupon she sent for Sharkan, and seeing him, she said to him, This is thy daughter. Name her as thou wilt. Quoth he, It is usual to name children on the 7th day after birth. Then he bent over the child to kiss it, and he saw, hung about its neck, a jewel, which he knew at once for one of those which Princess Abrizah had brought from the land of the Greeks. Now when he saw the jewel hanging from his babe's neck, he recognized it right well. His senses fled, and wrath seized on him. His eyes rolled in rage, and he looked at Nuzat al-Zaman, and said to her, Whence hadst thou this jewel, O slave girl? When she heard this from Sharkan, she replied, I am thy lady, and the lady of all in thy palace. Art thou not ashamed to say to me, slave girl? I am queen, daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'uman. Hearing this, he was seized with trembling, and hung his head earthwards, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 24 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on February 20th, 2009. Section 25, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 25. When it was the 69th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan heard these words, his heart fluttered, and his colour waxed yellow, and he was seized with trembling, and he hung his head earthwards, for he knew that she was his sister by the same father. Then he lost his senses, and when he revived, he abode in amazement, but did not discover his identity to her, and asked, O my lady, say, art thou in sooth the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'uman? Yes, answered she. And he continued, Tell me the cause of thy leaving thy sire, and of thy being sold for a slave. So she related to him all that had befallen her from beginning to end, how she had left her brother sick in the sanctified city, Jerusalem, and how the Badawi had kidnapped her, and had sold her to the trader. When Sharkan heard this, he was certified of her being his sister on the sword side, and said to himself, How can I have my sister to wife? By Allah, needs must I marry her to one of my chamberlains, and if the thing get wind, I will declare that I divorced her before consummation, and married her to my chief chamberlain. Then he raised his head, and sighing said, O Nuzat al-Zaman, thou art my very sister, and I cry, I take refuge with Allah from this sin whereinto we have fallen, for I am Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'uman. She looked at him, and knew he spoke the truth, and becoming as one demented, she wept and buffeted her face, exclaiming, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah. Verily have we fallen into mortal sin. What shall I do, and what shall I say to my father and my mother when they ask me, Whence hadst thou thy daughter? Quoth Sharkan, It were meetest that I marry thee to my chamberlain, and let thee bring up my daughter in his house, that none may know thou be my sister. This hath befallen us from Almighty Allah for a purpose of his own, and nothing shall cover us but thy marriage with this chamberlain ere any know. Then he fell to comforting her and kissing her head, and she asked him, What wilt thou call the girl? Call her Kuzia Fakan, answered he. Then he gave the mother in marriage to the chief chamberlain, and transferred her to his house with the child, which they reared on the laps of slave girls, and fed with milk, and dosed with powders. Now all this occurred whilst the brother, Zau al-Makan, still tarried with the firemen at Damascus. One day there came to King Sharkan a courier from his father, with a letter which he took and read, and found therein, After the Bismillah know, O beloved king, that I am afflicted with sore affliction from the loss of my children. Sleep ever faileth me, and wakefulness ever assaileth me. I send thee this letter, that as soon as thou receivest it, thou make ready the moneys and the tribute, and send them to us, together with the damsel whom thou hast bought and taken to wife, for I long to see her and hear her discourse, more especially because there hath come to us from Romeland an old woman of saintly bearing, and with her be 5 damsels, high-bosomed virgins, endowed with knowledge and good breeding, and all arts and sciences befitting mortals to know. And indeed tongue faileth me to describe this old woman, and these who with her wend, for of a truth they are compendiums of perfections in learning and accomplishments. As soon as I saw them I loved them, and I wished to have them in my palace, and in the compass of my hand. For none of the kings owneth the like of them. So I asked the old woman their price, and she answered, I will not sell them but for the tribute of Damascus. And I, by Allah, did not hold this price exorbitant. Indeed, it is but little, for each one of them is worth the whole valuation. So I agreed to that, and took them into my palace, and they remain in my possession. Wherefore do thou forward the tribute to us, that the woman may return to her own country, and send to us the damsel to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee, accompanied by the tribute of Baghdad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 70th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Omar, son of al-Nu'uman, said in his letter, And send to us the damsel to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee accompanied with the tribute of Baghdad." As soon as Sharkan knew the contents, he went to his brother-in-law, and said to him, "Bring the damsel to whom I married thee." And when she came, he showed her the letter, and said, "O my sister, what answer wouldst thou advise me make to this letter?" Replied she, "Seek advice from thyself," and presently added, for she yearned after her people and her native land, "Send me together with my husband the chamberlain to Baghdad, that I may tell my father my tale, and let him know whatso befell me with the Badawi who sold me to the merchant, and that I also inform him how thou boughtest me of the trader and gavest me in marriage to the chamberlain, after setting me free." "Be it so," replied Sharkan. Then Sharkan took his daughter Kuzia Fakan, and committed her to the charge of the wet nurses and the eunuchs. And he made ready the tribute in haste, bidding the chamberlain travel with the princess and the treasure to Baghdad. He also furnished him 2 travelling litters, one for himself and the other for his wife. And the chamberlain replied, "To hear is to obey." Moreover, Sharkan collected camels and mules, and wrote a letter to his father, and committed it to the chamberlain. Then he bade farewell to his sister, after he had taken the jewel from her, and hung it round his daughter's neck by a chain of pure gold. And she and her husband set out for Baghdad the same night. Now it so happened that Zau al Makan and his friend the fireman had come forth from the hut in which they were, to see the spectacle, and they beheld camels and Bukhti dromedaries, and Bat mules, and torches and lanterns alight. And Zau al Makan inquired about the loads and their owner, and was told that it was the tribute of Damascus, going to King Omar bin al Nu'uman, lord of the city of Baghdad. He then asked, "Who be the leader of the caravan?" And they answered, "The head chamberlain, who hath married the damsel so famous for learning and science." Thereupon Zau al Makan wept with bitter weeping, and was minded of his mother and his father and his sister and his native land, and he said to the stoker, "I will join this caravan, and little by little will journey homewards." Quoth the fireman, "I would not suffer thee to travel single-handedly from the holy city to Damascus. Then how shall I be sure of thy safety when thou farest for Baghdad? But I will go with thee, and care for thee till thou effectest thine object." "With joy and good will," answered Zau al Makan. Then the fireman get him ready for the journey, and hired an ass, and threw saddle-bags over it, and put therein something of provaunt. And when all was prepared, he awaited the passage of the caravan. And presently the chamberlain came by on a dromedary, and his footmen about him. Then Zau al Makan mounted the ass, and said to his companion, "Do thou mount with me." But he replied, "Not so, I will be thy servant." Quoth Zau al Makan, "There is no help for it but thou ride awhile." "'Tis well," quoth the stoker, "I will ride when I grow tired." Then said Zau al Makan, "O my brother, soon shalt thou see how I will deal with thee, when I come to my own folk." So they fared on till the sun rose, and when it was the hour of the noonday sleep, the chamberlain called a halt, and they alighted and reposed and watered their camels. Then he gave the signal for departure, and after 5 days they came to the city of Hama, where they sat down and made a 3 days' halt. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 71st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that they halted in the city of Hama 3 days. They then fared forwards, and ceased not travelling till they reached another city. Here also they halted 3 days, and thence they travelled till they entered the province Diyarbakir. Here blew on them the breezes of Baghdad, and Zau al Makan bethought him of his father and mother and native land, and how he was returning to his sire without his sister. So he wept and sighed and complained, and his regrets grew on him, and he began improvising these couplets: Sweetheart, how long must I await by so long suffering teed? Nor cometh messenger to tell me where thou dost abide. Ah me, in very sooth our meeting time was shorter now. Would heaven shorter prove to me the present parting tide. Now trend my hand and open my robe, and thou within shall sight how wasted are the limbs of me, and yet the waste I hide. When say they, comfort take for loss of love, I but reply, By Allah, till the day of doom no comfort shall betide. Thereupon said to him the fireman, Leave this weeping and wailing, for we are near the chamberlain's tent." Quoth Zau al Makan, "Needs must I recite somewhat of verse, haply it may quench the fire of my heart." "Allah upon thee," cried the other, "cease this lamentation till thou come to thine own country. Then do what thou wilt, and I will be with thee wherever thou art." Replied Zau al Makan, "By Allah, I cannot forbear from this." Then he turned his face towards Baghdad, and the moon was shining brightly and shedding her light on the place, and Nuzhat al Zaman could not sleep that night, but was restless and called to mind her brother and wept. And while she was in tears, she heard Zau al Makan weeping and improvising the following distichs: "Al Yaman's levin gleam I see, and sore despair despaireth me, For friend who erst abode with me, crowning my cup with gladdest gree. It minds me of one who jilted me to mourn my bitter liberty. Say sooth, thou fair sheet lightning, shall we meet once more in joy and glee? O blamer, spare me to thy blame, my lord hath sent this duel to dree, of friend who left me fain to flee, of time that breeds calamity. All bliss hath fled the heart of me since fortune proved mine enemy. He brimmed a bowl of merest pine, and made me drain the dregs, did he. I see my sweetheart dead and gone, ere I again shall gaze on thee. Time, prithee bring our childhood back, restore our happy infancy, when joy and safety joyed we, from shafts that now they shoot at me. Who aids the hapless stranger wight, that nights in fright and misery, that wastes his days in lonely grief, for time's delight no more must be? Doomed us, despite our will, to bear the hands of base boor's cark and care. When he ended his verse, he cried out and fell down in a fainting fit. This is how it fared with him. But as regards Nuzhat al Zaman, when she heard that voice in the night, her heart was at rest, and she rose, and in her joy she called the chief eunuch, who said to her, "What is thy will?" Quoth she, "Arise, and bring me him who recited verses but now." Replied he, "Of a truth I did not hear him." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 25 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on February 22nd, 2009.
Section 26, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joaquin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 26. When it was the 72nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al Zaman heard her brother reciting, she called the chief eunuch, and said to him, Go, fetch me the man who is repeating this poetry. Replied he, Of a truth I heard him not, and I wot him not, and folks are all sleeping. But she said, Whomsoever thou seest awake, he is the reciter. So he went, yet found none on wake, save the stalker, for Zau al Makan was still insensible. And when his companion saw the eunuch standing by his head, he was afraid of him. Then said the eunuch, Art thou he who repeated poetry but now, and my lady heard him? The stalker fancied that the dame was wroth with the reciter, and being afraid, he replied, By Allah, 'twas not I. Rejoined the eunuch, Who then was the reciter? Point him out to me. Thou must know who it was, seeing that thou art awake. The fireman feared for Zau al Makan, and said in himself, Haply the eunuch will do him some hurt. So he answered, By Allah, I know not who it was. Said the eunuch, By Allah, thou liest, for there is none on wake here but thou. So needs must thou know him. By Allah, replied the fireman, I tell thee the truth. Some passer by, some wayfarer must have recited the verses and disturbed me and kept me awake. Allah requite him. Quoth the eunuch, if thou happen upon him, point him out to me, and I will lay hands on him and bring him to the door of Our Lady's litter, or do thou take him with thine own hand. Said the fireman, go thou back, and I will bring him to thee. So the eunuch left him and went his way, and going in to his mistress, told her all this, and said to her, none knoweth who it was. It must have been some passer-by, some wayfarer. And she was silent. Meanwhile Zau al-Makan came to himself, and saw that the moon was reached the middle heavens. The breath of the dawn breeze breathed upon him, and his heart was moved to longing and sadness. So he cleared his throat, and was about to recite verses, when the fireman asked him, what wilt thou do? Answered Zau al-Makan, I have a mind to repeat somewhat of poetry, that I may quench therewith the fire of my heart. Quoth the other, thou knowest not what befell me whilst thou wast a faint, and how I escaped death only by beguiling the eunuch. Tell me what happened, quoth Zau al-Makan. Replied the stalker, while thou wast aswoon, there came up to me but now an eunuch, with a long staff of almond tree wood in his hand, who took to looking in all the people's faces, as they lay asleep, and asked me who it was recited the verse, finding none awake but myself. I told him in reply it was some passer-by, some wayfarer. So he went away, and Allah delivered me from him, else had he killed me. But first he said to me, if thou hear him again, bring him to us. When Zau al-Makan heard this, he wept and said, who is it would forbid me to recite? I will surely recite, befall me what may, for I am near mine own land, and care for none. Rejoined the fireman, thou design is not, save to lose thy life. And Zau al-Makan retorted, needs must I recite verses. Verily, said the stalker, needs must there be a parting between me and thee in this place, albeit I had intended not to leave thee till I had brought thee to thy native city, and reunited thee with thy mother and father. Thou hast now tarried with me a year and a half, and I have never harmed thee in aught. What ails thee, then, that thou must needs recite verses, seeing that we are tired out with walking and watching, and all the folk are asleep, for they require sleep to rest them of their fatigue? But Zau al-Makan answered, I will not be turned away from my purpose. Then grief moved him, and he threw off concealment and began repeating these couplets. Stand thou by the homes and hail the lords of the ruined stead. Cry thou for an answer, belike reply to thee shall be sped. If the night and absence irk thy spirit, kindle a torch, we repine, and illuminate the gloom with a gleaming greed. If the snake of the sand dunes hiss, I shall marvel not at all. Let him bite, so I bite those beauteous lips of the luscious red. O Eden, my soul hath fled in despite of the maid I love. Had I lost hope of heaven, my heart in despair were dead. And he also improvised the two following distichs. We were and were the days enthralled to all our wills, dwelling in union sweet, and homed in fairest sight. Who shall restore the home of the beloved, where showed light of the place, for I conjoined the time's delight? And as he ceased his verses, he shrieked 3 shrieks, and fell senseless to the ground, and the firemen rose and covered him. When Nuzat al-Zaman heard the first improvisation, she called to mind her father and her mother and her brother and their whilom home. Then she wept and cried to the eunuch and said to him, Woe to thee! He who recited the first time hath recited the second time, and I heard him hard by. By Allah, an thou fetch him not to me, I will assuredly rouse the chamberlain on thee, and he shall beat thee and cast thee out. But take these 100 dinars, and give them to the singer, and bring him to me gently, and do him no hurt. If he refuse, hand to him this purse of 1,000 dinars. Then leave him, and return to me, and tell me, after thou hast informed thyself of his place and his calling, and what countryman he is. Return quickly, and linger not. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 73rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzat al-Zaman sent the eunuch to make enquiries concerning the singer, and said, Beware how thou come back to me and report I could not find him. So the eunuch went out and laid about the people and trod in their tents, but found none awake, all being asleep for weariness, till he came to the stalker and saw him sitting up with his head uncovered. So he drew near, and seizing him by the hand, said to him, It was thou didst recite the verses. The fireman was afeared for his life, and replied, No, by Allah, O chief of the people, it was not I. But the eunuch said, I will not leave thee till thou show me who it was that recited the verses, for I dread returning to my lady without him. Now when the fireman heard these words, he feared for Zau al-Makan, and wept with exceeding weeping, and said to the eunuch, By Allah, it was not I, and I know him not. I only heard some passer-by, some wayfarer, recite verses. So do not thou commit sin on me, for I am a stranger, and come from the holy city of Jerusalem, and Abraham, the friend of Allah, be with you all. Rise up and fare with me, rejoined the eunuch, and tell my lady this with thine own mouth, for I have seen none awake save thyself. Quoth the stalker, Hast thou not come and seen me sitting in the place where I am now, and dost thou not know my station? Thou wottest none can stir from his place, except the watchman seize him. So go thou to thy station, and if thou again meet any one after this hour reciting aught of poetry, whether he be near or far, it will be I, or some one I know, and thou shalt not learn of him but by me. Then he kissed the eunuch's head, and spake him fair, till he went away. But the castrato fetched around, and returning secretly, came and stood behind the fireman, fearing to go back to his mistress without tidings. As soon as he was gone, the stalker arose and aroused Zau al-Makan, and said to him, Come, sit up, that I may tell thee what hath happened. So Zau al-Makan sat up, and his companion told him what had passed, and he answered, Let me alone, I will take no heed of this, and I care for none, for I am mine own country. Quoth the stalker, Why wilt thou obey thy flesh and the devil? If thou fear no one, I fear for thee and for my life. So Allah upon thee, recite nothing more of verses till thou come to thine own land. Indeed, I had not deemed thee so ill-conditioned. Dost thou not know that this lady is the wife of the chamberlain, and is minding to chastise thee for disturbing her? Belike, she is ill or restless for fatigue of the journey and the distance of the place from her home, and this is the second time she hath sent the eunuch to look for thee." However, Zau al-Makan paid no heed to the fireman's words, but cried out a third time, and began versifying with these couplets: "I fly the carper's injury, whose carping sorely vexed me. He chides and taunts me, wotting not, he burns me but more grievously. The blamer cries, he is consoled. I say, my own dear land to see. They ask, why be that land so dear? I say, it taught me in love to be. They ask, what raised its dignity? I say, what made my ignominy? Whatever the bitter cup I drain, far be from me thy land to flee. Nor will I bow to those who blame, and for such love would deal me shame." Hardly had he made an end of his verses and come to a conclusion, when the eunuch, who had heard him from his hiding place at his head, came up to him. Whereupon the fireman flee and stood afar off to see what passed between them. Then said the eunuch to Zau al-Makan, "Peace be with thee, O my lord." "And on thee be peace," replied Zau al-Makan, "and the mercy of Allah and his blessings." "O my lord," continued the eunuch. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 74th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the eunuch said to Zau al-Makan, "O my lord, I have sought thee several times this night, for my mistress biddeth thee to her." Quoth Zau al-Makan, "And who be this bitch that seeketh for me? Allah curse her and curse her husband with her." And he began to revel the eunuch, who could make him no answer, because his mistress had charged him to do Zau al-Makan no hurt, nor bring him save of his own especial free will, and if he would not accompany him, to give him the 1,000 dinars. So the castrato began to speak him fair, and say to him, "O my lord, take this purse, and go with me. We will do thee no upright, O my son, nor wrong thee in aught. But our object is that thou bend thy gracious steps with me to my mistress, to receive her answer, and return in weal and safety, and thou shalt have a handsome present, as one who bringeth good news." When Zau al-Makan heard this, he arose and went with the eunuch, and walked among the sleeping folk, stepping over them, whilst the fireman followed after them from afar, and kept his eye upon him, and said to himself, "Alas, the pity of his youth! Tomorrow they will hang him." And he ceased not following them till he approached their station, without any observing him. Then he stood still, and said, "How base it will be of him if he say it was I who bade him recite the verses." This was the case of the stalker, but as regards what befell Zau al-Makan, he ceased not walking with the eunuch till he reached his station, and the castrato went in to Nuzhat al-Zaman and said, "O my lady, I have brought thee him whom thou soughtest, and he is a youth, fair in face and bearing the marks of wealth and gentle breeding." When she heard this, her heart fluttered, and she cried, "Let him recite some verses, that I may hear him near hand, and after ask him his name and his condition and his native land." Then the eunuch went out to Zau al-Makan and said to him, "Recite what verses thou knowest, for my lady is here hard by, listening to thee, and after I will ask thee of thy name and thy native country and thy condition." Replied he, with love and gladness, but an thou ask my name, it is erased, and my trace is unplaced, and my body a waste. I have a story, the beginning of which is not known, nor can the end of it be shown, and behold, I am even as one who hath exceeded in wine drinking, and who hath not spared himself, one who is afflicted with distempers, and who wandereth from his right mind, being perplexed about his case, and drowned in the sea of thought. When Nuzat al-Zaman heard this, she broke out into excessive weeping and sobbing, and said to the eunuch, Ask him if he have parted from one he loveth, even as his mother or father. The castrato asked as she bade him, and Zau al-Makan replied, Yes, I have parted from every one I loved, but my dearest of all to me was my sister, from whom fate hath parted me. When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard this, she exclaimed, Allah Almighty reunite him with what he loveth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 26 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim. Section 27, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joachim. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 27. When it was the 75th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard his words, she said, Allah reunite him with what he loveth. Then quoth she to the eunuch, Tell him to let me hear somewhat anent his separation from his countrymen and his country. The eunuch did so, and Zau al-Makan sighed heavily, and began repeating these couplets. Is not her love a pledge by all mankind confessed? The house that hometh Hinda be forever blessed. Her love all levels, men can reck of naught beside, naught or before or after can for men have zest. 'Tis though the vale is paved with musk and ambergris, that day when Hinda's footstep on its face is pressed. Hail to the beauty of our camp, the pride of folk, the dearling who enslave all hearts by her behest. Allah on time's delight send large dropped clouds that teem with genial rain, but bear no thunder in their breast. And also these, I vow to Allah, if at home I sight my sister Nuzhat al-Zamani highs, I'll pass the days in joyance and delight, mid bashful minions, maidens soft and white. To sound of harps in various modes they smite, draining the bowl, while eyes rain lively light. Neat half-closed lids, as sipping lips red bright, by stream bank flowing through my garden sight. When he had finished his verse, Nuzhat al-Zaman lifted up a skirt of the litter curtain and looked at him. As soon as her eyes fell on his face, she knew him for certain, and cried out, O my brother, O Zau al-Makan! He also looked at her, and knew her, and cried out, O my sister, O Nuzhat al-Zaman! Then she threw herself upon him, and he gathered her to his bosom, and the twain fell down in a fainting fit. When the eunuch saw this case, he wondered at them, and throwing over them somewhat to cover them, waited till they should recover. After a while they came to themselves, and Nuzhat al-Zaman rejoiced with exceeding joy. Oppression and depression left her, and gladness took the mastery of her, and she repeated these verses: Time sware my life should fare in woeful waste. Forsworn art time, expiate thy sin in haste. Comes weal, and comes a welcome friend to aid. To him who brings good news, rise, gird thy waist. I spurned old world tales of Eden bliss, till came my Kausar on those lips. When Zau al-Makan heard this, he pressed his sister to his breast. Tears streamed from his eyes for excess of joy, and he repeated these couplets: Long I lamented that we fell apart, while tears repentant railed from thine eye, and swear, if time unite us twain once more, severance shall never sound from tongue of mine. Joy hath so overwhelmed me that excess of pleasure from mine eyes draws gouts of brine. Tears, O mine eyes, have now become your wont. Ye weep for pleasure, and you weep for pine. They sat a while at the litter door, till she said to him, Come with me into the litter, and tell me all that hath befallen thee, and I will tell thee what happened to me. So they entered, and Zau al-Makan said, Do thou begin thy tale. Accordingly, she told him all that had come to her since their separation at the Khan, and what had happened to her with the Badawi, how the merchant had bought her of him, and had taken her to her brother Sharkan, and had sold her to him, how he had freed her at the time of buying, how he had made a marriage contract with her, and had gone in to her, and how the king, their sire, had sent and asked for her from Sharkan. Then quoth she, Praised be Allah, who hath vouchsafed thee to me, and ordained that, even as we left our father together, so together shall we return to him. And she added, Of a truth my brother Sharkan gave me in marriage to this chamberlain, that he might carry me to my father. And this is what befell me from first to last. So now tell me how it hath fared with thee since I left thee. Thereupon he told her all that had happened to him from beginning to end, and how Allah vouchsafed to send the fireman to him, and how he had journeyed with him and spent his money on him, and had served him night and day. She praised the stalker for this, and Zau al-Makan added, Of a truth, O my sister, this fireman hath dealt with me in such benevolent wise as would not lover with lass, nor sire with son, for that he fasted and gave it me to eat, and he walked whilst he made me ride, and I owe my life to him. Said she, Allah willing, we will requite him for all this according to our power. Then she called the eunuch, who came and kissed Zau al-Makan's hand, and she said, Take thy reward for glad tidings, O face of good omen. It was thy hand reunited me with my brother, so the purse I gave thee and all in it are thine. But now go to thy master and bring him quickly to me. The castrato rejoiced, and going into the chamber led him to his mistress. Accordingly, he came to his wife, and finding Zau al-Makan with her, asked who he was. So she told him all that had befallen them both, first to last, and added, Know, O chamberlain, that thou hast married no slave girl, far from it. Thou hast taken to wife the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, for I am Nuzat al-Zaman, and this is my brother, Zau al-Makan. When the chamberlain heard this story, he knew it to be sooth, and its manifest truth appeared to him, as he was certified that he was become King Omar bin al-Nu'man's son-in-law. So he said to himself, "'Twill be my fate to be made viceroy of some province." Then he went up to Zau al-Makan and gave him joy of his safety reunion with his sister, and bade his servants forthwith make him ready a tent and one of the best of his own horses to ride. Thereupon said Nuzat al-Zaman, "We are now near our country, and I would be left alone with my brother, that we may enjoy each other's company, and take our fill of it ere we reach Baghdad, for we have been parted a long, long time." "Be it as thou biddest," replied the chamberlain, and going forth from them, sent them wax candles and various kinds of sweetmeats, together with 3 suits of the costliest for Zau al-Makan. Then he returned to the litter and related the good he had done, and Nuzat al-Zaman said to him, "Bid the eunuch bring me the fireman, and gave him a horse to ride, and rationed him with a tray of food morning and evening, and let him be forbidden to leave us." The chamberlain called the castrato and charged him to do accordingly. So he replied, "I hear and I obey." And he took his pages with him and went out in search of the stalker till he found him in the rear of the caravan, girding his ass and preparing for flight. The tears were running down his cheeks, out of fear for his life and grief for his separation from Zau al-Makan. And he was saying to himself, "Indeed, I warned him for the love of Allah, but he would not listen to me. Oh, would I knew what is become of him." Ere he had done speaking, the eunuch was standing by his head, whilst the pages surrounded him. The fireman turned, and seeing the eunuch and the pages gathered around him, became yellow with fear. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 76th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the stalker girded his ass for flight, and bespake himself, saying, 'Oh, would I knew what is become of him!' Ere he had done speaking, the castrato was standing by his head, and his side muscles quivered for fear, and he lifted up his voice and cried, 'Verily he knoweth not the value of the good offices I have done him. I believe he hath denounced me to the eunuch, hence these pages at about me, and he hath made me an accomplice in his crime.' Then the effeminated one cried at him, saying, 'Who was it recited the verses? O liar! Why didst thou say, I never repeated these couplets, nor do I know who repeated them, when it was thy companion? But now I will not leave thee between this place and Baghdad, and what betideth thy comrade shall betide thee.' Quoth the fireman, 'What I feared hath befallen me,' and he repeated these couplets: 'Twas as I feared, the coming ills discerning, but unto Allah we are all returning.' Then the eunuch cried upon the pages, saying, 'Take him off the ass.' So they carried him along with the caravan, surrounded by the pages, as the white contains the black of the eye. And the castrato said to them, 'If a hair of him be lost, you will be lost with it.' And he bade them privily treat him with honor, and not humiliate him. But when the stalker saw himself beset by the pages, he despaired of his life, and turning to the eunuch, said to him, 'O chief, I am neither this youth's brother, nor am I akin to him, nor is he sib to me, but I was a fireman in the Hammam, and found him cast out, in his sickness, on the dung heap.' Then the caravan fared on, and the stalker wept, and imagined in himself 1,000 things, whilst the eunuch walked by his side, and told him nothing, but said to him, "Thou disturbest our mistress by reciting verses, thou and this youth, but fear nothing for thyself," and kept laughing at him the while to himself. Whenever the caravan halted, they served him with food, and he and the castrato ate from one dish. Then the eunuch bade his lads bring a gugglet of sugared sherbet, and after drinking himself, gave it to the fireman, who drank. But all the while his tears never dried, out of fear for his life, and grief for his separation from Zau al-Makan, and for what had befallen them in their strangerhood. So they both travelled on with the caravan, whilst the chamberlain now rode by the door of his wife's litter, in attendance of Zau al-Makan and his sister, and now gave an eye to the fireman. And Nuzat al-Zaman and her brother occupied themselves with converse and mutual condolence. And they ceased not after this fashion till they came within 3 days' journey from Baghdad. Here they alighted at eventide, and rested till the morning morrowed. And as they awoke and they were about to load the beasts, behold, there appeared afar off a great cloud of dust that darkened the firmament till it became black as gloomiest night. Thereupon the chamberlain cried out to them, "Stay, and your loading delay." Then, mounting with his Mamelukes, rode forward in the direction of the dust cloud. When they drew near, suddenly appeared under it a numerous conquering host, like the full tide sea, with flags and standards, drums and kettle-drums, horsemen and footmen. The chamberlain marvelled at this, and when the troops saw him, there detached itself from amongst them a plump of 500 cavaliers, who fell upon him and his suite, and surrounded them, 5 for 1. Whereupon said he to them, "What is the matter, and what are these troops, that ye do this with us?" Asked they, "Who art thou, and whence comest thou, and whither art thou bound?" And he answered, "I am the chamberlain of the Emir of Damascus, King Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad, and of the land of Khorasan, and I bring tribute and presents from him to his father in Baghdad." When the horsemen heard these words, they let their head kerchiefs fall over their faces, and wept, saying, "In very sooth King Omar is dead, and he is dead not but of poison. So fare ye forwards, no harm shall befall you till you join his Grand Wazir Dandan." Now when the chamberlain heard this, he wept sore, and exclaimed, "Oh, for our disappointment in this our journey!" Then he and all his suite wept till they had come up to the host, and sought access to the Wazir Dandan, who granted an interview, and called a halt, and causing his pavilion to be pitched, sat down on a couch therein, and commanded to admit the chamberlain. Then he bade him be seated, and questioned him. And he replied that he was chamberlain to the Emir of Damascus, and was bound to King Omar with presents and the tribute of Syria. The Wazir, hearing the mention of King Omar's name, wept, and said, "King Omar is dead by poison." And upon his dying, the folk fell out amongst themselves as to who should succeed him, until they were like to slay one another on his account. But the notables and grandees and the 4 Qazis interposed, and all the people agreed to refer the matter to the decision of the 4 judges, and that none should gainsay them. So it was agreed that we go to Damascus, and fetch thence the king's son, Sharkan, and make him sultan over his father's realm. And amongst them were some who would have chosen the cadet, Zau al-Makan, For, quoth they, his name be Light of the place, and he hath a sister, Nuzat al-Zaman highs, the delight of the time. But they set out 5 years ago for Al-Hijaz, and none wotteth what is become of them. When the chamberlain heard this, he knew that his wife had told him the truth of her adventures, and he grieved with sore grief for the death of King Omar, albeit he joyed with exceeding joy, especially at the arrival of Zau al-Makan, for that he would now become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 27 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim. Section 28, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joachim. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 28. When it was the 77th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan's chamberlain heard of the death of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, he mourned, but he rejoiced because of his wife and her brother Zau al-Makan, who would become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. So he turned to the Wazir Dandan and said to him, Verily, your tale is a wonder of wonders. Know, O chief Wazir, that here, where you have encountered me, Allah hath given you rest from fatigue and bringeth you your desire after the easiest of fashions. For that his almighty will restoreth to you Zau al-Makan and his sister Nuzat al-Zaman, whereby we will settle the matter as we easily can. When the minister heard these words, he rejoiced with great joy and said, O Chamberlain, tell me the tale of the twain, and what befell them, and the cause of their long absence. So he repeated to him the whole story, and told him that Nuzat al-Zaman was his wife, and related to him the adventures of Zau al-Makan, from first to last. As soon as he had ended his tale, the Wazir sent for the Emirs and Wazirs and chief officers, and acquainted them with the matter, whereat they rejoiced with great joy, and wondered at the happy chance. Then they gathered in a body, and went in to the chamberlain, and did their service to him, kissing the ground between his hands. And the Wazir Dandan also rose, and went out to meet him, and stood before him in honor. After this, the chamberlain held on that day a divan council, and he and the Wazir sat upon a throne, whilst all the Emirs and Grandees and officers of state took their places before them, according to their several ranks. Then they melted sugar in rose water and drank, after which the Emirs sat down and held council, and permitted the rest of the host to mount and ride forward leisurely, till they should make an end of their debate and overtake them. So the officers kissed the ground between their hands, and mounting, rode onwards, preceded by the standards of war. When the Grandees had finished their conference, they took horse and rejoined the host, and the chamberlain approached the Wazir Dandan and said, I deem it well to ride on before you and precede you, that I may get ready a place for the Sultan, and notify him of your coming, and of your choosing him as Sultan over the head of his brother Sharkan. Aright thou reckest, answered the Wazir. Then the chamberlain rose up in haste, and Dandan also stood up to do him honor, and brought him presents. which he conjured him to accept. In similar guise did all the emirs and grandees and officers of state, bringing him gifts and calling down blessings on him, and saying to him, "Haply thou wilt mention our case to Sultan Zau al-Makan, and speak to him to continue us in our dignities." The chamberlain promised all they required, and bade his pages be ready to march, whereupon the Wazir Dandan sent with him tents, and bade the tent pitchers set them up at a day's journey from the city, and they did his bidding. Then the chamberlain mounted and rode forward, full of joy, and said to himself, "How blessed is this journey!" And indeed his wife was exalted in his eyes, she and her brother Zau al-Makan. They made all haste over their wayfare, till they reached a place distant a day's journey from Baghdad, where the chamberlain called a halt for rest, and bade his men alight, and make ready a sitting place for the Sultan Zau al-Makan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, while he rode forward with his Mamelukes, and alighting at a distance from Nuzat al-Zaman's litter, commanding the eunuchs to ask leave of admission to the presence. They did so, and she gave permission, whereupon he went in to her and conversed with her and her brother, and told them of the death of their father, and of Zau al-Makan, how the heads of the people had made him king over them in the stead of his sire, and he gave them joy of the kingdom. They both wept for their father, and asked the manner of his being killed, but the chamberlain answered, "The news rests with Wazir Dandan, who will be here tomorrow, leading all the host, and it only remaineth for thee, O king, to do what they counsel, since they have unanimously chosen thee sultan. For if thou do not this, they will choose some one else, and thou canst not be sure of thy life with another sultan. Haply he will kill thee, or discord may befall between you twain, and the kingdom pass out of the hands of both." Zau al-Makan bowed his head a while, and then said, "I accept the position." For indeed there was no refusing, and he was certified that the chamberlain had counselled him well and wisely, and set him on the right way. Then he added, "O my uncle, how shall I do with my brother Sharkan?" "O my son," replied the chamberlain, "thy brother will be Sultan of Damascus, and thou Sultan of Baghdad. So take heart of grace, and get ready thy case." Zau al-Makan accepted this, and the chamberlain presented him with a suit of royal raiment, and a dagger of state, which the Wazir Dandan had brought with him. Then, leaving him, he bade the tent pitchers choose a spot of rising ground, and set up thereon a spacious pavilion, wherein the Sultan might sit to receive the emirs and grandees. Moreover, he ordered the kitcheners to cook rich viands and serve them, and he commanded the water carriers to dispose the water troughs. They did as he bade them, and presently arose a cloud of dust from the ground, and spread till it walled the horizon around. After a while the dust dispersed, and there appeared under it the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, a conquering host like the full tide sea. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 78th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the chamberlain bade the tent pitchers set up a pavilion spacious enough to receive the subjects flocking to their sultan, they planted a splendid shamiyana befitting kings. And as they ended their labor, behold, a dust cloud spired aloft, and the breeze made it lift, and beneath it showed a conquering host. And presently it appeared that this was the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, preceded by the Wazir Dandan. And in it all rejoiced at the accession of the light of the place. Now Zau al Makan had donned robes of royal estate, and girt himself with a sword of state. So the chamberlain brought him a steed, and he mounted, surrounded by Mamelukes, and all the company from the tents on foot, to do him service. And he rode on until he came to the great pavilion, where he sat down, and he laid the royal dagger across his thighs, whilst the chamberlain stood in attendance on him, and his armed slaves stationed themselves under the entrance awning of the Shamiana, with drawn swords in their hands. Presently up came the troops and the host, and craved admission. So the chamberlain went in to Zau al Makan, and asked his leave, whereupon he bade admit them, 10 by 10. The chamberlain acquainted them with the king's commands, to which they replied, "We hear and we obey." And all drew up before the pavilion entrance. Then he took 10 of them and carried them through the vestibule into the presence of Sultan Zau al Makan, whom when they saw, they were awed. But he received them with most gracious kindness, and promised them all good. So they gave him joy of his safe return, and invoked Allah's blessings upon him. After which they took the oath of fealty, never to gainsay him in aught, and they kissed ground before him, and withdrew. Then other 10 entered, and he entreated them as he had entreated the others. And they ceased not to enter, 10 by 10, till none was left but the Wazir Dandan. Lastly, the minister went in and kissed the ground before Zau al Makan, who rose to meet him, saying, "Welcome, O Wazir, and sire's son's peer. Verily, thine acts are those of a counselor right dear, and judgment and foreseeing clear are in the hands of the subtle of Lear." Then bade him the chamberlain forthwith go out and cause the tables to be spread, and order all the troops thereto. So they came and ate and drank. Moreover, the Sultan commanded his Wazir Dandan call a 10 days' halt of the army, that he might be private with him, and learn from him how and wherefore his father had been slain. The Wazir obeyed the commands of the Sultan with a submission, and wished him eternity of glory, and said, "This needs must be." He then repaired to the heart of the encampment, and ordered the host to halt 10 days. They did as he bade them, and moreover he gave them leave to divert themselves, and ordered that none of the lords in waiting should attend upon the king for service during the space of 3 days. Then the Wazir went to the Sultan and reported all to him, and Zau al Makan waited until nightfall, when he went in to his sister Nuzat al-Zaman, and asked her, "Dost thou know the cause of my father's murder or not?" "I have no knowledge of the cause," she answered, and drew a silken curtain before herself, whilst Zau al Makan seated himself without the curtain, and commanded the Wazir to the presence, and when he came, said to him, "I desire thou relate to me in detail the cause of the killing of my sire, King Omar bin al-Nu'man." Know then, O king, replied Dandan, that King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned from Baghdad from his chasing and hunting, and entered the city, inquired for thee and thy sister, but could not find you, and knew that you twain had gone on the pilgrimage. Whereat he was greatly grieved and much angered, and his breast was straitened, and he abode thus half a year, seeking news of you from all who came and went, but none could give him any tidings. Now, while we were in attendance upon him one day, after a whole year had sped since ye were lost to his sight, lo, there came to us an ancient dame, with signs of being a devotee, accompanied by 5 damsels, high-bosomed virgins, like moons, endowed with such beauty and loveliness as tongue faileth to describe. And to crown their perfections and comeliness, they could read the Koran, and were versed in various kinds of learning, and in the histories of bygone peoples. Then that old woman sought audience of the king, and he bade admit her, whereupon she entered the presence and kissed the ground between his hands. I was then sitting by his side, and he, seeing in her the sign of asceticism and devoutness, made her draw near and take seat hard by him. And when she had sat down, she addressed him and said, Know, O king, that with me are 5 damsels, whose like no king among the kings possesseth, for they are endowed with wit and beauty and loveliness and perfection. They read the Koran and the traditions, and are skilled in all manner of learning, and in the history of bygone races. They stand here between thy hands to do thee service, O king of the age. And it is by trial that folk are prized or despised. Thy father, who hath found mercy, looked at the damsels, and their favor pleased him. So he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore, and of peoples long gone before. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 28 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim. Section 29, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joachim. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 29. When it was the 79th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said unto King Zau al-Makan, Thy father, who hath found mercy, glanced at the damsels, and their favor pleased him, and he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore, and of peoples long gone before. Thereupon one of them came forward, and kissing the ground before him, spake as follows: Know, O king, that it behoveth one of good breeding to eschew impertinence, and adorn himself with excellencies, and observe the divine injunctions, and avoid mortal sins. And to this he should apply himself with the assiduity of one who, if stray therefrom, falleth into perdition. For the foundation of good breeding is virtuous behavior. And know that the chief cause and reason of man's existence is the endeavor after life everlasting. and the right way thereto is the service of Allah. Wherefore it behoveth thee to deal beneficently with the people, and swerve not from this canon, for the mightier men are in dignity, the more their need of prudence and foresight. And indeed monarchs need this more than the many, for the general cast themselves into affairs without taking thought to the issue thereof. Be thou prodigal of thy life and thy good in the way of Allah, and know that if an enemy dispute with thee, thou mayst dispute with him, and refute him with proofs, and be proof against him. But as for thy friend, there is none can judge between thee and him, save righteousness and fair dealing. Choose therefore thy friend for thyself, after thou hast proved him. If he be of the brotherhood of futurity, let him be zealous in observing the externals of the holy law, and versed in its inner meaning, as far as may be. And if he be of the brotherhood of the world, let him be free-born, sincere, neither a fool nor a perverse, for the fool man is such that even his parents might well flee from him, and a liar cannot be a true friend. Indeed, the word Siddiq, friend, deriveth from Sidq, truth, that welleth up from the bottom of the heart. And how can this be the case when falsehood is manifest upon the tongue? And know that observance of the law profiteth him who practiseth it. So love thy brother, if he be of this quality, and do not cast him off, even if thou see in him that which irketh thee. For a friend is not like a wife, whom one can divorce and remarry. Nay, his heart is like glass, once broken, it may not be mended. And Allah bless him who saith, where how thou hurtest man with hurt of heart, 'tis hard to win thee back the heart offended. For hearts indeed, whence love is alien made, like broken glass may never more be mended. The maiden continued and concluded with pointing out to us what sages say. The best of brethren is he who is the most constant in good counsel. The best of action is that which is fairest in its consequence. And the best of praise is not that which is in the mouths of man. It is also said, it behoveth not the servant to neglect thanking Allah, especially for two favors, health and reason. Again it is said, whoso honoureth himself, his last is a light matter to him, and he who maketh much of his small troubles, Allah afflicteth him with the greater. He who obeyeth his own inclinations neglecteth his duties, and he who listeneth to the slanderer loseth the true friend. He who thinketh well of thee, do thou fulfil his thought of thee. He who exceedeth in contention sinneth, and he who against upright standeth not on ward is not safe from the sword. Now will I tell thee somewhat of the duties of Qazis and judges. Know, O king, that no judgment serveth the cause of justice, save it be given after proof positive. And it behoveth the judge to treat all people on the same level, to do intent that the great may not hunger for oppression, nor the small despair of justice. Furthermore, he should extract proof from the complainant, and impose an oath upon the defendant. The mediation is admissible between Moslems, except it be a compromise sanctioning the unlawful, or forbidding the lawful. If thou shalt have done aught during the day, of which thy reason is doubtful, but thy good intention is proved, thou, O Kazi, shouldest revert to the right. For to do justice is a religious obligation, and to return to that which is right is better than persistence in wrong. Then, O judge, thou shouldest study precedents and the law of the case, and do equal justice between the suitors, withal fixing thine eyes upon the truth, and committing thine affair to Allah, be He extolled and exalted. And require thou proof of the complainant, and if he adduce evidence, let him have due benefit of it, and if not, put the defendant to his oath. For this is the ordinance of Allah. Receive thou the testimony of competent Muslim witnesses, one against other, for Almighty Allah hath commanded judges to judge by externals, He Himself taking charge of the inner and secret things. It behoveth the judge also to avoid giving judge meat, whilst suffering from stress of pain or hunger, and that in his decisions between folk he seek the face of Allah Almighty. For he whose intent is pure, and who is at peace with himself, Allah shall guarantee him against what is between him and the people. Quoth Al-Zuri, there are three things for which, if they be found in a Kazi, he should be disposed, namely, if he honor the base, if he love praise, and if he fear dismissal. And Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once deposed a Kazi, who asked him, why hast thou dismissed me? It hath reached me, answered Omar, that thy conversing greater than thy condition. It is said also that Iskandar said to his Kazi, I have invested thee with this function, and committed to thee in it my soul, and mine honor, and my manliness. So do thou guard it with thy sense and thine understanding. To his cook he said, thou art the Sultan of my body, so look thou tender it as thine own self. To the secretary he said, thou art the controller of my wit, so do thou watch over me in what thou writest for me and from me. Thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence, and the second damsel came forward. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 80th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said to Zau al-Makan, thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence, and a second damsel came forward, and, kissing the ground 7 times before the king thy father, spake as follows. The sage Luqman said to his son, there be 3 who are known only in 3 several cases. The merciful man is unknown save in time of wrath, the brave only in battle, and thy friend in time of need. It is said that the oppressor shall be depressed, though by people praised, and that the oppressed is at rest, though by people blamed. Quoth Allah Almighty, assuredly deem not that those who rejoice in what I have done, and who love to be praised for what they have not done, shall escape reckoning of punishment. Indeed, there is reserved for them a grievous penalty. And he said, on whom be salvation and salutation, works are according to intention, and to each man is attributed that which he intendeth. He said also, in the body is a part which being sound the rest is sound, and which being unsound the whole is unsound. And this is the heart. Now this heart is the most marvellous of what is in man, since it is that which ordereth the whole affair. If covetise stir in it, desire destroyeth him, and if affliction master it, anguish slayeth him. If anger rage in it, danger is hard upon him. If it be blessed with contentment, he is safe from discontent. If fear surprise it, he is full of mourning, and if calamity overtake it, affliction betideth him. If a man gain the use of wealth, peradventure he is diverted thereby from the remembrance of his Lord. If poverty choke him, his heart is distracted by woe, or if disquietude waste his heart, weakness causeth him to fall. Thus, in any case, nothing profiteth him, but that he be mindful of Allah, and occupy himself with gaining his livelihood in this world, and securing his place in the next. It is asked of a certain sage, who is the most ill-conditioned of men? And he answered, the man whose lusts master his manhood, and whose mind soareth over high, so that his knowledge dispreadeth and his excuse diminisheth. And how excellently saith the poet, freest am I of all mankind fro meddling wight, who see in others her self-error never can sight. Riches and talents are but loans to creature lent, each wears the cloak of that he bears in breast and sprite. If by mistaken door attempt an ought thou make, thou shalt go wrong, and if the door be right, go right. Continued the maiden, as for anecdotes of devotees, quoth Hisham bin Bashar, I asked Omar bin Ubaid, what is true piety? And he answered, the Apostle of Allah, to whom be salutation and salvation, hath explained it when he saith, the pious is he who forgetteth not the grave nor calamity, and who preferreth that which endureth to that which passeth away, who counteth not the morrow as of his days, but reckoneth himself among the dead. And it is related that Abu Zar used to say, want is dearer to me than wealth, and unheal is dearer to me than health. Quoth one of the listeners, may Allah have mercy on Abu Zar. For my part I say, whoso putteth his trust in the goodness of the election of Almighty Allah should be content with that condition which Allah hath chosen for him. Quoth one of the companions of the Prophet, Ibn Abi Awfa once prayed with us the dawn prayer. When he had done, he recited, O thou enwrapped, till he came to where Allah saith, when there shall be a trumping on the trumpet, and fell down dead. It is said that Sabit al-Banani wept till he well nigh lost his eyes. They brought him a man to medicine him, who said to him, I will cure thee, provided thou obey my bidding. Asked Sabit, in what matter? Quoth the leech, in that thou leave weeping. What is the worth of mine eyes, rejoined Sabit, if they do not weep? Quoth a man to Mohammed bin Abdillah, exhort thou me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 81st night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said to Zau al-Makan, Thus spake the second handmaid to the king who hath found mercy, Omar bin al-Nu'uman. Quoth a man to Mohammed bin Abillah, Exhort thou me. I exhort thee, replied he, to be a self-ruler and abstainer in this world, and in the next a greedy slave. How so? asked the other, and Mohammed answered, The abstinent man in this world conquereth both the world that is and the world to come. And quoth Ghaus bin Abdillah, There were two brothers among the sons of Israel, one of whom said to the other, What be the most perilous thing thou hast done? Replied the brother, I once came upon a nest of young birds, so I took out one and threw it back into the nest, but among the chickens were some which drew apart from it. This is the most perilous thing I ever did. Now what be the most perilous thing thou hast ever done? He rejoined, When I arise for prayer, I am fearful that it is only for the sake of the reward. Now their father heard these words and exclaimed, O Allah, and say thy sooth, take them to thyself. It is declared by one of the wise men, Verily, these were of the most virtuous of children. Quoth Sa'id bin Jubair, I was once in company with Fuzala bin Hubayyan said to him, Exhort thou me. Replied he, Bear in mind these two necessaries. Shun syntheism, and harm not any of Allah's creatures. And he repeated these two couplets. Be as thou wilt, for Allah still is bounteous Lord, and care dispeller, dread not therefore bane and ban. To two things only never draw thee nigh, nor give partner to Allah trouble to thy brother man. And how well saith the poet, And thou of pious works a store neglect, and after death meet one who did collect. Thou shalt repent thou didst not as he, nor madest ready as he did elect. Then the third damsel came forward, after the second had withdrawn, and said, Of a truth, the chapter of piety is exceeding wide, but I will mention what occurreth to me thereof, concerning the pious of old. Quoth a certain holy man, I congratulate myself in death, though I am not assured of rest therein, save that I know death interveneth between a man and his works, so I hope for the doubling of good works and the docking off of ill works. And Ita al-Salami, when he had made an end of an exhortation, was wont to tremble and grieve and weep sore. And as they asked him why he did this, he answered, I desire to enter upon a grave matter, and it is the standing up before Almighty Allah to do in accordance with my exhortation. In similar guise, Zayn al-Abidin, son of al-Hussein, was wont to tremble when he rose to pray. Being asked the cause of this, he replied, Know ye not before whom I stand and whom I address? It is said that there lived near Sufyan al-Tawri a blind man, who when the month of Ramazan came, went out with the folk to pray, but he remained silent and hung back. Said Sufyan, On the day of resurrection he shall come with the people of the Koran, and they will be distinguished by increase of honor from their fellows. Quoth Sufyan, Where the soul established in the heart of befitteth, it would fly away for joy and pining for paradise, and for grief and fear of hell fire. It is related also of Sufyar al-Thawri that he said, "To look upon the face of a tyrant is a sin." Then the third damsel retired, and came forward the fourth, who said, "Here I am, to treat of sundry traditions of pious men, which suggest themselves to me." It is related that Bishr Barefoot said, "I once heard Khalid say, 'Beware of secret polytheism.' I asked, 'What may secret polytheism be?' And he answered, 'When one of you in praying prolong his inclinations and prostrations till a cause of impurity come upon him.' And one of the sages said, 'Doing works of will expiateth what is ill.'" Quoth Ibrahim, "I supplicated Bishr Barefoot to acquaint me with some theological mysteries, but he said, 'O my son, this knowledge it behoveth us not to teach to every one. Of every 100, 5, even as the legal alms upon money.'" Said Ibrahim, "I thought his reply excellent, and approved of it, and while I was praying, behold, Bishr was also praying. So I stood behind him, making the prayer bow till the Muezzin called his call. Then rose a man of tattered appearance and said, 'O folk, beware of a truth which bringeth unweal, for there is no harm in a lie bringing weal, and in time of need no choice we heed. Speech booteth not in the absence of good qualities, even as silence hurteth not in the presence of good.' Presently I saw Bishr drop a danik, so I picked it up and exchanged it for a dirham which I gave him. Quoth he, 'I will not take it.' Quoth I, 'It is perfectly lawful change.' But he rejoined, 'I cannot take in exchange the riches of the present world for those of the future world.' It is related also that Bishr Barefoot's sister once went to Ahmad bin Hanbal, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 29 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim. Section 30, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Filippo Joachim. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 30. When it was the 82nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to bespeak Zau al-Makan in this wise." And quoth the maiden to thy father, "Bishr Barefoot's sister once went to Ahmad bin Hanbal and said to him, 'O Imam of the faith, we are a family that spin thread by night and work for our living by day, and oftentimes the cressets of the watch of Baghdad pass by, and we on the roof spinning by their light. Is this forbidden to us?' Asked Ahmad, 'Who art thou?' 'I am the sister of Bishr Barefoot,' answered she. Rejoined the Imam, 'O household of Bishr, I shall never cease to drink full draughts of piety from your hearts.' Quoth one of the sages, 'When Allah willeth well to his servant, he openeth upon him the gate of action. Malik bin Dinar, when he passed through the bazaar and saw aught he desired, was wont to say, O soul, take patience, for I will not accord to thee what thou desirest. He said also, Allah accept him, the salvation of the soul lies in resistance to it, and its damnation in submission to it. Quoth Mansur bin Ammar, I made a pilgrimage and was faring Mecca ward by way of Kufa, and the night was overcast, when I heard a voice crying out from the deeps of the darkness, saying, O Allah, I swear by thy greatness and thy glory, I meant not, through my disobedience, to transgress against thee, for indeed I am not ignorant of thee, but my fault is one thou didst foreordain to me from eternity without beginning. So do thou pardon my transgression, for indeed I disobeyed thee of my ignorance. When he had made an end of his prayer, he recited aloud the verse, O true believers, save your souls and those of your families from the fire whose fuel is men and stones. Then I heard a fall, but not knowing what it was, I passed on. When the morning morrowed, as we went our way, behold, we fell in with a funeral train, followed by an old woman whose strength had left her. I asked her of the dead, and she answered, This is the funeral of a man who passed by us yesterday, whilst my son was standing at prayer, and after his prayer he recited a verse from the book of Allah Almighty, when the man's gall bladder burst, and he fell dead. Therewith the fourth damsel retired, and the fifth came forward and said, I here will also repeat what occurreth to me regarding the acts of devotees in olden time. Maslamah bin Dinar used to say, By making sound the secret thoughts, sins great and small are covered, and when the servant of Allah is resolved to leave sinning, victory cometh to him. Also quoth he, Every worldly good which doth not draw one nearer to Allah is a calamity, for a little of this world distracteth from a mickle of the world to come, and a mickle of the present maketh thee forget the whole of the future. It was asked of Abu Hazim, Who is the most prosperous of men? And he answered, Who suspendeth his life in submission to Allah. The other inquired, And who is the most foolish of mankind? Whoso selleth his future for the worldly goods of others, replied Abu Hazim. It is reported of Moses, on whom be peace, that when he came to the waters of Midian, he exclaimed, O Lord, verily I stand in need of the good which thou shalt send down to me. And he asked of his Lord, and not of his folk. There came two damsels, and he drew water for them both, and allowed not the shepherds to draw first. When the twain returned, they informed their father Shu'aib, on whom be peace, who said, Haply he is hungry, adding to one of them, Go back to him, and bid him hither. Now when she came to Moses, she veiled her face and said, My father biddeth thee to him, that he may pay thee thy wage for having drawn water for us. Moses was averse to this, and was not willing to follow her. Now she was a woman large in the back parts, and in wind blowing upon her garment, covered the hinder cheeks to Moses, which when Moses saw, he lowered his eyes and said to her, Get thee behind, while I walk in front. So she followed him, till he entered the house of Shu'aib, where supper was ready. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 83rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zaw al-Makan. Now quoth the fifth damsel to thy sire, when Moses, on whom be peace, entered the home of Shu'aib, where supper was ready, Shu'aib said to him, O Moses, I desire to pay thee thy wage, for having drawn water for these two. But Moses answered, I am of the household which selleth nothing of the fashion of the next world for what is on earth of gold and silver. Then quoth Shu'aib, O youth, nevertheless thou art my guest, and it is my wont and that of my forebears to honor the guest by setting food before him. So Moses sat down and ate. Then Shu'aib hired Moses for 8 pilgrimages, that is to say, 8 years, and made his wage marriage with one of his 2 daughters, and Moses' service to him was to stand for her dowry. As saith the Holy Writ of him, Verily, I will give thee one of these my 2 daughters in marriage, on condition that thou serve me for hire 8 pilgrimages. And if thou fulfill 10 years, it is in thine own breast. For I seek not to impose a hardship on thee. A certain man once said to one of his friends, whom he had not met for many days, Thou hast made me desolate, for that I have not seen thee this long a while. Quoth the other, I have been distracted from thee by Ibn Shihab. Dost thou know you? Quoth his friend, Yes, he hath been my neighbor these 30 years, but I have never spoken to him. He replied, Verily, thou forgettest Allah in forgetting thy neighbor. If thou lovest Allah, thou wouldst love thy neighbor. Knowest thou not that a neighbor hath a claim upon his neighbor, even as a right of kith and kin? Said Huzaifa, We entered Mecca with Ibrahim bin Adham, and Shakik al-Balki was also making a pilgrimage that year. Now we met whilst circumambulating the Kaaba, and Ibrahim said to Shakik, What is your fashion in your country? Replied Shakik, When we are blessed with our daily bread, we eat, and when we hunger, we take patience. This wise, said Ibrahim, to the dogs of bulk, but we, when blessed with plenty, do honor to Allah, and when we hungered, we thank Him. And Shakik seated himself before Ibrahim and said to him, Thou art my master. Also said Muhammad bin Imran, A man once asked of Hatim the deaf, What maketh thee to trust in Allah? 2 things, answered he. I know that none save myself shall eat my daily bread, so my heart is at rest as to that. And I know that I was not created without the knowledge of Allah, and am abashed before Him. Then the 5th damsel retired, and the ancient dame came forward, and kissing the ground before thy father 9 times, said, Thou hast heard, O king, what these all have spoken on the subject of piety, and I will follow their example in relating what hath reached me of the famous men of past times. It is said that the Imam al-Shafi'i departed the night into 3 portions, the first for study, the second for sleep, and the third for prayer. The Imam Abu Hanifa was wont also to pass half the night in prayer. One day a man pointed him out to another as he walked by, and remarked, Yonder man watcheth the whole night. When he heard this, Abu Hanifa said, I was abashed before Allah to hear myself praised for what was not in me. So after this he used to watch the whole night. And one of the sages hath said, Who seeketh for pearl in the deep dives deep, who on high would high robs his night of sleep. Al-Rabi relates that Al-Shafi'i used to recite the whole Quran 70 times during the month of Ramadan, and that in his daily prayers. Quoth Al-Shafi'i, Allah accept him, During 10 years I never ate my fill of barley bread, for fullness hardeneth the heart, and deadeneth the wit, and induceth sleep, and enfeebleth one from standing up to pray. It is reported of Abdullah bin Muhammad al-Sakra that he said, I was once talking with Omar, and he observed to me, Never saw I a more God-fearing or eloquent man than Muhammad bin Idris al-Shafi'i. It so happened I went out one day with Al-Haris bin Labib al-Safar, who was a disciple of Al-Muzani, and had a fine voice, and he read the saying of the Almighty, This shall be a day whereon they shall not speak to any purpose, nor shall they be permitted to excuse themselves. I saw Al-Shafi'i's color change. His skin shuddered with horripilation. He was violently moved, and he fell down in a fainting fit. When he revived, he said, I take refuge with Allah from the stead of the liars and the lot of the negligent. O Allah, before whom the hearts of the wise abase themselves, O Allah, of thy beneficence accord to me the remission of my sins. Adorn me with the curtain of thy protection, and pardon me my shortcomings by the magnanimity of thy being. Then I rose and went away. Quoth one of the pious, When I entered Baghdad, Al-Shafi'i was there, so I sat down on the river bank to make the ablution before prayer. And behold, there passed me one who said, O youth, make thou wuzu ablution well, and Allah will make it well for thee in this world and in the next. I turned, and lo, there was a man, behind whom came a company of people. So I hastened to finish my ablution, and followed him. Presently he turned and asked me, Say, dost thou want aught? Yes, answered I desire that thou teach me somewhat of that which Allah Almighty hath taught thee. He said, Know then that whoso believeth in Allah shall be saved, and whoso jealously loveth his faith shall be delivered from destruction, and whoso practiseth abstinence in this world, his eyes shall be solaced on the morrow of death. Shall I tell thee any more?" I replied, "Assuredly." And he continued, "Be thou of the world that is, heedless, and of the world to come, greediest. Be truthful in all thy dealings, and thou shalt be saved with the Salvationists." Then he went on, and I asked about him, and was told that he was the Imam al-Shafi'i. Al-Shafi'i was wont to remark, "I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine, on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 84th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al-Makan, the old woman bespake thy sire, saying, The Imam al-Shafi'i was wont to remark, I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine, on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me. He also said, I never disputed with any one, but I would that Almighty Allah should give him the knowledge of the truth and aid him to dispread it. Nor did I ever dispute with any one at all, but for the showing forth of the truth. And I reck not whether Allah manifest it by my tongue or by his." He also said, whom Allah accept, "If thou fear to grow conceited by thy lore, then bethink thee whose grace thou seekest, and for what good thou yearnest, and what punishment thou dreadest." It was told of Abu Hanifa that the commander of the faithful, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, had appointed him Qazi and ordered him a salary of 10,000 dirhams. But he would not accept of this, and when the day came on which the money was to be paid him, he prayed the dawn prayer, then covered his head with his robe and spoke not. When the Caliph's messenger came with the money, he went in to the Imam and accosted him, but he would not speak to him. So the messenger said, "Verily, this money is lawfully thine." "I know that it is lawfully mine," replied he, "but I abhor that the love of tyrants get a hold upon my heart." Asked the other, "If thou go in to them, canst thou not guard thyself from loving them?" Answered Abu Hanifa, "Can I look to enter the sea without my clothes being wet?" Another of al-Shafi'i's saying, Allah accepting, is, "O soul of mine, and thou accept my rede, thou shalt be wealthy and of grace entire. Cast off ambitious hopes and vain desires. How many a death was done by vain desire." Among the sayings of Sufyan al-Thawri, with which he admonished Ali bin al-Hasan al-Salami, was, "Be thou a man of truth, and wear lies and treachery and hypocrisy and pride. Be not indebted, save to him who is merciful to his debtors. And let thine associate be one who shall dissociate thee from the world. be ever mindful of death, and be constant in craving pardon of Allah, and in beseeching of Allah peace for what remaineth of thy life. Counsel every true believer when he asketh thee concerning the things of his faith, and beware of betraying a believer, for whoso betrayeth a believer betrayeth Allah and his apostle. Avoid dissensions and litigations, and leave that which causeth doubt in thee, for things which breed no doubt. So shalt thou be at peace. Enjoin beneficence, and forbid malevolence. So shalt thou be loved of Allah. Adorn thine inner man, and Allah shall adorn thine outer man. Accept the excuse of him who excuseth self to thee, and hate not any one of the Muslims. Draw near unto those who withdraw from thee, and excuse those that misuse thee. So shalt thou be the friend of the prophets. Let thine affairs, both public and private, be in Allah's charge, and fear him with the fear of one who knoweth he is dead, and who fareth towards resurrection and judgment stead between the hands of the Lord of dread. And remember that to one of two houses thou art sped, either for heaven's etern, or to the hell fires that burn. Thereupon the old woman sat down beside the damsels. Now when thy father, who hath found mercy, heard their discourse, he knew that they were the most accomplished of the people of their time, and seeing their beauty and loveliness, and the extent of their wisdom and lore, he showed them all favors. Moreover, he turned to the ancient dame, and treated her with honor, and set apart for her and her damsels the palace which had lodged Princess Abriza, daughter of the King of Greece, to which he bade carry all the luxuries they needed. They abode with him 10 days, and the old woman abode with them. And whenever the king visited them, he found her absorbed in prayer, watching by night and fasting by day, whereby love of her took hold upon his heart, and he said to me, O Wazir, verily this old woman is of the pious, and awe of her is strong in my heart. Now on the 11th day the king visited her, that he might pay her the price of the damsels. But she said to him, O king, know that the price of these maidens surpasseth the competence of man. Indeed, I seek not from them either gold or silver or jewels, be it little or much. Now when thy father heard these words, he wondered and asked her, O my lady, and what is their price? Whereto she answered, I will not sell them to thee save on condition that thou fast, watching by night a whole month, and abstaining by day, all for the love of Allah Almighty. And if thou do this, they are thy property to use in thy palace as thou please. So the king wondered at the perfection of her rectitude and piety and abnegation. She was magnified in his eyes, and he said, Allah make this pious woman to profit us. Then he agreed with her to fast for a month, as she had stipulated, and she said to him, I will help thee with the prayers I pray for thee, and now bring me a gugglet of water. They brought one, and she took it and recited over it, and muttered spells, and sat for an hour, speaking in speech no one understood, or knew aught thereof. Lastly, she covered it with a cloth, and sealing it with her signet ring, gave it to thy sire, saying, When thou hast fasted the first 10 days, break thy fast on the 11th night with what is in this goblet, for it will root out the love of the word from thine heart, and fill it with light and faith. As for me, tomorrow I will go forth to my brethren, the invisible controls, for I yearn after them, and I will return to thee when the first 10 days are past. Thy father took the goblet, and arose and set it apart in a closet in his palace, then locked the door and put the key in his pocket. The next day the king fasted, and the old woman went her ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 30 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joaquin.
Section 31, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 31. When it was the 85th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan thus continued to Zau al-Makan. Now when came the day for the Sultan's fast, the old woman went her ways. And after he had accomplished the 10 days thereof, on the 11th he opened the goblet and drank what was therein, and found it cordial to his stomach. Within the second 10 days of the month the old woman returned, bringing sweetmeats wrapped in a green leaf, like no leaf of known tree. She went in to thy sire and saluted him, and when he saw her, he rose to her, saying, Welcome, O pious lady! O king, quoth she, the invisible controls salute thee, for I told them of thee, and they rejoiced in thee, and have sent thee their halwa, which is of the sweetmeats of the other world. Do thou break thy fast on it at the end of the day. The king rejoiced at this with great joy, and exclaimed, Praised be Allah, who hath given me brethren of the invisible world. Thereupon he thanked the ancient dame and kissed her hands, and he honoured her and the damsels with exceeding honour. She went forth for the 20 days of thy father's fast, at the end of which time she came to him and said, Know, O king, that I told the invisible controls of the love which is between me and thee, and informed them how I had left the maidens with thee. And they were glad that the damsels should belong to a king like thee, for they were wont when they saw them to be strenuous in offering on their behalf prayers and petitions ever granted. So I would fain carry them to the invisible controls, that they may benefit by thy breath of their favour, and peradventure they shall not return to thee without some treasure of the treasures of the earth, that thou, after completing thy fast, mayst occupy thyself with their raiments, and help thyself by the money they shall bring thee, to the extent of thy desires. When thy sire heard her words, he thanked her for them, and said, Except that I fear to cross thee, I would not accept the treasure of aught else. But when wilt thou set out with them?" Replied she, "On the 27th night, and I will bring them back to thee at the head of the month, by which time thou wilt have accomplished thy fast, and they will have had their courses and be free from impurity, and they shall become thine and be at thy disposal. By Allah, each damsel of them is worth many times thy kingdom." He said, "I know it, O pious lady." Then quoth the old woman, "There is no help but that thou send with them some one in thy palace who is dear to thee, that she may find solace and seek a blessing of the invisible controls." Quoth he, "I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with two children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago. Take her with thee that she may get the blessing."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 86th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al Makam: Quoth thy sire to the ancient woman when she demanded the handmaids of him, "I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with two children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago. So take her with thee haply she may get the benediction, and, belike, the invisible controls will sue Allah for her that her two children may be restored to her." "Thou hast said well," replied she, "for that indeed was her grievous want." Thy sire gave not over finishing his fast till the old woman said to him, "O my son, I am going to the invisible controls, so bring me Sophia." Accordingly he summoned her and she came forthright, and he delivered her to the old woman, who mixed her up with the other damsels. Then she went into her chamber and, bringing out a sealed cup, presented it to the Sultan, saying, "On the 30th day do thou repair to the Hammam and when thou comest out, enter one of the closets in thy palace and drink what is in this cup. Then sleep and thou shalt attain what thou seekest, and peace be with thee." Thereat the King was glad and thanked her and kissed her hands. Quoth she, "I commend thee to Allah's care;" whereat quoth he, "And when shall I see thee again, O pious lady? In very sooth I love not to part with thee." Then she called down blessings on him and departed with the five damsels and the Queen, whilst the King fasted after her departure other 3 days, till the month ended, when he rose and went to the Hammam and coming out shut himself up in a closet of his palace, commanding that none should go in to him. There, after making fast the door, he drank what was in the cup and lay down to sleep; and we sat awaiting him till the end of the day, but he did not come out, and we said, "Perchance he is tired with the bath and with watching by night and fasting by day, wherefore he sleepeth." So we waited till next day, but still he did not come forth. Then we stood at the closet door and cried aloud so haply he might awake and ask what was the matter; but nothing came of that. So at last we lifted up the door and, going in, found him dead, with his flesh torn into strips and bits of his bones broken. When we saw him in this condition, it was grievous to us, and we took up the cup and found within its cover a piece of paper whereon was inscribed, "Whoso doth evil leaveth no regrets, and this to be the reward of him who playeth traitor with the daughters of kings, and who debaucheth them. And we make known to all who fall upon this scroll
that Sharkan, when he came to our country, seduced our queen Abrisa, nor did that suffice him, but he must needs take her from us and bring her to you. Then he sent her away in company of a black slave, who slew her, and we found her lying dead on the desert sward, and thrown out to wild beasts. This is no kingly deed, and he who did this is requited with naught but what he merited. So do ye suspect none of having killed him, for no one slew him but the cunning witch, whose name is Zat al-Dawahi. And behold, I have taken the king's wife Sophia, and have carried her to her father, Afridon, king of Constantinople. Moreover, there is no help for it but that we wage war upon you, and kill you, and take your country from you, and ye shall be cut off even to the last man. Nor shall a living soul be spared by death, nor one who bloweth fire with his breath, save he who cross and belt worshippeth. When we read this paper, we knew that the ancient woman had beguiled us and carried out her plot against us. Whereupon we cried aloud and buffeted our faces and wept sore, when weeping availed us naught. And the troops fell out as to whom they should make Sultan. Some would have thee, and others would have thy brother Sharkan, and we ceased not to dispute about this for the space of a month, at the end of which certain of us drew together, and agreed to repair to thy brother Sharkan. So we set out and journeyed on till we fell in with thee. And such is the manner of the death of Sultan Omar bin al Nu'uman. Now when the Wazir Dandan had made an end of his story, Zau al Makan and his sister Nuzat al Zaman wept, and the Chamberlain, who wept also, said to Zau al Makan, "O King, weeping will avail thee not, nor shall aught profit thee but that thou harden thy heart and strengthen thy stress and establish thy sovereignty, for verily whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead." Thereupon Zau al Makan gave over his weeping and caused his throne to be set up without the pavilion, and then commanded the army to pass in review order before him. And the Chamberlain sat by his side, and all the armour bearers behind him, whilst the Wazir Dandan and the rest of the Emirs and Grandees stood each in his individual steed. Then quoth King Zau al Makan to the Minister Dandan, "Inform me concerning my sire's treasures," and he replied, "I hear and I obey," and gave him to know of the late King's hoards and monies, and what was in the treasury of amassed wealth and jewels, and acquainted him with other precious things. So Zau al Makan opened his hand to the army, and gave a sumptuous robe of honour to the Wazir Dandan, saying, "Thou continue in office." Whereupon Dandan kissed the ground before him and wished him long life. Then he bestowed dresses on the Emirs, after which he said to the Chamberlain, "Bring out before me the tribute of Damascus that is with thee." So he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, when he took them and parted them all amongst the troops. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 87th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Zau al Makan ordered the Chamberlain to bring out before him what he had brought of the tribute of Damascus. And when he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, he took them and parted them all amongst the troops, till nothing was left. And the Emirs kissed the ground before him and wished him long life, saying, "Never saw we a king who gave the like of these gifts." Then all went away to their tents, and when it was morning he gave orders for marching. So they marched for 3 days, till on the 4th day they drew near to Baghdad. When they entered the city, they found it decorated, and Zau al Makan, the Sultan, went up to his father's palace and sat down on the throne, whilst the Emirs of the army and the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain of Damascus stood between his hands. Then he bade his private secretary write a writ to his brother Sharkan, acquainting him with all that had passed, from first to last, and he concluded: As soon as thou hast read this letter, make ready thine affair and join us with thine army, that we may turn to holy war upon the Infidels, and take Man boat for our father, and wipe out the stain upon our honour. Then he folded the letter and sealed it with his seal ring, and said to the minister Dandan: None shall carry this letter but thou, and it behoveth thee speak my brother fair and say to him, If thou have a mind to thy father's kingdom, it is thine, and thy brother shall be viceroy for thee in Damascus, for to this effect I am instructed by him. So the Wazir went down from before him and made ready for his march. Then Zau al Makan bade set apart a magnificent house for the firemen and furnished it with the best furniture, and long is the tale of that fireman. Presently Zau al Makan went out chasing and hunting, and as he was returning to Baghdad, one of the Emirs presented him with blood horses and with beauteous handmaids, whose description the tongue evades. One of the damsels pleased him, so he went in unto her and knew her that night, and she conceived by him forthright. After a while the Wazir Dandan returned from his journey, bringing him news of his brother Sharkan, and that he was then on his way to him, and said, It were fitting thou go forth to meet him. Zau al Makan replied, I hear and I consent. And riding forth with his grandees, a day's journey from Baghdad, he pitched his pavilions there, awaiting his brother. Next morning appeared King Sharkan amid the army of Syria, a horseman of might, a lion fierce in fight, a pro and doughty knight. As the squadrons drew nigh, and the dust clouds came hard by, and the troops rode up with banners on high, Zau al Makan and those with him pushed forward to meet Sharkan and his men. And when Zau al Makan saw his brother, he desired to dismount, but Sharkan conjured him not to do on this wise, and himself footed it, and walked a few paces towards him. As soon as he reached Zau al Makan, the new Sultan threw himself upon him, and Sharkan embraced him and wept with great weeping, and the twain condoled with each other. Then they mounted and rode onward, they and their troops, till they reached Baghdad, where they alighted and went up to the royal palace, and there they passed that night. And when next morning came, Zau al Makan went forth and bade summon the troops from all parts, and proclaimed a holy war and a razzia. They then awaited the coming of the levies from each quarter of the kingdom, and every one who came they entreated with honour and promised him all manner of good, till in so doing a full month had sped, and the fighting men flocked to them in a continuous body. Then Sharrkan said to Zau al Makan, "O my brother, tell me thy history." So he told him all that had befallen him from first to last, including the benevolent dealing of the fireman with him. Asked Sharrkan, "Hast thou requited his kindness?" And he answered, "O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but Inshallah! I will recompense him whenas I return from this raid."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 32, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 32. When it was the 88th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sharkan asked his brother Zau al Makan, Hast thou requited the fireman for his kindness? And he answered, O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but Inshallah, I will recompense him whenas I return from this raid, and find time so to do. Therewith Sharkan was certified that his sister Nuzat al Zaman had told him the whole truth, but he concealed what had passed between them, and offered his salutation to her by her husband the chamberlain. She sent him back her greeting, calling down blessings on him, and inquiring after her daughter Kuzia Fakan, to which he replied that the maiden was well and in the best of health and safety, whereupon she praised Almighty Allah and gave him thanks. Then Sharkan went to his brother to take counsel with him for departure, and Zau al Makan said, O my brother, as soon as the army is complete and the Arabs have come in from all parts, we will march forth. So he bade make ready the commissariat and prepare munitions of war, and went in to his wife, who was now 5 months gone with child, and he put under her astrologers and mathematicians, to whom he appointed stipends and allowances. Then he set out 3 months after the arrival of the army of Syria, and as soon as the Arabs were come in, and the troops were assembled from all directions, and as he fared forth, he was followed by the warriors and the united host. Now the name of the general of the Dailam army was Rustam, and that of the general of the army of the Turks Bahram. And Zau al Makam marched in mid host, and on his right was his brother Sharkan, and on his left the chamberlain, his brother-in-law. So the squadrons broke up and pushed forward, and the battalions and companies filed past in battle array, till the whole army was in motion. They ceased not to fare on for the space of a month, and each body dismounted at its own ground, and there rested every week 3 days, for the host was great. And they advanced in this order till they came to the country of the Greeks. Then the people of the villages and hamlets and the poor sort took fright at them, and fled to Constantinople. But when King Afridon heard the tidings, he arose and betook himself to Zat al Dawahi, the same who had contrived the stratagem, and had travelled to Baghdad, and had slain King Omar bin al Nu'uman, and who, after carrying off her slaves and Queen Sophia, had returned with them and all to her native land. Now when she had been restored to her son, the King of Greece, and felt herself safe, she said to King Ardub, Cool thine eyes, for I have avenged my blood, the shame of thy daughter Abrisa, and have killed Omar bin al Nu'uman, and have brought back Sophia. So now let us go to the King of Constantinople, and carry to him his daughter, and acquaint him with what hath happened, that all of us be on guard and prepare our forces. And I will fare with thee to King Afridon, Lord of Constantinople, for I opine that the Moslems will not await our attack. Said Ardub, Tarry thou till they draw near our country, that we may make us ready meantime and assemble our power. Accordingly they took to levying their forces and preparing for war. and when the news of the Moslems' advance reached them, they were prepared for defence, and Zat al-Dawahi had preceded them. Now when she and her son arrived at Constantinople, the King of Kings, Afridon, hearing of the approach of Ardub, King of the Greeks, came forth to meet him and asked how it was with him and the cause of his visit. So Hardub acquainted him with the cunning doings of his mother Zat al-Dawahi, how she had slain the Moslem king and recovered from him Queen Sophia, and had said, "The Moslems have assembled their forces and are on their way to attack us, wherefore it behoveth that we two join hands in single band and meet them." Now King Afridun rejoiced in the return of his daughter and the killing of King Omar bin al Nu'uman, and he sent to all countries seeking succour and acquainting the folk with the cause of slaying the Moslem king. So the Nazarene troops flocked to him, and 3 months were not past ere the army of the Greeks was complete, beside which there joined themselves to him Franks from all their lands, French, Germans, and Ragusans, with men of Zara, Venetians, Genoese, and all the hosts of the Yellow Faces. And when the gathering was at its full, earth was straitened on them by reason of their multitude. Then Afridun, the great king, ordered a march, so they set out and ceased not to defile through the city for 10 days. They fared on till they reached the Wady Highs al Nu'uman, a broad sided vale hard by the Salt Sea, where they halted 3 days, and on the 4th they were about to set out again, when news came that the army of Al Islam on them press, and the defenders of the faith of Mohammed of men the best. So they halted in it other 3 days, and on the 8th day espied a dust cloud which towered till it walled the whole land, nor was an hour of the day past ere that dust began to drift, and was torn to shreds in the lift, and pierced through its shades the starry radiance of lance and the white livy of blades. Presently there appeared beneath it the banners Islamitan and the ensigns Mahometan. The horsemen urged forward like the letting loose of seas that surged, clad in mail, as they were mackerel back clouds which the moon enveil; whereupon the two hosts clashed like two torrents on each other dashed. Eyes fell upon eyes, and the first to seek combat singular was the Wazir Dandan. He and the army of Syria, numbering 30,000 bridles, and with him were the general of the Turks and the general of Dailam, Rustam and Bahram, amid 20,000 horse, behind whom came the men from the shores of the Salt Sea, clad in iron mail, as they were full moons that pass through a night overcast. Then the Nazarene host called out on Jesus and Mary and the defiled cross, and they heaped themselves upon the Wazir Dandan and those with him of the Syrian host. Now all this was in pursuance of a stratagem devised by that ancient woman Zat al-Dawahi, for before his departure King Afridun had gone in to her and asked her, "How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue? It is thou hast caused this great distress to us." And she had answered, "O great King and mighty Cohen, I will teach thee a trick would baffle Iblis himself, though he summon to his assistance all his grisly host."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 89th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, all this was a stratagem of the ancient woman, for that the King before his departure had gone to her and asked, "How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue? It is thou hast caused this great distress to us." And she had answered, "O great King and mighty Cohen, I will teach thee a trick would baffle the devil himself, though he summon to his assistance all his grisly hosts. It is that thou send 50,000 men going down in ships, and sailing over the sea to the mountain of smoke, and there let them land, and stir not till the standards of Al Islam come upon thee, when do thou up and at them. Then bid the troops from the seaward sally out upon the Moslems, and take them in rear, whilst we confront them from the landward. So not one of them shall escape, and our sorrows shall cease, and peace abide with us." Now the counsel of this ancient woman commended itself to King Afridon, and he replied, "Right is the recking thou reckest, O Princess of wits and resource, of kings and Cohens varying for their blood wit." So when the army of Al Islam came upon them in Chhat valley, before they knew it, the flames began to burn up the tents, and the swords in men's bodies to make rents. Then hurried up the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, who numbered 120,000 horse, with Zat al Makan in the front of war. When the host of the Infidels that lay by the sea saw them, they sallied out against them and followed in their tracks; and when Zau al Makan espied this, he cried out to his men, "Turn back to the Infidels, O people of the chosen apostle, and slay those who deny and hate the authority of the compassionating the compassionate." So they turned and fought with the Christians. Then Sharkan marched up with another corps of the Moslem host, some 100,000 men, whilst the Infidels numbered nigh upon 1,600,000 men. When the Moslems were united, their hearts were strengthened, and they cried out, saying, "Verily Allah hath promised us victory, and to the Infidels hath assigned defeat." And they clashed together with sword and spear. Now Sharkan tare through rank and row, and raged among the masses of the foe, fighting so fierce a fight as to make children grey grow; nor did he cease tourneying among the Infidel horde, and working havoc among them with a keen edged sword, shouting, "Allahu Akbar! Allah is most great!" till he drove back the host to the coast. Then failed the force of the foe, and Allah gave victory to the faith of Al Islam, and folk fought folk, drunken without strong drink, till they slew of the Infidels in this affair 45,000, while of the Moslems but 3,500 fell. Moreover, the Lion of the Faith, King Sharkan, and his brother Zau al Makan, slept not that night, but occupied themselves with congratulating their braves, and with looking to the wounded, and with assuring the army of victory and salvation, and promise of reward in the world to come. Thus far concerning the Moslem; but as regard King Afridon, Lord of Constantinople and Sovran of Roum, and Zat al Dawahi, they assembled the Emirs and the host, and said to them, "Verily we had worked our will and solaced our hearts, but our over confidence in our numbers, and that only, defeated us." Then quoth to them the Ancient One, the Lady of Calamities, "In very sooth naught shall profit you, except ye draw you nigh unto the Messiah, and put your trust in the True Belief; for by the virtue of the Messiah, the whole strength of the Moslem host lieth in that Satan King Sharkan." "To morrow," said King Afridon, "I have resolved to draw up in battle array, and to send out against them that redoubtable cavalier Luka bin Shamlut; for if King Sharkan come forth as a champion to fight single handed, our man will slay him, and will slay the other Moslem knights till not one is left. And I purpose this night to sacre you all with the holy incense." When the Emirs heard these words, they kissed the ground before him. Now the incense which he designated was the excrement of the chief patriarch, the denier, the defiler of the truth; and they sought for it with such instance, and they so highly valued it, that the high priests of the Greeks used to send it to all the countries of the Christians in silken wraps, after mixing it with musk and ambergris. Hearing of it, kings would pay 1,000 gold pieces for every dram, and they sent for and sought it to fumigate brides withal. And the chief priests and the great kings were wont to use a little of it as collyrium for the eyes, and as a remedy in sickness and colic. And the patriarchs used to mix their own skite with it, for that the skite of the chief patriarch could not suffice for 10 countries. So as soon as dawn was seen, and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to their spears full keen. And King Afridon and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 90th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, as soon as dawn was seen and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to their spears full keen, and King Afridon summoned his chief knights and nobles, and invested them with dresses of honour, and drawing the sign of the cross on their brows, incensed them with the incense, which as aforesaid was the skite of the chief patriarch, the Cohen the heresiarch. This incensing done, he called for Luka bin Shamlut, surnamed the Sword of the Messiah, and after fumigating him and rubbing his palate with the holy myrrh, caused him to snuff it, and smeared his cheeks and anointed his moustaches with the rest. Now there was no stouter champion in the land of Roum than this accursed Luka, nor any better at bending of bow or sway of sword or languid lance on the day of devoir; but he was foul of favour, for his face was as the face of an ass, his shape that of an ape, and his look as the look of a malignant snake. His presence was grievouser than parting from the beloved make, and blacker than night was his blackness, and more fetid than the lion was his breath for foulness, more crooked than bow was his crookedness, and grimmer than the leopard was his ugliness, and he was branded with the mark of the infidels on face. After this he came up to King Afridon and kissed his feet and stood before him, and the king said to him, I desire thou go out against Sharkan, king of Damascus, and son of Omar bin al Nu'uman, and deliver us from this affliction. Quoth Luka, hearkening and obedience. And the king made the sign of the cross on his forehead, and felt assured of help from heaven being near hand. Then Luka went out from the presence, and the accursed one mounted a sorrel horse. He was clad in a red robe and a hauberk of gold set with jewels, and he bore a trident spear, as he were Iblis the damned, on the day of drewing out his hosts' war to Darain. Then he rode forward, he and his horde of infidels, even as though they were driving to the fire, preceded by a herald, crying aloud in the Arabic tongue and saying, Hoo, sect of Mohammed, upon whom be the salutation and salvation, let none of you come out by your champion Sharkan, the sword of Al Islam, Lord of Damascus in Sham. Nor had he made an end of speaking when arose a tumult in the plain. All the people heard the strain, and the whole moving bodies of the armies twain called to mind the day of complain. Then the cowards trembled, and all necks turned toward the sound, and lo! it was King Sharkan, son of King Omar bin al Nu'uman. For when his brother Zau al Makan saw that accursed one push out on the plain, and heard the pursuivant, he turned to Sharkan and said to him, Of a surety they seek for thee. Said he, Should it so be, 'twere most pleasing to me. So when they made sure of the matter, and heard the herald crying in the plain, Let none of you come out against me save Sharkan, they knew this cursed Luka to be champion of the land of Roum, who had sworn to sweep the earth clean of Moslems. Now he was one of the greatest of villains, a wretch who caused hearts to pain, and the Daylamites, Turks and Kurds dreaded his might and main. Presently Sharkan drave at him like a lion angry grim, mounted on a courser, like a wild gazelle flying snell and slim, and coming nigh to him made the spear he hent to shake as it were a darting snake, and recited these couplets: I have a sorrel steed, whose pride is fain to bear the rein, shall give thee what thou likest not, and make thee feel his mane. I have a handy limber spear, full bright and keen of point, upon whose shaft the dam of death her throney seat hath ta'en. I have a trenchant glaive of Hind, and when I bare its face of scabbard veil, from out its brow the rays of Levi rain. Luka understood not the sense of his speech, nor did he apprehend the vehemence of the verse, but he smote his forehead with his hand, in honour of the cross drawn thereon, and kissed it. Then he couched his throw spear, and ran at Sharkan. But first he tossed a javelin with one hand in air to such height that it was lost to the spectators' sight, and, catching it with the other hand, as do the jugglers, hurled it at Sharkan. It flew from his grasp like a shooting star, and folk clamoured and feared for Sharkan. But, as the spear flew near him, he put out his hand and caught it in full flight, to the amazement of all who saw the sight. Then he shook it with the hand that took it, till it was well nigh broken, and hurled it so high into the welkin that it disappeared from view. As it descended he caught it again with the other hand, in less than the twinkling of an eye, and cried out from his heart core, saying: By the truth of Him who created the sevenfold skies, I will assuredly make this cursed wight a byword for mankind to despise. Then threw he the throw spear at Luka, who thought to do as Sharkan had done, and put forth his hand to trend it in mid flight, but Sharkan prevented him, and sped at him a second throw spear, which smote him, and the point fell on his forehead, in the very centre of the sign of the cross, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire and dwelling place dire. But when the Infidels saw Luka bin Shamlut fall slain, they buffeted their faces, and they cried, Alas, and woe worth the day! and called for aid upon the abbots of the monasteries.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 32 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 33, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 33. When it was the 91st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Infidels saw Luka bin Shamlut fall slain, they buffeted their faces and cried, Alas, and woe worth the day! and called upon the abbots of the monasteries, and cried, Where be the crosses? So the religious offered up prayers, and the Christians all drew together against Sharkan, and brandishing their scimitars and lances, rushed forward to the attack. Then army met army, and breasts fell under hoof, while spear and sword ruled the day, and forearms and wrists grew weak, and the coursers seemed created without legs. Nor did the herald of war cease calling to fight, till arms were aweary, and day took flight, and night came on with darkness dight. So the two hosts drew apart, whilst every brave staggered like a drunken knave, for that with so much cut and thrust they strave, and the place was choked with the slain, fell where the wounds and the hurt knew not by whom they fell. Then Sharkan joined his brother Zau al Makan and the Chamberlain and the Wazir Dandan, and said to them, "Verily Allah hath opened a door for the Infidels to fall. Praised be the Lord of the worlds one and all!" Replied Zau al Makan, "Let us never cease to praise Allah, for that He hath dispelled trouble from the Arab and the Ajam. Indeed, the folk, generation after generation, shall tell of thy derring do against the accursed Luka, the falsifier of the Evangel; of thy catching the throng spear in mid flight, and how the enemy of Allah among men thou didst smite, and thy fame shall endure until the end of time." Then said Sharkan, "Harkye, O Grand Chamberlain and doughty Captain!" And he answered, "Adsum." Quoth Sharkan, "Take with thee the Wazir Dandan and 20,000 horse, and lead them 7 parsangs towards the sea, and force the march till ye shall have come near the shore, and there remain only 2 parsangs between thee and the foe. Then ambush ye in the hollows of the ground, till ye hear the tumult of the Infidels disembarking from their ships, and the war cry from every side strike your ear, and ye know that the sabres have begun labour between us and them. And whenso ye see our troops falling back, as if defeated, and all the Infidels following them, as well those in front as those from the seaward and the tents, do ye still lie in wait for them. But as soon as ye see the standard with the words, 'There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is God's apostle, on whom be salutation and salvation,' then up with the green banner, and do your endeavour and fall on their rear, and shout, 'Allahu Akbar! Allah is most great!' and circle round that they may not interpose between the retreating army and the sea." He replied, "To hear is to obey," and forthright they agreed upon this matter and they went forth. Now the Chamberlain took with himself the Wazir Dandan and 20,000 men, even as Sharkan had commanded. As soon as dawned the moon, the troops sprung to horse, when they had donned their armour gear and drawn the scimitar and slung their spear. Then the Christians dispread themselves over hill and dale, and the ecclesiastics cried out, and all heads were bared, and those in the ships hoisted the cross at their mast heads, and began making for shore from every side, and landed their horses, and get them ready for fight and fray, whilst the sword blades glittered bright, and the javelins glanced like livy light on mail shirt white. And all joined fight, and the grindmill of death whirled round and ground those who fought from horse and aground; heads from bodies flew, tongues mute grew, and eyes no vision knew. Scimitars drave with utmost strain, and heads flew over the battle plain; gall bladders crave, and wrists were shorn in twain; steeds splashed in pools of gore, and beards were gripped right sore. The host of Al Islam called out, saying, "On the Prince of Mankind be blessings and peace, and to the Compassionate glory and praise, which never shall cease, for his boons which aye increase." And the host of the Infidels shouted, "Glory to the Cross and the Belt and the wine press juice, and the wine presser and the priests and the monks, and the festival of palms and the Metropolitan." Now Zau al Makan and Sharkan held back, and their troops gave way and feigned flight from before the enemy, while the infidel array pressed hard upon them, deeming them in rout, and made ready to foin and hew. Then the many of the Moslems raised their voices, reciting the first verses of the chapter of the Cow, whilst the dead were trampled under hoofs of steeds, and the heralds of the Greeks cried out, "Ho, servants of the Messiah! Ho, people of the true faith! Ho, followers of the Primate! Verily divine grace upon you opes, for see, the hosts of Al Islam, like birds with broken wings, incline to elope. So turn ye not to them your backs, but let your swords clave deep in their necks, and hold not your hands from them, else are ye outcasts from the Messiah, Mary's son, who spoke even when a cradled one." Now Afridon, king of Constantinople, deemed that the infidels were victorious, knowing not that this was but a clever stratagem of the Moslems, and sent to King Hardub of Roum congratulations on success, adding, "Availed us not but the holy myrrh of the Arch Patriarch, whose fragrance exhaled from the beards and moustachios of the slaves of the cross near and far. And I swear by the miracles of the Messiah, and by thy daughter Abrisa, the Nazarene, the Mariolater, and the waters of baptism, that I will not leave upon the earth a single defender of Al Islam. And to the bitter end will I carry out this plan." So the messenger betook himself with the address to the king Hardub, whilst the infidels called to one another, saying, "Take we vengeance wreak for Luka"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 92nd Night, She said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the infidels called to one another, saying, "Take we vengeance wreak for Luka," while Hardub, king of Greece, cried aloud, "Ho, to our revenge for Abrisa!" Thereupon King Zau al Makan shouted, "Ho, servants of the requiting king! Smite the children of denial and disobedience with the blanch of sword and the brown of spear." So the Moslems returned to the infidels and plied them with the keen edged scimitar, whilst their herald cried aloud, "Up and at the foe of the faith, all ye who love the Prophet elect, with hope of salvation on the day of fear, to win favour of the Bountiful, the Forgiving One, for verily the Garden of Paradise is under the shadow of swords." And behold, Sharkan and his men charged down upon the infidels and cut off their retreat and wheeled and tourneyed among the ranks, when lo! a knight of goodly presence opened a passage through the army of unbelievers and circled hither and thither amongst the deniers, cutting and thrusting and covering the ground with heads and trunks, so that the faithless feared him and their necks bent under his long and yew. He was girt with two swords, his glances and his brand, and he was armed with two lances, one of bamboo cane and the other his straight one like shape, and his flowing hair stood him in stead of many warriors, even as saith the poet, "Laud not long hair, except it be dispread in twofold locks on day of fight and fray, o'er youth who bears his lance twixt flank and thigh, from many a whist cared knight to win the day." And as singeth another, "I say to him what while he slings his sword, for sword shall serve those looks that sword like show. Says he, my sabre looks for those I love, my sword for those who sweets of love unknow." When Sharrkan saw him, he said to him, "I conjure thee by the Koran and the attributes of the Compassionate One, O champion of the champions, tell me who thou art; for verily by the deeds this day thou hast pleased the Requiting King, whom one thing distracteth not from other thing, in that thou hast been discomforting the children of impiety and the rebellion revelling." Then cried the Cavalier to him, saying, "Thou art he who made his brother covenant with me but yesterday: how quickly thou hast forgotten me!" Thereupon he withdrew his mouth veil, so that what was hidden of his beauty was disclosed, and lo! it was none other than Zau al Makan. Then Sharrkan rejoiced in his brother, save that he feared for him the rush of fighting and the crush of braves a smiting, and this for two reasons: the first, his tender age of exposure to the evil eye; and the second, that his safety was to the kingdom the greater of the two overshadowing wings. So he said to him, "O King, thou riskest thy life, so join thy steed to mine: in very sooth I fear for thee from the foe, and better thou stint hazarding thyself forth of these squadrons, that we may shoot at the enemy thine unerring shaft." Quoth Zau al Makan, I desire to even thee in fray, and I will not be niggard of myself before thee in the melee. Then the host of Al Islam, heaping itself upon the Infidels, girt them on all sides, warred on them a right holy war, and brake the power of the children of impiety and pride and stowre. But King Afridon sighed when he saw the evil wreck that had fallen on the Greek, and they turned their backs from fight and addressed themselves to flight, making for the ships, when lo! there came out upon them from the sea coast another host, led by the minister Dandan, the champion, who was wont to make champions bite the dust, and to lay load on them with cut and thrust. Nor less came forth the Emir Bahram, lord of the provinces of Sham, amid 20,000 horse doughty of arm, and the host of Al Islam pressed them in front and on flank and wrought them grievous harm. Then a body of the Moslems turned against those who in the ships remained, and perdition on them reigned till they threw themselves into the main, and they slew of them many slain, more than 100,000 noblemen, nor was one of their champions, great or small, saved from bale and bane. Moreover, they took their ships, with all the money and treasure and cargo, save a score of keel, and the Moslems got the loot, whose like was never gotten in bygone years, nor was such cut and thrust ever heard of by men's ears. Now amongst the booty were 50,000 horses, besides treasure and spoil past reckoning and arithmetic, whereat the Moslems rejoiced with an exceeding joy, for that Allah had given them victory and protection. Such was the case with them, but as regards the fugitive Infidels, they soon reached Constantinople, whither the tidings preceded them that King Afridun had prevailed over the Moslems. So quoth the ancient dame Zat al Dawahi, I know that my son Ardub, King of Roum, is no runagate, and that he feareth not the Islamitic hosts, but will restore the whole world to the Nazarene faith. Then she bade the great King Afridun give command that the city be decorated, and the people held festival high and drank their wines drunkenly, and knew not the decrees of destiny. Now whilst they were in the midst of the rejoicings, behold, the raven of dule and downfall croaked over them, and up came the 20 fugitive ships wherein was the King of Caesarea. So King Afridun, lord of Constantinople, met them on the sea shore, and they told him all that had befallen them from the Moslem, and they wept sore and groaned and moaned, and rejoicing at weal was turned into dismay for unheal, and they informed him concerning Luka, son of Shamlut, how calamity had betided him and how death had shot him with his shaft. Thereat the horrors of doomsday rose upon King Afridun, and he knew that there was no making straight their crook. Then came up from them the sound of weeping and wailing. The city was full of men mourning, and the keepers were keening, and sighs and cries were heard from all sides. And when King Hardub of Greece met King Afridun, he told him the truth of the case, and how the flight of the Moslems was by way of stratagem and deceit, and said to him, Look not to see any of the army, save those who have already reached thee. When King Afridun heard these words, he fell down in a fainting fit, with his nose under his feet, and as soon as he revived, he exclaimed, Surely the Messiah was wroth with them that he caused the Moslems to prevail over them. Then came the Arch Patriarch sadly to the King, who said to him, O our father, annihilation hath overtaken our army, and the Messiah hath punished us. Replied the Patriarch, Grieve not, nor feel concern, for it cannot be but that one of you have sinned against the Messiah, and all have been punished for his offence. But now we will read prayers for you in the churches, that the Mohammedan hosts may be repelled from you. After which the old woman Zat al Dawahi came to Afridun and said to him, O King, Verily the Moslem hosts are many, and we shall never overcome them save by wile. Wherefore I purpose to work upon them by guile and repair to this army of Al Islam. Haply I may win my wish of their leader and slay their champion, even as I slew his father. If my stratagem succeed in this case, not one of the host he leads shall return to his native land, for all are strong only because of him. But I desire to have some Christian dwellers of Syria, such as go out every month and year to sell their goods, that they may help me, for this they can do, in carrying out my plan. Replied the king, "Be it so whenever thou wilt." So he bade fetch 100 men, natives of Najran in Sham, and the king asked them, "Have ye not heard what hath befallen the Christians with the Moslems?" "Yes," answered they, and he rejoined, "Know ye that this woman hath devoted her life to the Messiah and purposeth to go forth with you, disguised as monotheists and Mohammedans, to work out a device which shall profit us and hinder the Moslem from us. Say, then, are ye also willing to devote yourselves to the Anointed, and I will give you a quintal of gold. He of you who escapeth shall have the money, and him of you who dieth will the Messiah reward." "O King," replied they, "we will devote our lives to the Messiah, and we will be thy sacrifice." Thereupon the old woman took all she required of aromatic roots and placed them in water, which she boiled over the fire till the black essence of them was extracted. She waited till the decoction was cold, then dipped the corner of a long kerchief therein, and stained her face therewith. Moreover, she donned over her clothes a long gaberdine with an embroidered border, and took in her hand a rosary, and afterwards went in to the King Afridon, who knew her not, nor did any of his companions know her, till she discovered herself to them. And there was none in the assembly but who thanked and praised her for her cunning, and her son rejoiced and said, "May the Messiah never fail thee!" Thereupon she took with her the Syrian Christians and set out for the army of Baghdad.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 33 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 34, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 34. When it was the 93rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when King Afridon heard these words, he fell into a fainting fit, with his nose under his feet; and as soon as he revived, fear fluttered the scrotum below his belly, and he complained to the ancient dame Zat al Dawahi. Now this accursed old woman was a witch of the witches, past mistress in sorcery and deception, wanton and wily, debauched and deceptuous, with foul breath, red eyelids, yellow cheeks, dull brown face, eyes bleared, mangy body, hair grizzled, back humped, skin withered, and wan and nostrils which ever ran. But she had studied the scriptures of Al Islam and had made the pilgrimage to the holy house of Mecca, and all this that she might come to the knowledge of the Mohammedan ordinances and the miraculous versets of the Koran, and she had professed Judaism in the holy city of Jerusalem for 2 years' space, that she might master the magic of men and demons, so that she was a plague of plagues and a pest of pests, wrong-headed as to belief and to no religion fief. Now the chief reason of her sojourn with her son, King Ardub of Greece, was on account of the slave virgins at his court, for she was given to tribadism and could not exist without sapphism or she went mad. So if any damsel pleased her, she was wont to teach her the art of rubbing clitoris against clitoris, and would anoint her with saffron till she fainted away for excess of volupty. Whoso obeyed her she was wont to favour and make her son incline towards her, but whoso repelled her she would contrive to destroy, and so she abode for a length of time. This was known to Marjana and Rayhanan and Utria, the handmaids of Abrisa, and their princess loathed the old woman and abhorred to lie with her, because of the rank smell from her armpits, the stench of her physals more fetid than carrion, and the roughness of her hide coarser than palm fibre. She was wont to bribe those who rubbed parts with her by means of jewels and instructions. But Abrisa held aloof from her and sought refuge with the Omnipotent, the Omniscient, for, by Allah, right well quoth the poet, "Who thou who growlest low before the great, nor over fording lesser men dost thou blench, who gildest dross by dirham gathering, no otter scent disguises carrion stench." And now to return to the story of her stratagem and the woes of her working. Presently she departed, taking the chief Nazarenes with their hosts, and turned towards the army of the Moslems. Whereupon King Hardub went in to King Afridon and said to him, "O King, we have no need of the Chief Patriarch nor of his prayers, but will consult my mother's counsel, and observe what she will do with her craft unending against the Moslem hosts. For these are marching with all their power. They will soon be upon us and they will encircle us on all sides." When King Afridun heard this, terror took hold upon his heart and he wrote letters, without stay or delay, to all the nations of the Nazarenes, saying, "It behoveth none of the Messiatis or Cross Knights to hold back, especially the folk of the strongholds and forts, but let them all come to us, foot and horse, women and children, for the Moslem hosts already tread our soil. So haste, haste ye, ere what we fear to us here appear." Thus much concerning them, but regarding the work of the old woman Zat al Dawahi, when she went forth from the city with her suite, she clad them in the clothing of Moslem merchants, having provided herself with 100 mules, carrying stuffs of Antioch, such as gold woven satins and royal brocades and so forth. And she had taken a letter from King Afridun to the following effect: "These be merchantmen from the land of Sham who have been with us, so it besitteth none to do them harm or hindrance, nor take tax or tithe of them, till they reach their homes and safe places. For by merchants a country flourisheth, and these are no men of war nor of ill faith." Then quoth the accursed Zat al Dawahi to those with her, "Verily I wish to work out a plot for the destruction of the Moslem." Replied they, "O Queen, command us whatso thou wilt, we are at thy disposal, and may the Messiah never disappoint thy dealings." Then she donned a gown of fine white wool and rubbed her forehead till she made a great mark as of a scar, and anointed it with an ointment of her own fashion, so that it shone with prodigious sheen. Now the old hag was lean bodied and hollow eyed, and she bound her legs tightly round with cords just above her feet till she drew near the Moslem camp, when she unwound them, leaving their marks deeply embedded in her ankles. Then she anointed the wheels with dragon's blood and bade her companions beat her with a severe beating, and set her in a chest, and quoth she, "Cry abroad the refrain of unity, nor fear from it aught of damage." Replied they, "How can we beat thee, who be our sovereign lady, Zat al Dawahi, Mother of the king we glory in." Then said she, "We blame not nor deal reproach to him who goeth to the jakes, and in need evil becometh good deed. When ye have set me in the chest, take it and make it one of the bales and place it on mule back and fare forth with it and the other goods through the Moslem camp, and fear ye no blame. And if any of the Moslems hinder you, give up the mules and their lading and betake yourself to their king, Zau al Makan, and implore his protection, saying, 'We were in the land of the Infidels and they took nothing from us, but wrote us a passport, that none shall do us hindrance or work our mischance.' If he asks you, 'What profit had ye of your property in the land of Roum?' answer him, 'We profited in the deliverance of a pious man who had been bound down in an underground cell nigh 15 years, crying out for help, yet none helped him. Nay, the Infidels tortured him night and day. We knew not this; but after we had tarried in Constantinople for some time, having sold our goods and bought others in their stead, we determined on and made ready for a return to our native land. We spent that night conversing about our journey, and when day broke, we saw figured upon the wall a human form, and as we drew nigh it, behold, it moved and said, 'O Moslems, is there amongst you one who is minded to woo the favour of the Lord of the three worlds?' 'How so?' asked we, and the figure answered, 'Know that Allah hath made me speak to you, to the intent that your faith be fortified and that your belief embolden you and that you may go forth of the country of the Infidels and repair to the Moslem host. For with them wounds the sword of the Compassionate One, of our age the champion, King Sharkan, by whom he shall conquer Constantinople town and destroy the sect of the Nazarene. And when ye shall have journeyed 3 days, you will find an hermitage known as the Hermitage of the ascetic Matruhina and containing a cell. Visit it with pure intent and contrive to arrive there by force of will, for therein is a religious from the holy city Jerusalem, by name Abdullah, and he is one of the devoutest of mankind, endowed with the power of working saintly miracles, such as dispel doubts and obscurity. Certain of the monks seized him by fraud and shut him up in a souterrain, where he hath lain a long time. By his deliverance you will please the Lord of faithful men, for such release is better than fighting for the faith." Now when the ancient dame and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, "As soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharkan, say him further, 'Hearing this from that image, we knew that the holy man'"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 94th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the old woman Zat al Dawahi and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, "Now as soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharkan, say him further, 'Hearing these words from that image, we knew that the holy man was indeed of the chiefest devotees and Allah's servants of purest qualities.' So we made 3 days' march till we came in sight of that hermitage, and then we went up to it and passed the day in buying and selling, as is the wont of merchants. As soon as day had departed our sight and night was come to darken light, we repaired to the cell wherein was the dungeon, and we heard the holy man, after chanting some verses of the Koran, repeat the following couplets: My heart disheartened is, my breast is strait, and sinks my soul in sea of bale and bait. Unless escape be near, I soon shall die, and death were better than this doleful strait. O lightning, and thou light my home and folk, and their still brighter charms thy shine abate. Say what my path to meet them, being barred by wars and barricaded succour's gate? When once ye have brought me into the Moslem camp, and I mix with them, you shall see, the old woman continued, how I will make shift to beguile them, and slay them all, even to the last man. The Nazarenes, hearing what she said, kissed her hands and set her in the chest, after they had beaten her with a grievous beating in obedience to her commands, for they saw it was incumbent on them to do her bidding in this. Then they all made for the Moslem host, as hath erst been said. Such was the case with the damned hag Zat al Dawahi and her companions. But as regards the Mohammedan army, they indeed, after Allah had given them victory over their enemies, and they had plundered everything in the ships of money and hoards, all sat down to converse with one another, and Zau al Makan said to his brother Sharkan, "Verily Allah hath granted us to prevail because of our just dealing and discipline and concord amongst ourselves. Wherefore continue, O Sharkan, to obey my commandment in submission to Allah, be He exalted and extolled! For I mean to slay 10 kings in blood revenge for my sire, to cut the throat of 50,000 Greeks, and to enter Constantinople." Replied Sharkan, "My life be thy ransom against death. Needs must I follow out the holy war, though I wone many a year in their country. But I have, O my brother, in Damascus a daughter named Kuzia Fakan, whom I love heartily, for she is one of the marvels of the time, and she will soon be of age." Said Zau al Makan, "And I also have left my wife with child and near her time, nor do I know what Allah will vouchsafe me by her. But promise me, O my brother, that if Allah bless me with a son, thou wilt grant me thy daughter for wife to him, and make covenant with me and pledge me thy faith thereon." "With love and good will," replied Sharrkan, and stretching out his hand to his brother, he said, "If she bring thee a son, I will give him my daughter Kuzia Fakan to wife." At this Zau al Makan rejoiced, and they fell to congratulating each other on the victory over the enemy. And the Wazir Dandan also congratulated the two brothers and said to them, "Know, O ye kings, that Allah hath given us the victory, for that we have devoted our lives to Him, be He exalted and extolled, and we have left our homes and households. And it is my counsel that we follow up the foe and press upon him and harass him, so haply Allah shall enable us to win our wishes, and we shall destroy our enemies branch and root. If it please you, do ye go down in these ships and sail over the sea, whilst we fare forward by land and bear the brunt of battle and the thrust of fight." And the Minister Dandan ceased not to urge them to combat, and repeated his words who said, "To slay my foes in chiefest bliss I wist, and on the courser's back be borne a list. Comes promising tryst a messenger from friend, full oft when comes the friend withouten tryst." And these words of another, "War for my mother, and I live, I'll take, spear for my brother's, scimitar for sire, with every shag-haired brave who meets his death, smiling till won from doom his dear desire." And when the Wazir ended his verses, he said, "Praise be to Him who aided us dear victory to uphold, and who hath given us spoil of silver and fine gold." Then Zau al Makan commanded the army to depart, and they fared on forcing their marches for Constantinople, till they came to a wide and spacious champaign, full of all things fair and fain, with wild cattle frisking and gazelles pacing to and fro across the plain. Now they had traversed great deserts, and drink had been 6 days cut off from them, when they drew near this meadow and saw therein waters founting and ripe fruits daunting, and that land as it were paradise. for it had donned its adornments and decked itself. Gently waved the branches of the trees drunken with the new wine of the dew, and combined with the nectar of Tasnim the soft breathings of the morning breeze. Mind and gazer were confounded by its beauty, even as saith the poet: behold this lovely garden, 'tis as though Spring over its frame her green cloak had spread. Looking with fleshly eyne thou shalt but sight a lake whose waters balance in their bed. But look with spirit eyes, and lo! shalt see glory in every leaf o'erwaves thy head. And as another saith: the stream's a cheek by sunlight rosy dyed, whose down is creeping shade of tamarisk stems. Round legs of tree trunks waveless roll in rings, silvern and blossoms are the diadems. When Zau al Makan saw this champaign, with its tree bowing, and its flowers blooming, and its birds warbling, he called to his brother Sharkan and said: "O my brother, verily in Damascus is not the like of this place. We will not march from it save after 3 days, that we may take rest ourselves, and that the army of Al Islam may regain strength, and their souls be fortified to encounter the blamed Infidels." So they halted therein, and while camping behold, they heard a noise of voices from afar, and Zau al Makan asked the cause thereof, and was answered that a caravan of merchants from the land of Syria had halted there to rest, and that the Moslem troops had come on them and had haply seized something of the goods which they had brought from the country of the Infidels. After a while up came the merchants, crying out and appealing to the King for aidance. When Zau al Makan saw this, he bade them be brought before him, and, when in presence, they said to him: "O King, we have been in the country of the Infidels, and they plundered us of nothing. Why then do our brothers the Moslems despoil our goods, and we in their own land? Of a truth, when we saw your troops, we went up to them, and they robbed us of what we had with us, and we have now reported to thee all that hath befallen us." Thereupon they brought out to him the letter of the King of Constantinople, and Sharkan read it and said: "We will presently restore to you what hath been taken from you. But yet it behoveth you not to carry merchandise to the country of the Infidels." Replied they, "O our lord, in very sooth Allah despatched us thither, that we might win what Ghazi never won the like of, not even thou in all thy razzias." Asked Sharrkan, "What was it ye won?" "O King," answered they, "we will not tell thee save in private; for if this matter be noised among the folk, haply it may come to the ears of some, and this will be the cause of our ruin and of the ruin of all Moslems who resort to the land of the Greeks." Now they had hidden the chest wherein was the damned Zat al Dawahi. So Zau al Makan and his brother brought them to a private place, where they laid bare to both of them the story of the Devotee, and wept till they made the two kings weep.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 35, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 35. When it was the 95th Night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Nazarenes who wore merchants' weed, when brought to a private place by Zau al Makan and his brother Sharkan, laid bare to both of them the story of the Devotee, and wept till they made the two kings weep, and repeated to them all which had been taught by the old witch Zat al Dawahi. Thereupon Sharrkan's heart yearned to the devotee and he was moved to ruth for him and was fired with zeal for the service of Almighty Allah. So quoth he to them, "Did ye rescue this holy man or is he still in the hermitage?" Quoth they, "We delivered him and slew the hermit, fearing for our lives; after which we made haste to fly for dread of death. But a trusty man told us that in this hermitage are quintals of gold and silver and stones of price." Then they fetched the chest and brought out the accursed old woman, as she were a cassia pod of excess of blackness and leanness, and she was laden with the same fetters and shackles. When Zau al Makan and the bystanders saw her, they took her for a man of the best of Allah's devotees and surpassing in pious qualities, more especially because of the shining of her forehead for the ointment wherewith she had anointed her face. So Zau al Makan and Sharrkan wept sore. Then they rose up in honour and kissed her hands and feet, sobbing aloud; but she signed to them and said, "Cease this weeping and hear my words." Hereat they dried their tears in obedience to her bidding, and she said, "Know ye both that I was content to accept what my Lord did unto me, for I ken that the affliction which befell me was a trial from Him. Be He exalted and extolled! And whoso hath no patience under calamity and tribulation, for him there is no coming to the delights of Paradise. I had indeed supplicated Him that I might return to my native land, not as a compensation for the sufferings decreed to me, but that I might die under the horse hoofs of warriors fighting for the faith who, being slain in fray, live again without suffering death." Then she repeated the following couplets: "Our fort is tore, and flames the fire of fight. Moses art thou, and this is time for aid. Cast down thy rod, 'twill swallow all they wrought, nor dread for men their ropes be vipers made. For chapters read on fight day lines of foes, and on their necks grave versets with thy blade." When the old woman had ended her verse, her eyes overflowed with tears and her forehead under the unguent shone like gleaming light, and Sharrkan rose and kissed her hand and caused food be brought before her; but she refused it, saying, "I have not broken my fast by day for 15 years, and how should I break it at such a time, when my Lord hath been bountiful to me in delivering me from the captivity of the Infidels and removing me from that which was more grievous to me than torment of fire. I will wait till sundown." So when it was nightfall, Sharrkan and Zau al Makan came and served her with food and said, "Eat, O ascetic!" But she said, "This is no time for eating; it is the time for worshipping the Requiting King." Then she stood up in the prayer niche and remained praying till the night was spent, and she ceased not to do after this fashion for 3 days and nights, sitting not but at the time of the salam or salutation, ending with several prayers. When Zau al Makan saw her on this wise, firm belief in her get hold of his heart and he said to Sharrkan, "Cause a tent of perfumed leather to be pitched for this religious and appoint a body servant to wait upon him." On the 4th day she called for food; so they brought her all kind of meats that could seduce the sense or delight the sight; but of all this she would eat only a scone with salt. Then she again turned to her fast and, as the night came, she rose anew to pray, when Sharrkan said to Zau al Makan, "Verily, this man carrieth renunciation of the world to the extreme of renouncing; and were it not for this holy war, I would join myself to him and worship Allah in his service till I came before his presence. And now I desire to enter his tent and talk with him for an hour." Quoth Zau al Makan, And I also to morrow will sally forth to fight against Constantinople, and we shall find no time like the present." Said the Wazir Dandan, "And I no less desire to see this ascetic. Haply he will pray for me that I find death in this holy war and come to the presence of my Lord, for I am aweary of the world." So as soon as night had darkened, they repaired to the tent of that witch Zat al Dawahi, and seeing her standing to pray, they drew near her and fell a weeping for pity of her; but she paid no heed to them till midnight was past, when she ended her orisons by pronouncing the salutation. Then she turned to them and after wishing them long life, asked them wherefore come ye? Whereto they answered, "O thou holy man, didst thou not hear us weep around thee?" She rejoined, "To him who standeth in the presence of Allah remaineth no existence in time, either for hearing any or for seeing aught about him." Quoth they, "We would have thee recount to us the cause of thy captivity and pray for us this night, for that will profit us more than the possession of Constantinople." Now when she heard their words she said, "By Allah, were ye not the Emirs of the Moslems, I would not relate to you aught of this at any time, for I complain not but to Allah alone. However, to you I will relate the circumstances of my captivity. Know then that I was in the saintly city of Jerusalem with certain ecstatics and inspired men, and did not magnify myself among them, for that Allah (be He exalted and extolled!) had endowed me with humility and abnegation, till I chanced to go down to the sea one night and walked upon the water. Then entered into me pride, whence I know not, and I said to myself, 'Who like me can walk the water?' And my heart from that time hardened and Allah afflicted me with the love of travel. So I journeyed to Roum land and visited every part for a whole year and left no place but therein I worshipped Allah. When I came to this spot, I clomb the mountain and saw there an hermitage, inhabited by a monk called Matrubina, who, when he sighted me, came out and kissed my hands and feet and said, 'Verily, I have seen thee since thou enteredst the land of the Greeks, and thou hast filled me with longing for the land of Al Islam.' Then he took my hand and carried me into that hermitage and brought me to a dark room, and when I entered it unawares, he locked the door on me and left me there for 40 days, without meat or drink, for it was his intent to kill me by delay. It chanced one day that a knight called Dakyanus came to the hermitage, accompanied by 10 squires and his daughter Tamasil, a girl whose beauty was incomparable. When they entered that hermitage, the monk Matruhina told them of me, and the knight said, 'Bring him out, for surely there is not on him a bird's meal of meat.' So they opened the door of the dark room and found me standing in the niche praying and reciting the Koran and glorifying Allah and humbling myself before the Almighty. When they saw me in this state, Matruhina exclaimed, 'This man is indeed a sorcerer of the sorcerers!' And hearing his words they all came in on me, Dakyanus and his company withal, and they beat me with a grievous beating till I desired death and reproached myself, saying, 'This is his reward who exalteth himself and who prideth himself on that which Allah hath vouchsafed to him, beyond his own competence. And thou, O my soul, verily self esteem and arrogance have crept into thee. Dost thou not know that pride angereth the Lord and hardeneth the heart and bringeth men to the fire?' Then they laid me in fetters and returned me to my place, which was the dungeon under ground. Every 3 days they threw me down a scone of barley bread and a draught of water, and every month or two the knight came to the hermitage. Now his daughter Tamasil had grown up, for she was 9 years old when I first saw her, and 15 years passed over me in captivity, so that she had reached her 24th year. There is not in our land nor in the land of the Greeks a fairer than she, and her father feared lest the king take her from him, for she had vowed herself to the Messiah, and rode with Dakianus in the habit of a cavalier, so that albeit none might compare with her in loveliness, no one who saw her knew her for a woman. And her father had laid up his monies in this hermitage, every one who had aught of pride or treasured hoard being wont to deposit it therein. And I saw there all manner of gold and silver and jewels and precious vessels and rarities, none may keep count of them save Almighty Allah. Now ye are worthier of these riches than those infidels, so lay hands on that which is in the hermitage and divide it among the Moslems, and especially on fighters in the holy war. When these merchants came to Constantinople and sold their merchandise, that image which is on the wall spoke to them, by grace of a marvel which Allah granted to me. So they made for that hermitage and slew Matruhina, after torturing him with most grievous torments, and dragging him by the beard till he showed them the place where I was, when they took me and found no path but flight for dread or death. Now tomorrow night Tamasil will visit that hermitage, as is her habit, and her father and his squires will come after her, as he feareth for her. So if ye would witness these things, take me with you, and I will deliver to you the monies and the riches of the knight Dakianus, which be in that mountain. For I saw them bring out vessels of gold and silver to drink therefrom, and I heard a damsel of their company sing to them in Arabic, and well away, that so sweet a voice should not be busied in chanting the Koran. If then ye will, enter into that hermitage and hide there against the coming of Dakianus and his daughter, and take her, for she is fit only for the King of the age, Sharkan or King Zau al Makan. Thereat they all rejoiced, with the exception of the Wazir Dandan, who put scant faith in her story, for her words took no hold on his reason, and signs of doubt in her and disbelief showed in his face. Yet he was confounded at her discourse, but he feared to speak with her for awe of the King. Then quoth the ancient Dame Zat al Dawahi, "Verily, I fear lest the night come and, seeing these troops encamped in the meadow, be afraid to enter the hermitage." So Zau al Makan ordered the army to march upon Constantinople and said, "I have resolved to take with me 100 horse and many mules, and make for that mountain, where we will load the beasts with the monies which be in the hermitage." Then he sent at once for the chief chamberlain, whom they brought into the presence, and he summoned likewise the leaders of the Turks and Daylamites and said, "As soon as it is dawn, do ye set forth for Constantinople, and thou, O Chamberlain, shalt take my place in council and contrivance, while thou, O Rustum, shalt be my brother's deputy in battle. But let none know that we are not with you, and after 3 days we will rejoin you." Then he chose out 100 of their doughtiest riders, and he and Sharkan and the Minister Dandan set out for the hermitage, and the 100 horsemen led the mules with chests for transporting the treasure.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 36, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 36. When it was the 96th Night. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan and his brother Zau al Makan and the Wazir Dandan set off with 100 horse for the hermitage described to them by that accursed Zat al Dawahi, and they took with them mules and chests for transporting the treasure. Now as soon as dawned the morn, the chamberlain signalled to the host an order for departure, and they set out thinking that the 2 kings and the Wazir were with them, knowing not that the 3 had made for the monastery. Such was the case with the host, but as regards the 2 kings and the minister, they tarried in their place till the end of that day. Now the infidels who were with Zat al Dawahi took their departure privily, after they had gone in to her and kissed her hands and feet and obtained her leave to march. So she not only gave them permission, but also taught them all she minded of wheel and guile. And when it was dark night, she arose and went into Zau al Makan and his companions, and said to them, "Come, let us set out for the mountain, and take with you a few men at arms." They obeyed her, and left 5 horsemen at the foot of the mountain, whilst the rest rode on before Zat al Dawahi, who gained new strength for excess of joy, so that Zau al Makan said, "Glory be to him who sustaineth this holy man, whose like we never saw." Now the witch had written a letter to the King of Constantinople, and dispatched it on the wings of a bird, acquainting him with what had passed, and ending, "I wish thee to send me 10,000 horsemen of the bravest of the Greeks, and let them steal along the foot of the mountains with caution, lest the host of Al Islam get sight of them. And when they reach the hermitage, let them ambush themselves there, till I come to them with the Moslem king and his brother, for I shall inveigle them, and will bring them thither, together with a Wazir and 100 horse, and no more, that I may presently deliver to them the crosses which be in the hermitage. I am resolved to slay the monk Matruhina, since my scheme cannot be carried out but by taking his life. If my plot work well, not one of the Moslems shall return to his own country, no, not a living wight, nor one who blows the fire alight, and Matruhina shall be a sacrifice for the followers of the Nazarene faith and the servants of the cross, and praise be to the Messiah, first and last." When this letter reached Constantinople, the keeper of the carrier pigeons carried it to King Afridon, who read it, and forthwith inspected his host, and equipped 10,000 cavaliers with horses and dromedaries, and mules and provaunt, and bade them repair to that hermitage, and, after reaching the tower, to hide therein. Thus far concerning them. But as regards King Zau al Makan and his brother Sharkan, and the Wazir Dandan, and the escort, when they reached the hermitage, they entered and met the monk Matruhina, who came out to see who and what they were. Whereupon quoth that pious man Zat al Dawahi, "Slay this damned fellow." So they smote him with their swords, and made him drink the cup of death. Then the accursed old woman carried them to the place of offerings and ex votos, and brought out to them treasures and precious things, more than she had described to them, and after gathering the whole together, they set the booty in chests and loaded the mules therewith. As for Tamasil, she came not, she or her father, for fear of the Moslems. So Zau al Makan tarried there, awaiting her all that day and the next and a third, till Sharkan said to him, "By Allah, I am troubled anent the army of Al Islam, for I know not what is become of them." His brother replied, "And I also am concerned for them. We have come by this great treasure, and I do not believe that Tamasil or any one else will approach the hermitage, after that befell which hath befallen the host of the Christians. It behoveth us then to content ourselves with what Allah hath given us and depart, so haply He will help us conquer Constantinople." Accordingly they came down from the mountain, while Zat al Dawahi was impotent to oppose their march for fear of betraying her deceit. And they fared forwards till they reached the head of a defile, where the old woman had laid an ambush for them with the 10,000 horse. As soon as these saw the Moslems, they encircled them from all sides, couching lance and bearing the white sabre blade, and the Infidels shouted the watchword of their faithless faith and set the shafts of their mischief astring. When Zau al Makan and his brother Sharkan and the minister Dandan looked upon this host, they saw that it was a numerous army, and said, "Who can have given these troops information of us?" Replied Sharkan, "O my brother, this be no time for talk, this is the time for smiting with swords and shooting with shafts. So gird up your courage and hearten your hearts, for this strait is like a street with two gates, though by the virtue of the Lord of Arabs and Ajams, were not the place so narrow, I would bring them to naught, even though they were 100,000 men." Said Zau al Makan, "Had we wotted this, we would have brought with us 5,000 horse." And the Wazir Dandan continued, "If we had 10,000 horse, they had availed us naught in these narrows, but Allah will succour us against them. I know this defile and its straitness, and I know there be many places of refuge in it, for I have been here on razzia with King Omar bin al Nu'uman, what while we besieged Constantinople. We abode in this place, and here is water colder than snow. So come, let us push out of this defile ere the infidel host increase on us and get the start of us to the mountain top, whence they will hurl down rocks upon us, and we powerless to come at them." So they began hurrying on to get out of those narrows, but the pious man, Zat al Dawahi, looked at them and said, "What is it ye fear, ye who have vowed yourselves to the Lord, and to working His will? By Allah, I abode imprisoned underground for 15 years, yet never gainsaid the Almighty in aught He did with me. Fight ye in Allah's way, so whoever of you is slain, Paradise shall be his abode, and whoso slayeth, his striving shall be to his honour." When they heard from the ascetic these words, their care and anxiety ceased from them, and they stood firm till the Infidels charged down from all sides, whilst the swords played upon their necks and the cup of death went round amongst them. The Moslems fought for the service of Allah a right good fight, and wrought upon his foes with sway of sword and lung of lance, whilst Zau al Makan smote upon the men and garred the knights bite the dust and their heads from their bodies take flight, 5 by 5 and 10 by 10, till he had done to death a number of them past numbering, and a count beyond counting. Now while so doing he looked at the accursed old woman, who was waving her sword and heartening them, and all who feared fled to her for shelter. But she was also signing the Infidels to slay Sharkan. So troop after troop rushed on him with design to do him die. But each troop that charged, he charged and drove back, and when another troop attacked him, he repelled the assault with the sword in their backs, for he thought it was the Devotees' blessing that gave him the victory, and he said in himself, "Verily on this holy man Allah looketh with eyes of his favour, and strengtheneth my prowess against the Infidels with the purity of his pious intent. For I see that they fear me and cannot prevail against me, but every one who assaileth me turneth tail and taketh flight." So they battled the rest of the day, and when night fell, the Moslems took refuge in a cave of that defile, being weary with stress of war and cast of stone. And that day were slain of them 45. And when they were gathered together, they sought the devotee, but could find no trace of him. And this was grievous to them, and they said, Belike he hath died a martyr. Quoth Sharkan, I saw him heartening the horsemen with divine instances, and using as talisman verses of Holy Writ. Now while they were talking, behold, the accursed old woman Zat al Dawahi stood before them, hending in hand the head of the chief captain of the 10,000 horse, a noble knight, a champion fierce in fight, and a Satan for blight. One of the Turks had slain him with an arrow, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire. And when the infidels saw what that Moslem had done with their leader, they all fell on him and wrought his bane and hewed him in pieces with their swords. And Allah hurried his soul to heaven. Then the accursed old woman cut off that knight's head and brought it and threw it at the feet of Sharkan and Zau al Makan and the Wazir Dandan. Now when Sharkan saw her, he sprang up hastily before her and exclaimed, Praised be Allah for thy safety and for our sighting thee, O holy man and devout champion of the religion. Replied she, O my son, I have sought martyrdom this day, and have thrown my life away amid the infidel array, but they feared me with dismay. When ye dispersed, I waxed jealous for your honour, so I rushed on the chief knight their leader, albeit he was a match for 1,000 horse, and I smote him till I severed head from trunk. Not one of the infidels could near me, so I brought his head to you. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 97th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damned witch Zat al Dawahi took the head of the knight, the leader of the 20,000 infidels, she brought it and threw it down before Zau al Makan and his brother Sharkan and the Wazir Dandan, saying, When I saw your condition, I waxed jealous for your honour, so I rushed on the chief knight and smote him with a sword till I severed head from trunk. And none could near me, so I brought his head to you, that you may be strengthened in holy war, and work out with your swords the will of the Lord of the Faithful. And now I purpose leaving you to strive against the infidels, whilst I go to your army, though they be at the gates of Constantinople, and return with 20,000 horse to destroy these unfaithfuls. Quoth Sharkan, How wilt thou pass to them, O thou holy man, seeing that the valley is blocked up on all sides by the miscreants? Quoth the accursed hag, Allah will veil me from their eyes, and they shall not sight me, nor if any saw me, would he dare to attack me at that time, for I shall be as one non-existing, absorbed in Allah, and He will fend off from me his foes. Thou sayest sooth, O holy man, rejoined Sharkan, for indeed I have been witness of that. So if thou can pass out at the first of night, 'twill be best for us. Replied she, I will set out at this very hour, and if thou desire thou shalt go with me, and none shall see thee. Furthermore, if thy brother also have a mind to go with us, we will take him, but none else, for the shadow of a saint can cover only twain. Sharkan said, As for me, I will not leave my comrades, but if my brother will, there is no harm in his going with thee and setting us free of this strait. For he is the stronghold of the Moslems, and the sword of the Lord of the three worlds. And if it be his pleasure, let him take with him the Wazir Dandan, or whom else he may elect, and send us 10,000 horse to succour us against these caitiffs. So after debate they agreed on this, and the old woman said, Give me leisure to go before you and consider the condition of the infidels, if they be asleep or awake. Quoth they, We will not go forth save with thee, and trust our affair to Allah. If I do your bidding, replied she, blame me not, but blame yourselves, for it is my rede that you await me till I bring you tidings of the case. Then said Sharkan, Go to them, and delay not from us, for we shall be awaiting thee. Thereupon she fared forth, and Sharkan turned to his brother, addressing him, and said, Were not this holy man a miracle worker, he had never slain yonder furious knight. This is proof sufficient of the ascetic's power, and of a truth the pride of the infidels is laid low by the slaying of this cavalier, for he was violent, an evil devil, and a stubborn. Now whilst they were thus devising of the mighty works of the Devotee, behold, the accursed Zat al-Dawahi came upon them, and promised them victory over the unbelievers, wherefore they thanked her, not knowing that all this was wile and guile. And the damned hag asked, Where be the King of the aged, Zau al-Makan, and the Minister Dandan? Answered he, Here am I. Take with thee thy Wazir, said she, and follow after me, that we may fare forth to Constantinople. Now she had acquainted the infidels with the cheat she had put upon the Moslems, and they rejoiced with exceeding great joy, and said, Our hearts will not be contented till we shall have slain their king in return for the knight's death, because we had no stouter rider than he. And they added, bespeaking the ill-omened hag as she told them her plan of faring to the land of the Moslems, When thou bringest him to us, we will bear him to King Afridon. Then she went out, and went out with her Zau al-Makan and the Minister Dandan, and she walked on before the two, saying, Fare forth with the blessing of Almighty Allah. So they did her bidding, for the shaft of patent fortune of man's lot had shot them, and she ceased not leading them both through the midst of the Grecian camp, till they came to the defile, the narrow path aforesaid, whilst the infidel enemy watched them, but did them no hindrance, for the infernal old woman had enjoined this. Now when Zau al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan saw that the infidel host offered them no let and stay, and yet had them in sight, the Wazir exclaimed, By Allah, this is one of the holy man's saintly miracles, and doubtless he be of the elect. Rejoined Zau al-Makan, By Allah, I think the infidels be naught but blind, for we see them and they see us not. And while they were thus praising the holy man, and recounting his mighty works, and his piety, and his prayers, behold, the infidels charged down on them from all sides, and surrounded them, and seized them, saying, Is there any one else with you twain, that we may seize upon him too? And the Wazir Dandan replied, See you not yon other man that is before us? Replied the unbelievers, By the truth of the Messiah and the monks and the Primate and the Metropolitan, we see none save you two. Then Zau al-Makan said, By Allah, this is a chastisement decreed to us by Almighty Allah. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 36 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 37, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Perry. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 37. When it was the 98th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the unfaithful had seized upon King Zau al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan, they said to the two, Is there any one else with you twain, that we may seize upon him also? And the Wazir Dandan replied, See you not yon other man who be with us? They rejoined, By the truth of the Messiah and the monks and the primate and the metropolitan, we see none save you two. Then the infidels laid shackles on their feet, and set men to guard them during the night, whilst Zat al-Dawa'i fared on and disappeared from their sight. So they fell to lamenting and saying to each other, Verily, the opposing of pious men leadeth to greater distress than this, and we are punished by the strait which hath befallen us. So far concerning Zau al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan. But as regards King Sharkan, he passed that night in the cavern with his comrades, and when dawned the day and he had prayed the morn prayer, he and his men made ready to do battle with the infidel, and he heartened them and promised them all good. Then they sallied out till they were hard upon the unbelievers, and when these saw them from afar, they cried out to them, saying, O Moslems, we have taken captives of your Sultan and your Wazir, who hath the ordering of your affairs, and except ye leave off fighting us, we will slay you to the last man. But an you yield yourselves, we will take you to our king, who will make peace with you on condition that you quit our country, and return home and harm us in naught, and we will do you no harm in aught. If ye accept, it will be well for you, but if ye refuse, there remaineth nothing for you but death. So we have told you sooth, and this is our last word to you. Now when Sharkan heard this, and was certified of the captivity of his brother and the Wazir Dandan, he was weighed down with woe and wept. His force failed him, and, making sure of death, he said to himself, Would I know the cause of their capture? Did they fail of respect to the holy man, or disobey him, or what was the matter? Then they sprang up to battle with the unbelievers, and slew great numbers of them. The brave was known that day from craven men, and sword and spear were dyed with bloody stain, for the infidels flocked upon them as flies flock to drink, from hill and from plain. But Sharkan and his men ceased not to wage the fight of those who fear not to die, nor let death hinder them from the pursuit of victory, till the valley ran gore, and earth was full of the slain she bore. And when night fell, the armies separated, each making for his own place, and the Moslems returned to the cavern where gain and loss were manifest to them. Few remained of them, and there was no dependence for them but on Allah and the scimitar. Now there had been slain of them that day 35 men of the chiefest emirs, and they had killed thousands of the infidels, footmen and fighters on horse. When Sharkan saw this, the case was grievous to him, and he asked his comrades, What shall we do? Whereto all answered, That which Almighty Allah willeth shall befall us. On the morning of the second day, Sharkan said to the remnant of his troop, If ye go forth to fight, not one of you will remain alive, and we have but little left of food and water. So I deem ye would do better to bear your brands and go forth and stand at the mouth of this cavern, to hinder any from entering. Haply the holy man may have reached the Moslem host, and may return with 10,000 horses to succour us in the fight with the infidels, for belike the unfaithful may have failed to see him and those with him. They said, This were the better course to take, and of its expediency no doubt we make. So the troop went out and held the cavern mouth standing by its walls, and every one of the infidels who sought to enter in they slew. Thus did they fend off the foe from the gape of the cavern, and they patiently supported all such assaults, till day was done, and night came on, dusky and dun. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased her permitted say. When it was the 99th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the army of the Moslems held the cavern mouth, and stood by its walls, and they fended off the foe, and every one of the infidels attempted to charge them, him they slew, and they patiently supported all such assaults till day was done, and the night came on dusky and dun, by which time King Sharkan had only 25 men, and no more left. Then quoth the infidels to one another, When shall these battle days have an end? We are weary of warring the Moslems. And quoth one of them, Up and at them, for there remain of them but 25 men. If we cannot prevail on them to fight, let us light a fire upon them, and if they submit themselves and yield to us, we will take them prisoners, but if they refuse, we will leave them for fuel to the fire, so they become to men of foreseeing mind a warning dire. May the Messiah on their fathers have no grace, and may the sojourn of the Nazarenes be for them no abiding place. So they carried fuel to the jaws of the cavern and set fire to it. Thereupon Sharkan and his companions made sure of perdition and yielded themselves prisoners. And while they were in this condition, lo, the knight their captain said to those who counselled their slaughter, It is not for any save for King Afridon to kill them, that he may gratify his wrath. Therefore it behoveth us to keep them in durance by us till the morrow, when we will journey with them to Constantinople, and deliver them to our king, who shall deal with them as he please. Said they, This is the right course, and he commanded to pinion them, and set guards over them. Then, as soon as it was black night, the infidels busied themselves with feasting and making festival, and they called for wine, and drank it till all fell upon their backs. Now Sharkan and his brother Zau al-Makan were in confinement, and so also were his companion knights. Whereupon the elder turned to the younger brother and said to him, O my brother, how win free? By Allah, replied Zau al-Makan, I know not, for here we be like birds in cage. Then Sharkan waxed wroth and sighed for excess of rage, and stretched himself, till his pinion bonds brast asunder. Whereupon, being free, he arose and went up to the captain of the guard, and taking from his pocket the keys of the fetters, freed Zau al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan and the rest of his men. Then he turned to the two and said, I desire to slay 3 of these infidels, and take and don their dress, we 3, so that we shall be guised as Greeks, and we will pass through them without their knowing us, and fare forth to our own force. Replied Zau al-Makan, This is no safe counsel, for if we kill them, I fear some of their comrades may hear their shrieks, and the foe be aroused upon us, and kill us. 'Twere the surer way to pass out of the defile. So they agreed upon this, and set out, and when they had left the head of the strait a little distance behind, they saw horses picketed, and the riders sleeping, and Sharkan said to his brother, Better we take each one of us a steed. There were 25 horsemen, so they took 25 horses, whilst Allah sent sleep upon the infidels for a purpose he knew, and the faithful mounted and fared on till they were out of reach. Meanwhile Sharkan set to gathering from the infidels as many weapons, swords, and spears as were wanted. And while they took saddle and struck forwards, none of the infidels supposed that anyone could release Zau al-Makan and his brother and their men, or that their prisoners had power to escape. Now when all the captives were safe from the unfaithful, Sharkan came up with his comrades and found them awaiting his arrival on coals of flame, expecting him in anxious grame. So he turned to them and said, Feel no fear, since Allah protecteth us. I have that to propose which haply shall effect our purpose. What is it? Asked they. And he answered, I desire that ye all climb to the mountain top, and cry out with one voice, Allahu Akbar, and ye add, The army of Al-Islam is upon you, Allahu Akbar. This wise their company will surely be dissolved, nor will they find out the trick, for they are drunk. But they will think that the Moslem troops have encompassed them about on all sides, and have mingled with them. So they will fall upon one another, brand in hand, during the confusion of drunkenness and sleep, and we will cleave them asunder with their own swords, and the scimitar will go around amongst them till dawn. Replied Zau al-Makan, This plan is not good. We should do better to make our way to our army, and speak not a word, for if we cry out Allahu Akbar, they will wake and fall on us, and not one of us will escape. Rejoined Sharkan, By Allah, though they should awake 'tis no matter, and I long that ye fall in with my plan, for naught save good can come of it. So they agreed thereon, and clomb the mountain, and shouted Allahu Akbar, and hills and trees and rocks reworded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. But when the Kafirs heard this slogan, they cried out to one another. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased her permitted say. End of section 37 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on February the 27th, 2009.
Section 38, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cole McKinnon. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 38. When it was the 100th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan spake thus, I long that ye fall in with this my plan, for naught save good can come of it. So they agreed thereon, and clomb the mountain head, and shouted, Allahu Akbar. And hills and trees and rocks reworded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. The infidels heard it, and cried out one to other, and donned their armor, and said, The foe is upon us, by the truth of the Messiah. Then they fell on one another, and slew of their own men more than any knoweth, save the Almighty Allah. As soon as it was dawn, they sought for the captives, but found no trace of them. And their captains said, They who did this were the prisoners in our possession. Up then, and after them in haste till ye overtake them, when we will make them quaff the cup of requital. And let not fright nor the panic of sudden awakening possess you. So they took the horses, and rode after the fugitives, and it wanted but an eye twinkling before they overtook them, and surrounded them. Now when Zau al-Makan saw this, he was seized with increase of terror, and said to his brother, What I feared would come is upon us, and now it remaineth only for us to fight for the faith." But Sharkan preferred to hold his peace. Then Zau al-Makan and his companions rushed down from the hill crest, shouting, "Allahu Akbar!" and his men repeated the war cry, and addressed themselves to fight and to sell their lives in the service of the Lord of faithful men. And while they were in this case, behold, they heard many voices voicing, "There is no God but the God. God is most great. Salutation and salvation upon the apostle, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings." So they turned towards the direction of the sound, and saw a company of Muslims who believed in one God, pushing towards them, whereat their hearts were heartened, and Sharkan charged upon the infidels, crying out, "There is no God but the God. God is most great, he and those with him," so that earth quaked as with an earthquake, and the unbeliever host brake asunder, and fled into the mountains, and the Moslems followed them with lunge and blow. And Zau al-Makan and his comrades of the Moslems ceased not to smite the hosts of the infidel foe, and parted heads from bodies, till day darkened, and night coming on stark in sight. Thereupon the Moslems drew together, and passed the night in congratulations. And when morning dawned and daybreak shone with its shine and sheen, they saw Bahram, the captain of the Dalamites, and Rustam, the captain of the Turks, advancing to join them, with 20,000 cavaliers like lions grim. As soon as they saw Zau al-Makan, the riders dismounted and saluted him, and kissed ground between his hands, when he said to them, "Rejoice ye in the glad tidings of the victory of the Moslem, and the discomfiture of the tribe of unbelievers." Then they gave one another joy of their deliverance, and of the greatness of the reward after resurrection day. Now the cause of the coming of the succors to that place was this: when the Emir Bahram and the Emir Rustam and the chief chamberlain, with the Moslem host and flags flaunting high ahead, came in sight of Constantinople, they saw that the Nazarenes had mounted the walls and manned the towers and the forts, and had set all their defenders in order of defense. As soon as they learned of the approach of the host of Al-Islam and the banners Mohammedan, and they heard the clash of arms and the noise of war voices and tramp of horse hoofs, and from their lookouts they beheld the Moslems, with their standards and ensigns of the faith of unity, under the dust clouds, and lo, they were like a flight of locusts or rain clouds raining rain, and the voices of the Moslems chanting the Koran and glorifying the Compassionate One struck their ears. Now the infidels knew of the approach of this host through Zat al-Dawahi, with her craft and whoredom, calumny and contrivance. And the armies of Al-Islam drew near, as it were the swollen sea, for the multitude of footmen and horsemen and women and children. Then quoth the general of the Turks to the general of the Dalamites, "O Emir, of a truth we are in jeopardy from the multitude of the foe who is on the walls. Look at yonder bulwarks, and at this world of folk like the seas that clash with dashing billows. Indeed, yon infidel outnumber us 100-fold, and we cannot be safe from spies who may inform them that we are without a sultan. In very sooth we run danger from these enemies, whose numbers may not be told, and whose resources none can withhold, especially in the absence of King Zau al-Makan and his brother Sharkan, and the illustrious Wazir Dandan. If they know of this, they will be emboldened to attack us in their absence, and with the sword they will annihilate us to the last man. Not one of us safety shall see. So it is my counsel that thou take 10,000 riders of the allies and the Turks, and march them to hermitage of Matrahiran and the meadow of Malakuhian, in quest of our brothers and comrades. If thou act by my advice, it may be we shall approve ourselves the cause of their deliverance, in case they be hard pressed by the infidels. And if thou act not, blame will not attach to me. But an ye go, it behoveth that ye return quickly, for ill suspicion is part of prudence. The Emir aforesaid fell in with his counsel, so they chose 20,000 horses, and they set out covering the roads, and making for the monastery above mentioned. So much for the cause of their coming. But as regards the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawahi, As soon as she had delivered Sultan Zau al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the Wazir Dandan into the hands of the infidels, the foul whore mounted a swift steed, saying to the faithless, I design to rejoin the Moslem army which is at Constantinople, and contrive for their destruction. For I will inform them that their chiefs are dead, and when they hear that from me, their joining will be disjointed, and the cord of their confederation cut, and their host scattered. Then I will go to King Afridon, lord of Constantinople, and to my son Ardub, king of Rome, and relate to them their tidings, and they will sally forth on the Moslems with their troops, and will destroy them, and will not leave one of them alive. So she mounted and struck across country on her good steed all the livelong night. And when day dawned, appeared the armies of Bahram and Rustum advancing towards her. So she turned into a wayside brake, and hid her horse among the trees, and she walked while saying to herself, Haply the Moslem hosts be returning, routed from the assault of Constantinople. However, as she drew near them she looked narrowly, and made sure that their standards were not reversed, and she knew that they were coming not as conquered men, but fearing for their king and comrades. When she was assured of this, she hastened towards them, running at speed like a devil of ill rede, till reaching them she cried out, Haste ye, O soldiers of the Compassionate One, hasten to the holy war against the hosts of Satan. When Bahram saw her, he dismounted and kissed the ground before her, and asked her, O friend of Allah, what is behind thee? Answered she, Question not of sad case and sore condition, for when our comrades had taken the treasure from the hermitage of Matahurun, and designed to win their way Constantinople wards, thereupon came out on them a driving host and a dreadful of the infidels. And the damned witch repeated to them the story to fill them with trouble and terror, adding, The most of them are dead, and there are but 25 men left. Said Bahram, O holy man, when didst thou leave them? But this night, replied she. He cried, Glory be to Allah, to him who hath rolled up the far distance for thee like a rug, so thou hast sped thus walking upon thy feet, and props upon a midrib of a palm tree. But thou art one of the saints which fly like birds when inspired and possessed by his directions. Then he mounted his horse, and he was perplexed and confounded by what he had heard from the Bedlam so strong in lies and ill calumnies, and he said, There is no majesty and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily our labour is lost, and our hearts are heavy within us, for our Sultan is a prisoner, and those who are with him. Then they cut across the country, wide and side, night and day, and when morning dawned they reached the head of the defile, and saw Zau al-Makan and Sharkan shouting, There is no God, Allahu Akbar, and salutation and salvation upon the congratulator, the communicator. Whereupon he and his drove at the unbelievers and whelmed them, as the rain torrent whelms the waste, and cried out their war cries, till fear get hold of the prowess knights, and the mountains were cloven in affright. And when shone the day, and showed its shine and sheen, the breeze of morning blew upon them sweet and fragrant, and each recognized other, as hath been said before. Then they kissed the ground before the king, and before his brother Shere Khan, who told them all that had befallen the party in the cave. Now thereat they marvelled, and said to one another, Hasten we back to Constantinople, for we left our companions there, and our hearts are with them. So they hurried departure, commending themselves to the subtle, the all-wise, and Zau al-Makan exhorted the Moslems to steadfastness, and versified in the following couplets. Be praises mine to all praiseworthy thee, O Lord, who stinted not mine aid to be. Though was I lost abroad, thou west to me strongest support which vouchsafed victory. Thou gavest me wealth and reign and goodly gifts, and slungest conquering sword of valiancy. Thou madest me blessed beneath thy kingly shade, engraced with generous boons dealt fain and free. Thou savest from every fear I feared by aid of my Wazir, the age's noblest he. Gird us thy grace in fight to throw the Greek, who yet came back dight in war's cramoisy. Then made I faint to fly from out the fight, but like grim lion turning made them flee, and left on valley soul my foeman drunk, not with old wine, but death cups revelry. Then came the saintly hermit, and he showed his marvels wrought for town and wold to see, when slew the hero wights who woke to dwell in Eden bowers wherein sweet riolets well. But when Duel Agreement had made an end of versifying, his brother Sharkan congratulated him on his safety, and thanked him for the deeds he had done. After which both set out, forcing their marches to rejoin their army. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 101st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan congratulated his brother Duel Agreement on his safety, and thanked him for the deeds he had done. After which both set out, forcing their marches to rejoin their army. Such was their case. But as regards the old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, after she had foregathered with the hosts of Rustum and Bahram, she returned to the coppice, where she took her steed, and mounted and sped on at speed, till she drew near the Moslem army that beleaguered Constantinople, when she lighted down from her destrier, and led it to the pavilion tent of the chief chamberlain. And when he saw her, he stood up to her in honor, and signed to her with his right hand, and said, Welcome, O pious recluse. Then he questioned her of what had befallen, and she repeated to him her disquieting lies and deluding calumnies, saying, In sooth, I fear for the Emir Rustum and the Emir Bahram, for that I met them and theirs on the way, and sent them and their following to relieve the king and his companions. Now there are but 20,000 horses, and the unbelievers outnumber them. So I would have thee at this moment send off the rest of thy troops at full speed to their succor, lest they be slain to the last man. And she cried to them, Haste, haste! When the chamberlain and the Moslems heard these words, their spirits fell and they wept. But Zat al-Dawahi said to them, Ask aidance of Allah, and bear patiently this tribulation, for ye have the example of those who have been before you of the people of Muhammad, and paradise with its palaces is laid out by Allah for those who die martyrs, and needs must all die, but most praiseworthy is dying while fighting for the faith. The chamberlain, hearing this speech of the accursed old woman, called for the Emir Bahram's brother, a knight by the name of Tarkash, and choosing out for him 10,000 horses, riders famed for force, bade him set out at once. So he fared forth and marched all that day and the whole of the next night, till he neared the Moslems. When daylight dawned, Sharkan saw the dust cloud about them, and feared for the men of Al-Islam, and said, If these troops which are coming upon us be Moslem men, our victory is assured by them. But if these be Nazarenes, there is no gainsaying destiny's decrees. Then he turned to his brother Duel Agreement, and said, Never fear, for with my life I will ransom thee from death. If these be Mohammedan troops, then were it an increase of heavenly favours. But if they be our foes, there is no help save that we fight them. Yet do I long to meet the holy men ere I die, so I may beg him to pray that I die not save by death of martyrdom. Whilst the twain were thus speaking, behold, there appeared the banners inscribed with the words, There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the apostle of God. And Sharkan cried out, How is it with the Moslems? All are sound and safe, replied they, and we came not but out of concern for you. Then the chief of the army dismounted, and, kissing ground before Sharkan, asked, O my lord, how be the Sultan, and the Wazir Dandan, and Rustum, and my brother Bahram? Are they all in safety? He answered, All well, but who brought thee tidings of us? Quoth Tarkash, It was the holy man who told us that he had met my brother Bahram and Rustum, and had sent them both to you, and he also assured us that the infidels had encompassed you and outnumbered you. But I see not the case, save the contrary thereof, and that you are victorious. They questioned him, And how did the holy man reach you? And he replied, Walking on his feet, and he had compassed in a day and a night 10 days' journey for a well-girt horseman. There is no doubt but that he is a saint of Allah, said Sharkan, but where is he now? They rejoined, We left him with our troops, the folk of faith, moving them to do battle with the rebels and the faithless. Thereat Sharkan rejoiced, and thanked Allah for their own deliverance and the safety of the holy man, and commended the dead his mercy, saying, This was writ in the book. Then they set out making for Constantinople by forced marches, and whilst they were on this enterprise, behold, a dust cloud arose to such height that it walled the two horizons, the eastern and the western, from man's sight, and the day was darkened by it to night. But Sharkan looked at it and said, Verily I fear lest this be the infidels who have routed the army of Al Islam, for that this dust walleth the world east and west, and hideth the two horizons north and south. Presently appeared under the dust a pillar of darkness, blacker than the blackness of dismal days, nor ceased to come upon them that column more dreadful than the dread of the day of doom. Horse and foot hastened up to look at it, and know the terrors of the chase, when behold, they saw it to be the recluse aforesaid. So they thronged round him to kiss his hand, and he cried out, O people of the best of mankind, the lamp which shineth in darkness blind, verily the infidels have outwitted the Moslems by guile, for they fell upon the host of the one God, whilst they deemed themselves safe from the faithless, and attacked them in their tents, and made a sore slaughter of them, what well they looked for no while. So hasten to the aid of the believers in the unity of God, and deliver them from those who deny him. Now when Sharkan heard these words, his heart flew from his breast with sore trouble, and alighting from his steed in amazement, he kissed the recluse's hands and feet. On likewise did his brother Zau al-Makan and the rest of the foot and horse troops, except the Wazir Dandan, who dismounted not, but said, By Allah, my heart flieth from this devotee, for I never knew show of devotion to religion that bred not bane. So leave him and rejoin your comrades the Moslems, for this man is of the outcast from the gate of the mercy of the Lord of the three worlds. How often have I here made razzia with the King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and trodden the earth of these lands, said Sharkan. Put away from thee such evil thought. Hast thou not seen this holy man exciting the faithful to fight, and holding spears and swords light? So slander him not, for backbiting is blamable, and poisoned is the flesh of the pious. Look how he inciteth to fight the foe, and did not Almighty Allah love him? He had cast him aforetime into fearful torment. Then Sharkan bade bring a Nubian mule for the ascetic to ride, and said, Mount, O pious man, devout and virtuous. But the devotee refused to ride, and feigned self-denial that he might attain his end, and they knew not that his holy personage was like him of whom the poet saith, He prayeth and he fasteth, for an end he doth espy. When once his end is safely won, then fast and prayer goodbye. So the devotee ceased not to walk among the horsemen and the footmen, like a wily fox meditating guile, and began to uplift her voice, chanting the Koran and praising the Compassionate One, and they continued pressing forward till they approached the camp of Al-Islam, where Sharkan found the Moslems in conquered plight, and the chamberlain upon the brink of falling back in flight, whilst the sword of Greece havoc dight among the faithful, the righteous and those who work upright. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 38 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Section 39, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cole McKinnon. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 39. When it was the 102nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sharkan saw the Moslems in conquered plight, and the chamberlain upon the brink of retreat and flight, and the sword havoc dight among the righteous and workers of upright, the cause of this weakness among the Moslems was the accursed old woman Zat al-Dawahi, the foe of the faith. After seeing that Bahram and Rustam had set forward with their troops to join Sharkan and his brother Zal al-Makan, repaired to the camp of the Mohammedans before Constantinople, and caused the mission of the Emir Takash, as had been before said. In this her purpose was to divide the Moslem forces the better to weaken them. Then she left them and entered Constantinople, and called with a loud voice on the knights of the Greeks, saying, Let me down a cord, that I may tie thereto this letter, and do ye bear it to your king Afridon, that he may read it, and to my son King Ardub, that they both do what is written therein of bidding and forbidding. So they let down for her a string, and she tied thereto a letter, whose purport was the following: From the terriblest of tribulations, and the chiefest of all calamities, Zat al-Dwahi, to King Afridun, greeting. But afterwards of a truth I have contrived a device for destroying the Moslems, so bid you quiet and content. I have cozened and captured their Sultan, and the Wazir Dandan, and then I returned to their camp and acquainted them therewith, whereby their pride had a fall and their withers were wrung, and I have so wrought upon the host leaguering Constantinople that they have sent 10,000 men under the Emir Takarsh to succor the captives, of whom there be now left but few. It is therefore my object that ye sally forth against them with all your power while this day endureth, and that ye fall on them in their tents, and that ye leave them not till ye shall have slain them to the last man. For verily the Messiah looketh down upon you, and the Blessed Virgin favoureth you. And I hope of the Messiah that he forget not what deed I have done. When her letter came to King Afridun, he rejoiced with great joyance, and sending at once for King Ardub of Greece, son of Zat al-Dwahi, read the letter to him as soon as he came, whereat he was exceedingly glad, and said, See my mother's craft, verily it dispenses with sword, and her aspect standeth in stead of the terrors of the day of dread. Rejoined Afridun, May the Messiah not berave us for the venerable parent, nor deprive her of her wile and guile. Then he bade the knights give orders for sallying outside the city, and the news was noised abroad in Constantinople. So the Nazarenes and cohorts of the cross burst forth and unsheathed their keen sabres in their numbers, shouting out their professions of impiety and heresies, and blaspheming the Lord of all creatures. When the chamberlain saw the sally, he said, Behold, the Greek is upon us, and they surely have learned that our Sultan is far away, and happily they have attacked us, for that the most part of our troops have marched to the succor of King Zal al-Makan. Therewith he waxed wroth, and cried out, Ho soldiers of Al-Islam, and favourers of the true faith, an ye flee and are lost, but if ye stand fast, ye win. Know ye that valiancy lieth in endurance of outrance, and that no case is so straight, but that the Almighty is able to make it straight. Allah son you, and look upon you with eyes of compassion and faith. Thereupon the Moslems cried out, Allah Akbar! And the believer in the one God shouted his slogan, and whirled the mill wheels of fight with cutting and thrusting in main and might. Scimitars and spears played sore, and the plains and valleys were swamped with gore. The priests and monks priested it, tight girding their girdles and uplifting the crucifixes, while the Moslems shouted out the professions of the requiting king, and verses of the Koran began to sing. The hosts of the Compassion are one fought against the legion of Satan, and head flew from body of man, while the good angels hovered above the people of the chosen prophet. Nor did the sword cease to smite till the day darkened and night came on and starkened. Now the miscreants had encompassed the Moslems, and made sure of escaping the pains that awaited them, and the faithless greeded for victory over the faithful, until day dawned and dazzled. Thereupon the chamberlain mounted, he and his men, trusting thee Allah would help them to victory, and host was mingled with host, and battle rose afoot and took post, and heads flew from trunks, whilst the brave stood in fast stead. The craven turned tail and fled, and the judge of death judged, and sentence sped, so that the champions fell from their saddles slain, and corpse cumbered meadow and plain. Then the Moslems began to give ground, and rearwards bent, and the Greek took possession of some of their tents, whereupon the Moslems were about to break and retreat and take flight, when meanwhile behold, up came Sharkan with the rest of the host of Al-Islam, and the standards of the believers in unity. And having come up with them, he charged the infidels, and followed him Zal al-Makan, and the Wazir Dandan, and the Emirs Bahram and Rustam, with his brother Tarkash. When the foe saw this, they lost head, and their reason fled, and the dust clouds towered till they covered the country, whilst the righteous believers joined their pious comrades. Then Sharkan accosted the chamberlain and praised him for his steadfastness, and he in turn gave the prince joy of his timely succor and his gaining the day. Thereat the Moslems were glad and their hearts were hardened, so they rushed upon their enemies and devoted themselves to Allah in their fight for the faith. But when the idolaters beheld the standards of Mohammedan, and thereon the profession of faith of Islamitan, proclaiming the unity, they shrieked woe and ruin, and besought succor of the patriarchs of the monasteries. Then they fell to calling upon John and Mary and the cross abhorrent, and stayed their hands from slaughter, whilst King Afridon went up to consult King Ardub of Greece, for the two kings stood one at the head of each wing, right and left. Now there was with them also a famous cavalier, Lawaya highs, who commanded the centre, and they drew out in battle array, but indeed they were full of alarm and affray. Meanwhile the Moslems aligned their forces, and thereupon Sharkan came to his brother, Zau al-Makan, and said, O King of the age, doubtless they mean to champion it, and that is also the object of our desire. But it is my wish to push forward the stoutest hearted of our fighters, for by forethought is one half of life wrought. Replied the Sultan, As thou wilt, O companion of good counsel. It is my wish, added Sharkan, to stand in midline opposite the infidel, with the Wazir Dandan on my left, and thee on my right, whilst the Emir Bahram leads the dexter wing, and the Emir Rustam leads the wing sinistral. And thou, O mighty King, shalt be under the standards and the ensigns, for that thou art the pillar of our defence. Upon thee, after Allah, is our dependence, and we will all be thy ransom from aught that can harm thee. Zau al-Makan thanked him therefore, and the slogan arose and the sabre was drawn. But as things stood thus, behold, there came forth a cavalier from the ranks of Rome, and as he drew near, they saw that he was mounted on a slow-paced she-mule, fleeing with her master from the shock of swords. Her housings were of white silk covered by a paper carpet of cashmere stuff, and on her back sat a sheikh, an old man of comely presence and reverend aspect, garbed in a gown of white wool. He stinted not pushing her and hurrying her on till he came near the Moslem and said, I am an ambassador to you all, and an ambassador hath naught to do save to deliver. So give me safe conduct and permit of speech, that I communicate to you my message. Replied Sharkan, Thou art in safety. Fear neither sway of sword nor lunge of lance. Thereupon the old man dismounted, and, taking the cross from his neck, placed it before the Sultan, and humbled himself with much humility. Then quoth to him the Moslems, What is with thee of news? And quoth he, I am an ambassador from King Afridon, for I counselled him to avert the destruction of all these frames of men and temples of the Compassionate One, and to him it seemed righteous to stay the shedding of blood, and limit it to the encounter of 2 nights in shock of fight singular. So he agreed to that, and he saith to you, Verily, I will ransom my army with my life. So let the Moslem king do as I do, and with his life ransom his host. And if he kill me, there will be no stay left in the army of Rome, and if I kill him, there will be no stability with the Moslems. When Sharkan heard this, he said, O monk, I agree to that, for it is just, nor it may be gainsaid. And behold, I will meet him in duel, and do with him daring do. For I am champion of the faithful, even as he is champion of the faithless. And if he slay me, he will have won the day, and naught will remain for the Moslems' forces save flight. So return to him, O thou monk, and say that the single combat shall take place tomorrow, for this day we have come off our journey, and we are aweary. But after rest, neither reproach nor blame fear ye. So the monk returned, and he rejoicing, to King Afridon and King Ardub, and told them both what Sharkan had said. Whereat King Afridun was glad with exceeding gladness, and fell from him anxiety and sadness. And he said to himself, No doubt but this Sharkan is their doughtiest swayer of the sword, and their durest at lunge of lance. And when I shall have slain him, their hearts will be disheartened, and their strength will be shattered. Now Zat al-Dawahi had written to King Afridun of that, and had told him how Sharkan was a knight of the braves, and the bravest of knights, and had warned him against him. But Afridun was a stalwart cavalier, who fought in many a fashion. He could hurl rocks, and throw spears, and smite with the iron mace, and he feared not the prowess of the prow. So when he heard the report of the monk that Sharkan agreed to the duel, he was likely to fly for exceeding joy, because he had self-confidence, and he knew that none could withstand him. The infidels passed that night in joy and jubilee and wine-bibbing, and as soon as it was dawn, the two armies drew out the sword of spear and the blanch of blade, and behold, a cavalier rode single-handed into the plain, mounted on a steed of purest strain, and for foray and fray full ready and fain. And that knight had limbs of might, and he was clad in an iron cuirass, made for stress of fight. On his breast he wore a jewelled mirror, and in his hand he bore a keen scimitar, and his lance of Cahalan wood, the curious work of the Frank, weighing a quintal. Then the rider uncovered his face and cried out, saying, Whoso knoweth me verily hath enough of me, and whoso knoweth me not, right soon shall ken who I be. I am Afridun, the overwhelmed by the well-omened Shawahi Zat al-Dawahi. But he had not ended speaking ere Sharkan, the champion of the Moslems, fared forth to meet him, mounted on a sorrel horse, worth 1,000 pieces of red gold, with accoutrements purfled in pearls and precious stone. And he bore in baldric a blade of watered Indian steel, that through neck shore, and made easy the hard and sore. He crave his charger between the two hosts in line, whilst the horsemen all fixed on him their eyne. And he cried out to Afridun, Woe to thee, O accursed! Dost thou deem me one of the horsemen thou hast overtaken, who could not stand against thee on a battle plain? Then each rushed upon other, and they bashed together like two mountains crashing, or two billows dashing and clashing. They advanced and retreated, and drew together and withdrew, and stinted not of fray and fight and weapon play, and strife and stay, with stroke of sword and lunge of lance. Of the two armies looking on, some said, Sharkan is victor, and others, Afridun will conquer. And the two riders stayed not their hands from the hustle, until ceased the clamour and the bustle. And the dust columns rose, and the day waned, and the sun waxed yellow and wan. Then cried out King Afridun to Sharkan, saying, By the truth of the Messiah, and the faith which is no liar, thou art not save a doughty rider, and a stalwart fighter, but thou art fraudful, and thy nature is not that of the noble. I ken thy work is other than praiseworthy, nor is thy prowess that of a prince. For thy people behave to thee as though thou wert a slave, and see, they bring thee out a charger which is not thine, that thou mayst mount and return to the fight. But by the truth of my faith, thy fighting irketh and fatigueth me, and I am weary of cutting and thrusting with thee. And if thou propose to lay on a load with me to-night, thou wouldst not change aught any of the harness nor thy horse, till thou approve to the cavaliers thy generous blood and skill and brunt. When Sharkan heard him say these words concerning his own folk behaving to him as though he were a slave, he waxed wroth and turned towards his men, meaning to sign to them and bid them not to prepare him change of harness or horse, when lo! Afridun shook his throw-spear high in the air and cast it at Sharkan. Now when the Moslem turned his back, he found none of the men near him, and he knew this to be a trick of the accursed infidel. So he wheeled round in haste, and behold, the javelin came at him. So he swerved from it, till his head was bent low as his saddle bow. The weapon grazed his breast and pierced the skin of his chest, for Sharkan was high-bosomed. Whereupon he gave one cry and swooned away. Thereat the accursed Afridon was joyful, thinking he had slain him, and shouted to the infidels, bidding them rejoice, whereat the faithless were encouraged, and the faithful wept. When Zau al-Makan saw his brother reeling in seal so that he well nigh fell, he dispatched cavaliers towards him, and the braves hurried to his aid, and came up with him. Thereupon the infidels dove at the Moslems. The two hosts joined battle, and the two lines were mingled, whilst the keen scimitar of Al-Yaman did good work. Now the first to reach Sharkan was the Wazir Dandan. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 39. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2.
Section 40, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Sir Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Henrik Marcinkiewicz. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 40. When it was the 103rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Zau al-Makan saw that the accursed infidel had struck with javelin his brother Sharkan, he deemed him dead, and dispatched cavaliers towards him. And the first to reach him were the Wazir Dandan and the Emir of the Turks, Bahram, and the Emir of the Daylamites, Rustam. They found him falling from his horse. So they stayed with him in his saddle, and returned with him to his brother, Zau al-Makan. Then they gave him in charge to his pages, and went again to do the work of cut and thrust. So the strife redoubled, and the weapons together clashed and ceased, not bate and debate, and naught was to be seen but blood flowing and necks bowing. Nor did the swords cease on the napes of men to make play, nor the strife to rage with more and more affray, till the most part of the night was passed away, and the two hosts were aweary of the melee. So they called a truce, and each army returned to its tents, whilst all the infidels repaired to King Afridon, and kissed the ground before him, and the priests and monks wished him joy of his victory over Sharkan. Then the king fared for Constantinople, and sat upon the throne of his realm, when King Ardub came to him and said, May the Messiah strengthen thy forearm, and never cease to be thy helper, and hearken to what prayers my pious mother, Zat al-Dawahi, shall pray for thee. Know that the Moslems can make no stay without Sharkan. Replied Afridun, Tomorrow shall end the affair when to fight I fare. I will seek Zau al-Makan, and slay him, and their army shall turn tail, and the flight shall avail. Such was the case with the Kafirs, but as regards the host of al-Islam, when Zau al-Makan returned to his tent, he thought of naught but his brother, and, going into the pavilion, found him in evil case and sore condition. Whereupon he summoned for counsel the Wazir Dandan and Rustam and Bahram. When they entered, they opined to assemble the physicians that they might medicine Sharkan, and they wept and said, The world will not readily afford his like. And they watched by him all that night, and about the later hours came to them the recluse in tears. When Zau al-Makan saw him, he rose in honor, and the religious stroked Sharkan's wound with his hand, chanting somewhat of the Quran, and repeating by way of talisman some of the verses of the Compassionate One. And the pretender ceased not to watch over him till dawn, when he came to himself, and opening his eyes, moved his tongue in his mouth, and spake. At this Zau al-Makan rejoiced, saying, "Of a truth the blessing of the holy man hath taken effect on him." And Sharkan said, "Praised be Allah for recovery! Indeed, I am well at this hour. That accursed one played me false, and, but that I swerved aside lighter than lightning, the throw spear had pierced through my breast. So praised be Allah for saving me! And how is it with the Moslems?" Answered Zau al-Makan, "All are weeping for thee." Quoth Sharkan, "I am well and in good case, but where is the holy man?" Now he was sitting by him and said, "At thy head." So the Prince turned to him and kissed his hand, when he said, "O my son, be of good patience, and Allah shall increase thy reward, for the wage is measured by the work." Sharkan rejoined, "Pray for me," and he prayed for him. As soon as morning dawned and day brake in shine and sheen, the Moslems sallied out to the plain, and the Kafirs made ready to thrust and cut. Then the Islamite host advanced and offered fight with weapons ready dight, and King Zau al-Makan and Afridon made to charge one at other. But when Zau al-Makan fared forth into the field, there came with him the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain and Bahram, saying, "We will be thy sacrifice." He replied, "By the Holy House and Zemzem and the place, I will not be stayed from going forth against these wild asses." And when he rode out into the field, he played with sword and spear till riders marvelled, and both armies wondered. Then he rushed upon the foe's right wing, and of it slew 2 knights, and in like manner he dealt with the left wing. Presently he stayed his steed in the midst of the field and cried out, "Where is Afridun, that I may make him taste the cup of disgrace?" But when King Ardub saw the case, he conjured Afridun not to attack him, saying, "O King, yesterday it was thy turn to fight, it is mine today. I care naught for his prowess." So he rushed out towards Zau al-Makan, brand in hand, and under him a stallion like Abjar, which was Antar's charger, and its coat was jet black, even as saith the poet, "On the glancing racer outracing glance, he speeds as though he would collar doom. His steed's black coat is of darkest jet, and likest night in her nightliest gloom, whose neigh sounds glad to the hearer's ears, like thunders rolling in thunderous boom. If he race the wind, he will lead the way, and the lightning flash will behind him loom." Then each rushed upon the opponent, parrying blows and proving the marvellous qualities were stored in him, and they fell to drawing on and withdrawing, till the breasts of the bystanders were straitened, and they were weary of waiting for the event. At last Zau al-Makan cried out his war cry and rushed upon Ardub, king of Caesarea, and struck him a stroke that shore head from trunk and slew him on the spot. When the infidels saw this, they charged in a body, compact and united, upon Zau al-Makan, who met them amid field, and they engaged in hewing and foining till blood ran in rills. Then the Moslems cried out, "Allahu Akbar! God is most great!" and "There is no God but the God!" and invoked salvation for the Prophet, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings. And there befell a great fight, but Allah assigned victory to the faithful and defeat to the faithless. The Wazir Dandan shouted, "Take your blood revenge for King Omar bin al-Numan and his son Sharkan," and bared his head and cried out to the Turks. Now there were by his side more than 20,000 horse, and all charged with him as men, when the faithless found naught to save their lives but flight. So they turned tail to fly, while the biting sabre wrought its havoc, and the Moslems slew of them that day some 50,000 horse, and took more than that number. Much folk also were slain, while going in at the gates, for the flock was great. Then the Greeks hove to the doors, and swarmed up the walls to await the assault, and in fine the Moslem hosts returned to their tents, aided to glory and victory, and King Zau al-Makan went into his brother, whom he found in most joyous case. So he made a prostration of thanks to the Bountiful and the Exalted, and then he came forward and gave Sharkan joy of his recovery. Answered he, Verily, we are all under the benediction of this religious, holy, and righteous, nor would you have been victorious but for his accepted orisons. Indeed, all day he remained at prayer to invoke victory on the Moslems. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 104th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Zau al-Makan went in to his brother Sharkan, he found him sitting with the holy man by his side. So he rejoiced and drew near him and gave him joy of his recovery. Answered he, Verily, we are all under the benediction of this recluse, nor would you have been victorious but for his prayers. Indeed, he felt no fear this day, and he ceased not supplication for the Moslems. I found strength return to me when I heard your Allahu Akbar, for then I knew you to be victorious over your enemies. But now recount to me, O my brother, what befell thee. So he told him all that had passed between him and the accursed Ardub, and related how he had slain him and sent him to the malediction of Allah. And Sharkan praised him and thanked him for his prowess. When Zat al-Dawahi heard tell of her son's death, and she still dressed as a devotee, her face waxed yellow and her eyes ran over with railing tears. She kept her counsel, however, and feigned to the Moslems that she was glad, and wept for excess of joy. But she said to herself, By the truth of the Messiah, there remaineth no profit of my life, if I burn not his heart for his brother Sharkan, even as he hath burned my heart for King Ardub, the mainstay of Christendom and the hosts of Crossdom. Still she kept her secret, and the Wazir Dandan and King Zau al-Makan and the chamberlain remained sitting with Sharkan till they had dressed and salved his wound. After which they gave him medicines, and he began to recover strength. Whereat they joyed with exceeding joy, and told the troops, who congratulated themselves, saying, Tomorrow he will ride with us, and do manly devoir in the siege. Then said Sharkan to them, Ye have fought through all this day, and are aweary of fight. So it behoveth that you return to your places, and sleep, and not sit up. They accepted his counsel, and then each went away to his own pavilion, and none remained with Sharkan but a few servants and the old woman Zat al-Dawahi. He talked with her through part of the night. Then he stretched himself to rest, and his servants did likewise, and presently sleep overcame them all, and they lay like the dead. Such was the case with Sharkan and his men, but as regards the old woman, she alone abode awake while they slumbered in the tent, and, looking at Sharkan, she presently saw that he was drowned in sleep. Thereupon she sprang to her feet, as she were a scald she-bear or a speckled snake, and drew from her waist cloth a dagger so poisoned that if laid thereon it would have melted a rock. Then she unsheathed the poniard, and went up to Sharkan's head, and she drew the knife across his throat, and severed his weasand, and hewed off his head from his body. and once more she sprang to her feet, and going the round of the sleeping servants, she cut off their heads also, lest they should awake. Then she left the tent and made for the Sultan's pavilion, but finding the guards on the alert, turned to that of the Wazir Dandan. Now she found him reading the Koran, and when his sight fell upon her, he said, "Welcome to the holy man." Hearing this from the Wazir, her heart trembled, and she said, "The reason of my coming hither at this time is that I heard the voice of a saint amongst Allah's saints, and am going to him." Then she turned her back, but the Wazir said to himself, "By Allah, I will follow our devotee this night." So he rose and walked after her, but when the accursed old woman sensed his footsteps, she knew that he was following her. Whereupon she feared the disgrace of discovery, and said in herself, "Unless I serve some trick upon him, he will disgrace me." So she turned and said to him from afar, "Ho, thou Wazir, I am going in search of this saint, that I may learn who he is, and after learning this much, I will ask his leave for thee to visit him. Then I will come back and tell thee, for I fear thine accompanying me, without having his permission, lest he take umbrage at me seeing thee in my society." Now when the Wazir heard these words, he was ashamed to answer her, so he left her and returned to his tent, and would have slept, but sleep was not favourable to him, and the world seemed heaped upon him. Presently he rose and went forth from the tent, saying in himself, "I will go to Sharkan and chat with him till morning." But when he entered into Sharkan's pavilion, he found the blood running like an aqueduct, and saw the servants lying with their throats cut like beasts for food. At this he cried a cry which aroused all who were asleep. The folk hastened to him, and, seeing the blood streaming, set up a clamour of weeping and wailing. Then the noise awoke the Sultan, who inquired what was the matter, and it was said to him, "Sharkan, thy brother, and his servants are murdered." So he rose in haste and entered the tent, and found the Wazir Dandan shrieking aloud, and he saw his brother's body without a head. Thereat he swooned away, and all the troops crowded around him, weeping and crying out, and so remained for a while, till he came to himself, when he looked at Sharkan and wept with sore weeping, while the Wazir and Rustam and Bahram did the like. But the Chamberlain cried and lamented more than the rest, and asked leave to absent himself, such was his alarm. Then said Zau al Makan, "Know ye who did this, and how is it I see not the devotee, him who the things of this world hath put away?" Quoth the Wazir, "And who should have been the cause of this affliction, save that devotee, that Satan? By Allah, my heart abhorred him from the first, because I know that all who pretend to be absorbed in practices religious are vile and treacherous." And he repeated to the king the tale of how he would have followed the religious, but he forbade him, whereupon the folk broke out into a tumult of weeping and lamentation, and humbled themselves before him who is ever near, him who ever answereth prayer, supplicating that he would cause the false devotee who denied Allah's testimony to fall into their hands. Then they laid Sharkan out, and buried him in the mountain aforesaid, and mourned over his far famed virtues. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 40 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Henrik M., Houston, Texas, USA.
Section 41, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 41. When it was the 105th night, she said, "It has reached me, O auspicious king, that they laid Sharkan out and buried him in the mountain aforesaid, and mourned over his far-famed virtues. Then they looked for the opening of the city gate, but it opened not, and no sign of man appeared to them on the walls, whereat they wondered with exceeding wonder. But King Zau al-Makan said, By Allah, I will not turn back from them, though I sit here for years and years, till I take blood revenge for my brother Sharkan, and waste Constantinople, and kill the king of the Nazarenes, even if death overcome me, and I be at rest from this woeful world." Then he bade be brought out the treasure taken from the monastery of Metrohina, and mustered the troops and divided the monies among them, and he left not one of them, but he gave him gifts which contented him. Moreover, he assembled in the presence 300 horse of every division, and said to them, "Do ye send supplies to your households, for I am resolved to abide by this city year after year, till I have taken man boat for my brother Sharkan, even if I die in this deed." And when the army heard these words and had received his gifts of money, they replied, "To hear is to obey." Thereupon he summoned couriers and gave them letters, and charged them to deliver the same, together with the monies, to the soldiers' families, and inform them that all were safe and satisfied, and acquaint them, saying, "We are encamped before Constantinople, and we will either destroy it or die, and, albeit we be obliged to abide here months and years, we will not depart hence till we take it." Moreover, he bade the Wazir write to his sister Nuzat al-Zaman, and said to him, "Acquaint her with what has befallen us, and what be our situation, and command my child to her care since that, when I went out to war, my wife was near her delivery, and by this time she must needs have been brought to bed. And if she has given birth to a boy, as I have heard say, hasten your return and bring me the acceptable news." Then he gave them somewhat of money, which they pouched and set out at once, and all the people flocked forth to take leave of them, and entrust them with the monies and the messages. After they had departed, Zau al-Makan turned to the Wazir and commanded him to advance with the army against the city walls. So the troops pushed forward, but found none on the ramparts, whereat they marvelled, while Zau al-Makan was troubled at the case. For he deeply mourned the severance from his brother Sharkan, and he was sore perturbed about the traitor the ascetic. In this condition they abode 3 days without seeing any one. So far concerning the Moslems. But as regards the Greeks and the cause of their refusing to fight during these 3 days, the case was this. As soon as Zat al-Dawahi had slain Sharkan, she hastened her march and reached the walls of Constantinople, where she called out in the Greek tongue to the guards to throw her down a rope. Quoth they, "Who art thou?" And quoth she, "I am Zat al-Dawahi." They knew her, and let down a cord to which she tied herself, and they drew her up. And when inside the city, she went in to the King Afridon and said to him, "What is this I hear from the Moslems? They say that my son King Ardub is slain." He answered, "Yes." And she shrieked out and wept right grievously, and ceased not weeping thus till she made Afridon and all who were present weep with her. Then she told the king how she had slain Sharkan and 30 of his servants, whereat he rejoiced and thanked her, and kissing her hands exhorted her to resignation for the loss of her son. Said she, "By the truth of the Messiah, I will not rest content with killing that dog of the Moslem dogs in blood revenge for my son, a king of the kings of age. Now there is no help for it, but that I work some guile and contrive a wile whereby to slay the Sultan, Zau al-Makan, and the Wazir and the Chamberlain, and Rustam and Bahram, and 10,000 cavalries of the army of Al-Islam. For it shall never be said that my son's head be paid with the blood-wit of Sharkan's head. No, never." Then said she to King Afridon, "Know, O King of age, that it is my wish to set forth mourning for my son, and to cut my girdle, and to break the crosses." Replied Afridon, "Do what thou desire. I will not gainsay thee in aught. And if thou prolong thy mourning for many days, it were a little thing. For though the Moslems resolve to beleaguer us years and years, they will never win their will of us, nor gain aught of us save trouble and weariness." Then the accursed one, when she had ended with the calamity she had wrought, and the ignominies which in herself she had sought, took inkcase and paper and wrote thereon. From Shawahi said Al-Dawahi to the host of the Moslems, Know ye that I entered your country endubbed by my cunning your nobles, and at first hand I slew your king Omar bin al-Nu'man in the midst of his palace. Moreover, I slew in the affair of the mountain pass and of the cave many of your men, and the last I killed were Sharkan and his servants. And if fortune do not stay me, and Satan obey me, I needs must slay me your Sultan and the Wessedenden, for I am she who came to you in disguise of a recluse, and who heaped upon you my devices and deceits. Wherefore, an you would be in safety after this, fare ye forth at once, and if you seek your own destruction, cease not abiding for the nuns. And though ye tarry here years and years, ye shall not do your desire on us, and so peace be yours. After writing her writ, she devoted 3 days to mourning for King Ardub. Arid on the 4th she called a knight and bade him take the letter and make it fast to a shaft and shoot it into the Moslem camp. When this was done, she entered the church and gave herself up to weeping and wailing for the loss of her son, saying to him who took the kingship after him, Nothing will serve me, but I must King Zu al Meccan and all the nobles of Al Islam. Such was the case with her. But as regards what occurred to the Moslem, all passed 3 days in trouble and anxiety, and on the 4th, when gazing at the walls, behold, they saw a knight holding a bow and about to shoot an arrow, along whose side a letter was bound. So they waited till he had shot it among them, and the Sultan bade the Wazir Dandan to take the missive and read it. He perused it accordingly, and when Zu al Meccan heard it to end and understood its purport, his eyes filled with tears, and he shrieked for agony at her perfidy. And the Minister Dandan said, By Allah, my heart shrank from her. Quoth the Sultan, How could this whore play her tricks upon us twice? But by the Almighty, I will not depart hence till I fill her cleft with molten lead, and jail her with the jailing of a bird caged, then bind her with her own hair, and crucify her over the gate of Constantinople. And he called to mind his brother, and wept an excessive weeping. But when Zat al-Dawahi arrived amongst the infidels, and related to them her adventures at length, they rejoiced at her safety, and at the slaying of Sharkan. Thereupon the Moslems addressed themselves again to the siege of the city, and the Sultan promised his men that, if it should be taken, he would divide its treasures among them in equal parts. But he dried not his tears, grieving for his brother, till his body was wasted and sick, growing thin as a toothpick. Presently the Wazir Dandan came in to him and said, Be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear. In very sooth thy brother died not because his hour was come, and there is no profit in this mourning. How well saith the poet, Whatso is not to be no slight shall bring to pass. What is to be without a failure shall become. Soon the becoming fortune shall be found to be, and Folly's brother shall abide forlorn and glum. Wherefore do thou leave this weeping and wailing, and hearten thy heart to bear arms. He replied, O Wazir, my heart is heavy for the death of my father and my brother, and for our absence from hearth and home, and my mind is concerned for my subjects. Thereupon the Wazir and the bystanders wept, but they ceased not from pushing forward the siege of Constantinople for a length of days. And they being thus, behold, news arrived from Baghdad by one of the emirs to the effect that the king's wife had been blessed with a boy, and that his sister, Nuzat al-Zaman, had named him Kanmakan. Moreover, that the boy bid fair to be famous, already showing wondrous signs and marvellous tokens, and that she had commanded the ulema and the preachers to pray for mother and child from the pulpits, and bless them in all wise. Furthermore, that the twain were well, that the land had enjoyed abundant rains, and that his comrade the fireman was established in all prosperity, with eunuchs and slaves to wait upon him, but that he was still ignorant of what had befallen him. And she ended with the greeting of peace. Then quoth Zu al Meccan to the Wazir Dandan, Now is my back strengthened, for that I have been blessed with a son whose name is Kanmakan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 106th Night, she said, It has reached me, O auspicious King, that when they brought him the news of his wife having borne him a boy child, Zu al Meccan rejoiced with great joy and cried, Now is my back strengthened, for that I have been blessed with a son, whose name is Kanmakan. And he spake to the Vizier, saying, I am minded to leave this mourning, and order perfections of the Koran for my brother, and command alms deeds on his account. Quoth the Vizier, Thy design is good. Thereupon he caused tents to be pitched over his brother's tomb, so they raised them, and gathered together such of the men at arms as could repeat the Koran. And some began reciting the holy volume, whilst others chanted litanies containing the names of Allah, and thus they did till the morning. Then Zau al-Makan went up to the grave of his brother Sharkan, and poured forth copious tears, and improvised these couplets. They bore him Bayat, and all who followed wept. With Moses' shrieks what they overheard took toll, till reached the grave which Pate had made his home, dug in men's souls who one sole God adore. Never had I thought before to see my joy borne on the bier which heads of bearers bore. Ah no, nor here the home tea in the dust that stars of heaven earth ever covered over. Is the tomb dweller hostage of a steed, where light and splendor over thy face shall pour? Praise to restore his life her word has pledged, crypt and confined he shall dispread the more. When Zau al-Makan had made an end of his versifying, he wept, and wept with him all the troops. Then he came to the grave, and threw himself upon it, wild with woe, and the Vizier repeated the words of the poet. Pain, leaving life that's fleet towards the eternal one. Thou didst bewilder many of doer like thee has done, leftest this worldly house without reproach or blame. Ah, may the exchange secure thy every benison. Thou west from hostile onset shield and firm defence, for us to baffle shafts and whistling spears to shun. I see this world is only cheat and vanity, where man not else must seek but please the truthful one. The Empyrean's Lord allow thee bower of heavenly bliss, and with thy faithful friends thy guide show goodly won. I bid thee last good even with sigh of bitter grief, seeing the west in woe for lacking of easting sun. When the Vizier had finished his reciting, he wept with sore weeping, and the tears rained from his eyes like cushioned pearls. Then came forward one who had been of Sharkan's boon companions in his cups, and wept till ran in rills the drops, and he enumerated the dead man's generous qualities, reciting the following pentastichs. Where gone is bounty since thy hand is turned to clay, and I in misery lie since thou wast taken away. Seest not, O little guide, heaven keep thee glad and gay, how tears adorn my cheeks, these furrowed winkles fray. A sight of joy shine eyes, and fill thee with dismay. By Allah, never 'tis heart within I spoke of thee. Ah no, no dared my sight to see thy brilliancy, save that my teardrop's sorest wound have garred me tree, and if ever on other rest this eyne of me, may yearning draw their reins nor suffer sleep to see. When the man stinted reciting, Zau al-Makan and the minister Dandan wept, and the whole army was moved to tears. After which all retired to their tents, and the king returned to the Vizier to counsel with him concerning the conduct of the campaign. On this wise the two passed days and nights, while Zau al-Makan was weighed down with grief and mourning till the last he said, I long to hear stories and adventures of kings, and tales of lover folk enslaved by love. Haply Allah may make this solace that which on my heart of heavy anxiety, and stint and stay my weeping and wailing. Quoth the Vizier, if naught can dispel thy trouble but hearing curious tales of kings and people long gone before, and stories of folk enslaved by love of yore, and so forth, this thing were easy, for I had no other business in the lifetime of thy father, who has found mercy, than to relate stories and to repeat verses to him. This very night I will tell thee a tale of a lover and his beloved, so shall thy breast be broadened. When Zau al-Makan heard these words from the minister, his heart was set upon that which had been promised to him, and he did nothing but watch for the coming of the night, that he might hear what the Vizier had to tell of the kings of yore and distracted lovers long gone before. And hardly would he believe that night had fallen near, he bade light the wax candles and the lamps, and bring all that was needful of meat and drink and perfume gear, and what not. And when all was in presence, he summoned the Vizier and the Emirs Rustam and Bahram and Tarkash and the Grand Chamberlain, then waited till the whole party was seated before him, whereupon he turned to the minister and said, Know, O Vizier, that night is come, and has let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promised us. Replied the Vizier, with joy and goodwill. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 41 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Ellie, May 2009.
Section 42, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Ian Macmillan. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 42. When it was the 107th night, she said, It has reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Zau al-Makan summoned the Wazir and the Chamberlain and Rustam and Bahram, he turned towards the minister Dandan and said, Know, O Wazir, that night is come, and hath let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promised us. Replied the Wazir, With love and gladness. Know, O auspicious king, that there reached my ears a relation of a lover and a loved one, and of the discourse between them, and what befell them of things rare and fair, a story such as repelleth care from the heart, and dispelleth sorrow, like unto that of the patriarch Jacob. And it is as follows. Tale of Taj al-Muluk and the Princess Dunya, the lover and the loved. There stood in times long gone by, behind the mountains of Ispahan, a city hight the Green City, wherein dwelt a king named Sulayman Shah. Now, he was a man of liberality and beneficence, of justice and integrity, of generosity and sincerity, to whom travellers repaired from every country, and his name was noised abroad in all regions and cities, and he reigned many a year in high worship and prosperity, save that he owned neither wives nor children. He had a minister who rivalled him in goodness and generosity, and it so happened that one day he sent for him, and when he came into the presence, said to him, O my Wazir, my heart is heavy, and my patience is past, and my force faileth me, for that I have neither wife nor child. This is not the way of kings who rule over all men, princes and paupers, for they rejoice in leaving behind them children and successors, whereby are doubled their number and their strength. Quoth the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, Marry ye, increase ye, and multiply ye, that I may boast me of your superiority over the nations on the day of resurrection. So, what is thy rede, O Wazir? Advise me of what course and contrivance be advisable. And when the minister heard these words, the tears sprang from his eyes in streams, and he replied, Far be it from me, O King of the age, that I debate on that which appertaineth to the Compassionate One. Wilt thou have me cast into the fire by the all-powerful King's wrath and ire? Buy thee a concubine. Rejoined the king, Know, O Wazir, that when a sovereign buyeth a female slave, he knoweth neither her rank nor her lineage, and thus he cannot tell if she be of simple origin, that he may abstain from her, or of gentle strain, that he may be intimate in her companionship. So, if he have commerce with her, haply she will conceive by him, and her son be a hypocrite, a man of wrath and a shedder of blood. Indeed, the like of such woman may be instanced by a salt and marshy soil, which, if one till it for ever, it yieldeth only worthless growth, and no endureth showeth. For it may be that her son will be obnoxious to his lord's anger, doing not what he biddeth him, or abstaining from what he forbiddeth him. Wherefore will I never become the cause of this through the purchase of a concubine. And it is my desire that thou demand for me in marriage the daughter of some one of the kings, whose lineage is known, and whose loveliness hath renown. If thou can direct me to some maiden of birth and piety of the daughters of Muslim sovereignty, I will ask her in marriage, and wed her in presence of witnesses. So may accrue to me the favour of the Lord of all creatures. And said the Wazir, O King, verily Allah hath fulfilled thy wish, and hath brought thee to thy desire. Presently adding, Know, O king, it hath come to my knowledge that King Zahr Shah, lord of the White Land, hath a daughter of surpassing loveliness, whose charms talk and tale fail to express. She hath not her equal in this age, for she is perfect in proportion and symmetry, black-eyed as if coal dyed, and long-locked, wee of waist and heavy of hip. And when she draweth nigh, she seduceth, and when she turneth her back, she slayeth. She ravisheth heart and view, and she looketh even, as saith of her the poet, a thin waist maid who shames the willow wand, nor sun nor moon can like her rising shine. 'Tis as her honey dew of lips were blent with wine, and pearls of teeth were bathed in wine. Her form like heavenly houris, graceful slim, fair face and ruin dealt by glancing eyne. How many a dead done man her eyes have slain, upon her way of love in ruin lain. I live as she's my death. I'll say no more, but dying without her, vain were life of mine. Now when the Wazir had made an end of describing that maiden, he said to Sulayman Shah, It is my counsel, O king, that thou dispatch to her father an ambassador, sagacious, experienced, and trained in the ways of the world, who shall courteously demand her in marriage for thee of her sire. For in good sooth she hath not her equal in the far parts of the world, nor in the near. So shalt thou enjoy her lovely face in the way of grace, and the Lord of glory be content with thy case. For it is reported of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, There be no monkery in al-Islam. At this the king was transported to perfect joy. His breast was broadened and lightened, care and cark ceased from him, and he turned to the Wazir and said, Know thou, O minister, that none shall fare about this affair save thou, by reason of thy consummate intelligence and good breeding. Wherefore hie thee home, and do all thou hast to do, and get thee ready by the morrow, and depart, and demand me in marriage this maiden, with whom thou hast occupied my heart and thought, and return not to me but with her. Replied the Wazir, I hear, and I obey. And then he tried to his own house, and bade make ready presents befitting kings, of precious stones, and things of price, and other matters light of load, but weighty of worth, besides rabbite steeds and coats of mail, such as David made, and chests of treasure, for which speech hath no measure. And the Wazir loaded the whole on camels and mules, and set out, attended by 100 slave girls, with flags and banners flaunting over his head. The king charged him to return to him after a few days, and when he was gone, Sulayman Shah lay on coals of fire, engrossed night and day with desire, while the envoy fared on, without ceasing, through gloom and light, spanning fertile field and desert site, till but a day's march remained between him and the city whereto he was bound. Here he sat him down on the banks of a river, and summoning one of his confidants, bade him wend his way to King Zahr Shah, and announce his approach without delay. Quoth the messenger, I hear, and I obey. And he rode on in haste to that city, and as he was about to enter therein, it so chanced that the king, who was sitting in one of his pleasaunces before the city gate, espied him as he was passing the doors, and knowing him for a stranger, bade bring him before the presence. So the messenger coming forward informed him of the approach of the Wazir of the mighty king Sulayman Shah, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Isfahan, whereat King Zahr Shah rejoiced and welcomed him. Then he carried him to his palace, and asked him, Where leavest thou the Wazir? And he answered, I left him in early day on the banks of such a river, and tomorrow he will reach thee. Allah continue his favours to thee, and have mercy upon thy parents. Thereupon King Zahr Shah commanded one of his Wazirs to take the better part of his grandees and chamberlains and lieutenants and lords of the land, and go out to meet the ambassador in honour of King Sulayman Shah, for that his dominion extended over the country. Such was the case with Zahr Shah, but as regards the Wazir, he abode in his stead till night was half spent, and then set out for the city. But when morning shone and the sun rose upon hill and down, of a sudden he saw King Zahr Shah's Wazir approaching him with his chamberlains and high lords and chief officers of the kingdom. And the two parties joined company at some parasangs distance from the city. Thereat the Wazir made sure of the success of his errand, and saluted the escort, which ceased not preceding him till they reached the king's palace, and passed in before him through the gate to the seventh vestibule, a place where none might enter on horseback, for it was near to where the king sat. So the minister alighted and fared on afoot, till he came to a lofty saloon, at whose upper end stood a marble couch set with pearls and stones of price, and having for legs 4 elephants' tusks. Upon it was a coverlet of green satin, purfled with red gold, and above it hung a canopy adorned with pearls and gems, whereon sat King Zahr Shah, whilst his officers of state stood in attendance before him. And when the Wazir went in to him, he composed his mind, and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of Wazirs, and saluted the king in the language of eloquence. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 108th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Wazir of King Sulayman Shah entered the presence of King Zahr Shah, he composed his mind, and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of Wazirs, and saluted the king in the language of eloquence, and improvised these couplets. He cometh robed and bending gracefully, o'er crop and cropward dews of grace sheds he. He charms, nor characts, spells, nor garanye may fend the glances of those aimed from thee. Say to the blamer, blame me not, for I, from love of him, will never turn to flee. My heart hath played me false, while true to him, and sleep in love with him abhorreth he. O heart, thou'rt not the soul who loveth him, so bide with him while I desertion do. There's naught to joy mine ears with joyous sound, save praise of King Zahr Shah in jubilee. A king, albeit thou leave thy life to win, one look, that look were all sufficiency. And if a pious prayer thou breathe for him, shall join all faithfuls in such pious gree. Folk of his realm, if any shirk his right, for other hoping, growths, and faith I see. And when the Wazir had ended his poetry, King Zahr Shah bade him draw near, and honoured him with the highest honours. And then, seating him by his own side, smiled in his face, and favoured him with a gracious reply. They ceased not on this wise, till the time of the undermeal, when the attendants brought forward the tables of food in that saloon, and all ate till they were sated. After which the tables were removed, and those who were in the assembly withdrew, leaving only the chief officers. Now when the minister saw this, he rose to his feet, and after complimenting the king a second time, and kissing the ground before him, spake as follows. O mighty king and dread lord, I have travelled hither, and have visited thee upon a matter which shall bring thee peace, profit, and prosperity, and it is this, that I come as ambassador to thee, seeking in marriage thy daughter, the noble and illustrious maid from Sulayman Shah, a prince famed for justice and integrity, sincerity and generosity, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Ispahan, who sendeth thee of presents a store, and gifts of price galore, ardently desiring to become thy son-in-law. But art thou inclined to him as he to thee? He then kept silence, awaiting a reply. And when King Zahr Shah heard these words, he sprang to his feet, and kissed the ground respectfully before the Wazir, while the bystanders were confounded at his condescension to the ambassador, and their minds were amazed. Then he praised him who is Lord of honour and glory, and replied, and he still standing, O mighty Wazir and illustrious chief, hear thou what I say. Of a truth we are to King Sulayman Shah of the number of his subjects, and we shall be ennobled by his alliance, and we covet it ardently, for my daughter is a handmaid to his handmaidens, and it is my dearest desire that he may become my stay and my reliable support. Then he summoned the Qazis and the witnesses who should bear testimony that King Sulayman Shah had dispatched his wazir as proxy to conclude the marriage, and that King Zahr Shah joyfully acted and officiated for his daughter. So the Qazis concluded the wedding contract and offered up prayers for the happiness and prosperity of the wedded fairs. After which the wazir arose, and, fetching the gifts and rarities and precious things, laid them all before the king. Then Zahr Shah occupied himself anent the fitting out of his daughter, and honourably entertained the wazir, and feasted his subjects all, great and small, and for 2 months they held high festival, omitting naught that could rejoice heart and eye. Now, when all things needful for the bride were ready, the king caused the tents to be carried out, and they pitched the camp within sight of the city, where they packed the bride's stuffs in chests, and get ready the Greek handmaids and Turkish slave girls, and provided the princess with great store of precious treasures and costly jewels. Then he had made for her a litter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and stones of price, and set apart 2 mules to carry it, a litter which was like one of the chambers of a palace, and within which she seemed as she were of the loveliest houris, and it became as one of the pavilions of paradise. And after they had made bales of the treasures and monies, and had loaded them upon the mules and camels, King Zahr Shah went forth with her for a distance of 3 parasangs. After which he bade farewell to her and the wazir and those with him, and returned to his home in gladness and safety. Thereupon the wazir, faring with the king's daughter, pushed on, and ceased not his stages over desert ways, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. And when it was the 109th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir fared on with the King's daughter, and ceased not forcing his stages over desert ways, and hastened his best through nights and days, till there remained between him and his city but 3 marches. Thereupon he sent forward to King Sulayman Shah one who should announce the coming of the bride. And the king rejoiced thereat, and bestowed on the messenger a dress of honour, and bade his troops march forth in grand procession to meet the princess and her company for due worship and honour, and don their richest apparel, with banners flying over their heads, and his orders were obeyed. He also commanded to cry throughout the city that neither curtained damsel nor honoured lady nor time-ruptured crone should fail to fare forth and meet the bride. And so they all went out to greet her, and the grandest of them vied in doing her service, and they agreed to bring her to the king's palace by night. Moreover, the chief officers decided to decorate the road and to stand in a espalier of double line, whilst the bride should pass by, preceded by her eunuchs and serving women, and clad in the gear her father had given her. So when she made her appearance, the troops surrounded her, those of the right wing and those of the left, and the litter ceased not advancing with her till she approached the palace, nor remained any but came forth to gaze upon the princess. Drums were beaten, and spears were brandished, and horns blared, and flags fluttered, and steeds pranced for precedence, and scents shed fragrance till they reached the palace gate. And the pages entered with the litter through the harem wicket. The place shone with its splendours, and the walls glittered for the glamour of its gear. Now when night came, the eunuchs threw open the doors of the bridal chamber, and stood surrounding the chief entrance, whereupon the bride came forward, and amid her damsels she was like the moon among stars, or a union shining on a string of lesser pearls. And she passed into the bridal closet, where they had set for her a couch of alabaster inlaid with unions and jewels. As soon as she had taken seat there, the king came in to her, and Allah filled his heart with her love, so he abated her maidenhead, and ceased from him his trouble and disquiet. He abode with her well nigh a month, but she had conceived by him the first night. And when the month was ended, he went forth and sat on his sofa of state, and dispensed justice to his subjects till the months of her pregnancy were accomplished. On the last day of the 9th month, towards daybreak, the queen was seized with the pangs of labour. So she sat down on the stool of delivery, and Allah made travail easy on her. And she gave birth to a boy child, on whom appeared auspicious signs. And when the king heard of this, he joyed with exceeding joy, and rewarded the bearer of the good tidings with much treasure. And of his gladness he went in to the child, and kissed him between the eyes, and wondered at his brilliant loveliness. For in him was approved the saying of the poet, "In the towering forts Allah throned a king, a lion, a star in the skies of rain. At his rising the spear and the throne rejoiced, the gazelle, the ostrich, the men of Maine. Mount him not on the paps, for right soon he'll show that to throne on the war steed's loins he's fain, and wean him from sucking of milk, for soon a sweeter drink, the foe's blood, he'll drain." Then the midwives took the newborn child, and cut the navel cord, and darkened his eyelids with coal powder, and named him Taj al-Muluk Karan. He was suckled at the breast of fond indulgence, and was reared in the lap of happy fortune. And thus his days ceased not running, and the years passing by, till he reached the age of 7. Thereupon Sulayman Shah summoned the doctors and learned men, and bade them teach his son writing and science and belles-lettres. And this they continued to do for some years, till he had learnt what was needful. And when the king saw that he was well grounded in whatso he desired, he took him out of the teachers' and professors' hands, and engaged for him a skilful master, who taught him cavalrous and knightly exercises till the boy attained the age of 14. And when he fared abroad on any occasion, all who saw him were ravaged by his beauty, and made him the subject of verse, and even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 42 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2.
Section 43, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 43. When it was the 110th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Taj al-Muluk Karan, son of Sulayman Shah, became perfect in riding craft, and excelled all those of his time, his excessive beauty, when he fared abroad on any occasion, caused all who saw him to be ravished, and to make him the subject of verse. And even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. Quoth the poet of him, I clipped his form and waxed drunk with his scent, fair branch to whom Zephyr gave nutriment. Nor drunken as one who drinks wine, but drunk with night draught his lips of the honeydew lent. All beauty is shown in the all of him, hence all human hearts he in hand hath hence. My mind by Allah shall never unmind his love while I wear life's change till spent. If I live, in his love I live. If I die, for pine and longing, O blessed, I'll cry. When he reached the 18th year of his age, tender down sprouted on his side face fresh with youth, from a mole upon one rosy cheek, and a second beauty spot, like a grain of ambergris, adorned the other. And he won the wits and eyes of every wit who looked on him, even as saith the poet, he is Caliph of beauty in Yusuf's lieu, and all lovers fear when they sight his grace. Pause and gaze with me on his cheek, thou'lt sight the Caliphate's banner of sable hue. And as saith another, thy sight hath never seen fairer sight of all things men can in the world espy, than yon brown mole that studs his bonny cheek of rosy red beneath the jet black eye. And as saith another, I marvel seeing yon mole that serves his cheek's bright flame, yet burneth not in fire, albeit infidel.
I wonder eke to see the apostolic glance, miracle working, though it work by magic spell. How fresh and bright the down that decks his cheek, and yet bursten gall bladders feed with e'en as waters well. And as saith another, I marvel hearing people questioning of the fount of life, and in what land 'tis found. I see it sprung from lips of dainty fawn, sweet rosy mouth with green mustachio downed. And wondrous wonder 'tis when Moses viewed that fount, he rested not from weary round. Now, having developed such beauty, when he came to man's estate, his loveliness increased, and it won for him many comrades and intimates, while every one who drew near to him wished that Taj al Muluk Karan might become Sultan after his father's death, and that he himself might be one of his emirs. Then took he passionately to chasing and hunting, which he would hardly leave for a single hour. His father, King Sulayman Shah, would have forbidden him the pursuit, fearing for him the perils of the waste and the wild beasts. But he paid no heed to his warning voice, and it so chanced that once upon a time he said to his attendants, "Take ye 10 days' food and forage." And when they obeyed his bidding, he set out with his suite for sport and disport. They rode on into the desert, and ceased not riding 4 days, till they came to a place where the ground was green, and they saw in it wild beasts grazing, and trees with ripe fruit growing, and springs flowing. Quoth Taj al Muluk to his followers, "Set up the nets here, and peg them in a wide ring, and let our trysting place be at the mouth of the fence in such a spot." So they obeyed his words, and staked out a wide circle with toils, and there gathered together a mighty matter of all kinds of wild beasts and gazelles, which cried out for fear of the men, and threw themselves for fright in the face of the horses. Then they loosed on to them the hounds and lynxes and hawks, and they shot the quarry down with shafts which pierced their vitals, and by the time they came to the further end of the net ring, they had taken a great number of the wild beasts, and the rest fled. Then Taj al Muluk dismounted by the water's side, and bade the game be brought before himself, and divided it, after he had set apart the best of the beasts for his father King Sulayman Shah, and dispatched the game to him, and some he distributed among the officers of his court. He passed the night in that place, and when morning dawned, there came up a caravan of merchants conveying negro slaves and white servants, and halted by the water and the green ground. When Taj al Muluk saw them, he said to one of his companions, "Bring me news of yonder men, and question them why they have halted in this place." So the messenger went up to them and addressed them, "Tell me who you be, and answer me an answer without delay." Replied they, "We are merchants, and have halted to rest, for that the next station is distant, and we abide here because we have confidence in King Sulayman Shah and his son Taj al Muluk, and we know that all who alight in his dominions are in peace and safety. Moreover, we have with us precious stuffs which we have brought for the Prince." So the messenger returned and told these news to the King's son, who, hearing the state of the case and what the merchants had replied, said, "If they have brought stuff on my account, I will not enter the city, not depart hence till I see it shown to me." Then he mounted the horse and rode to the caravan, and his Mamelukes followed him till he reached it. Thereupon the merchants rose to receive him and invoked on him divine aid and favour, with continuance of glory and virtues; after which they pitched him a pavilion of red satin, embroidered with pearls and jewels, wherein they spread him a kingly divan upon a silk carpet worked at the upper end with emeralds set in gold. There Taj al Muluk seated himself, whilst his white servants stood in attendance upon him, and sent to bid the merchants bring out all that they had with them. Accordingly they produced their merchandise and displayed the whole, and he viewed it and took of it what liked him, paying them the price. Then he looked about him at the caravan, and remounted and was about to ride onwards, when his glance fell on a handsome youth in fair attire, and a comely and shapely make, with flower white brow and moon-like face, save that his beauty was wasted, and that yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 111th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Taj al Muluk, when he looked about him at the caravan, saw a handsome youth in neat attire and of shapely make, with flower-like forehead and moon-like face, save that his beauty was wasted, and yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved. And great was his groaning and moaning, and the tears streamed from his eyelids as he repeated these couplets: Longsome is absence, care and fear are sore, and ceaseless tears, O friend, mine eyes outpour. Yea, I farewelled my heart on parting day, and heartless, hopeless now I bide forlore. Pause, O my friend, with me farewelling one, whose words my cure can work, my health restore. Now when the youth ended his poetry, he wept awhile and fell down in a fainting fit, whilst Taj al Muluk looked at him and wondered at his case. Then coming to himself he stared with distracted air, and versified in these couplets: Beware her glance, I rede thee, 'tis like wizard weight; none can escape unscathed those eyes' shafts' glancing flight. In very sooth black eyes with languorous sleepy look pierce deeper than white swords, however these may bite. Be not thy senses by her sweets of speech beguiled, whose brooding fever shall ferment in thought and sprite. Soft-sided fair did silk but press upon her skin, 'twould draw red blood from it, as thou thyself canst sight. Chary is she who charms 'twixt neck and anklets dwell, and what other scent shall cause me such delight? Then he sobbed a loud sob and swooned away. But when Taj al Muluk saw him in this case, he was perplexed about his state and went up to him; and as the youth came to his senses and saw the King's son standing at his head, he sprang to his feet and kissed the ground between his hands. Taj al Muluk asked him, Why didst thou not show us thy merchandise? And he answered, O my lord, there is naught among my stock worthy of thine august highness. Quoth the Prince, Needs must thou show me what thou hast and acquaint me with thy circumstance, for I see thee weeping eyed and heavy hearted. If thou have been oppressed, we will end thine oppression, and if thou be in debt, we will pay thy debt, for of truth my heart burneth to see thee, since I first set eyes on thee. Then Taj al Muluk bade the seats be set, and they brought him a chair of ivory and ebony with a network of gold and silk, and spread him a silken rug for his feet. So he sat down on the chair, and bidding the youth seat himself on the rug, said to him, Show me thy stock in trade. The young merchant replied, O my lord, do not name this to me, for my goods be unworthy of thee. Rejoined Taj al Muluk, it needs must be thus, and bade some of the pages fetch the goods. So they brought them in despite of him, and when he saw them the tears streamed from his eyes, and he wept and sighed and lamented. Sobs rose in his throat, and he repeated these couplets: By what thine eyelids show of kohl and coquetry, by what thy shape displays of lissom symmetry, by what thy liplets store of honey dew and wine, by what thy mind adorns of gracious kindly gree, to me thy sight dream visioned, O my hope exceeds the happiest escape from horriblest injury. Then the youth opened his bales and displayed his merchandise to Taj al Muluk in detail, piece by piece, and amongst them he brought out a gown of satin brocaded with gold, worth 2,000 dinars. When he opened the gown there fell a piece of linen from its folds. As soon as the young merchant saw this, he caught up the piece of linen in haste and hid it under his thigh, and his reason wandered, and he began versifying: When shall be healed of thee this heart that ever bides in woe? Then thee the Pleiad stars more chance of happy meeting show. Parting and banishment and longing pain of love, procrastinating and delay these ills my life lay low. Nor union bids me live in joy, nor parting kills by grief, nor travels draws me nearer thee, nor nearer comest thou. Of thee no justice may be had, in thee dwells not of rush, nor gain of grace by side of thee, nor flight from thee I know. For love of thee all goings forth and comings back are straight on me, and I am puzzled sore to know where I shall go. Taj al Muluk wondered with great wonder at his verse, and could not comprehend the cause. But when the youth snatched up the bit of linen and placed it under thigh, he asked him, What is that piece of linen? O my lord, answered the merchant, thou hast no concern with this piece. Quoth the king's son, Show it me. And quoth the merchant, O my lord, I refuse to show thee my goods on account of this piece of linen, for I cannot let thee look upon it. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 112th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant said to Taj al Muluk, I did not refuse to show thee my goods save on this account, for I cannot let thee look upon it. Whereupon Taj al Muluk retorted, Perforce I must and will see it, and insisted and became angry. So the youth drew it out from under his thigh, and wept and moaned and redoubled his sighs and groans, and repeated these verses: Now blame him not, for blame brings only irk and pain. Indeed I spake him sooth, but never his ear could gain. May Allah guard my moon, which writheth in the vale beside our camp, from loosed robe like skiey plain. I left him, but had love vouchsafed to leave for me some peace in life, such leave of him I never had ta'en. How long he pleaded for my sake on parting morn, while down his cheeks and mine tears ran in railing rain. Allah belie me not the garb of mine excuse, this parting rent, but I will mend that garb again. No couch is easy to my side, nor on such wise aught easeth him when all alone without me lain. Time with ill omened hand hath wrought between us two, and made my waxing joys to wane and his to wane, and poured me grief and woe what time fain had crowned. The bowl he made me drink and gave for him to drain. When he ended his recitation, quoth Taj al Muluk, I see thy conduct without consequence. Tell me then, why weepest thou at the sight of this rag? When the young merchant heard speak of the piece of linen, he sighed and answered, O my lord, my story is a strange and my case out of range, with regard to this piece of linen, and to her from whom I brought it, and to her whom wrought on it these figures and emblems. Hereupon he spread out the piece of linen, and behold, thereon was the figure of a gazelle wrought in silk, and worked with red gold, and facing it was another gazelle traced in silver, with a neck ring of red gold, and three bugles of chrysolite upon the ring. When Taj al Muluk saw the beauty of these figures, he exclaimed, Glory be to Allah, who teacheth man that which he knoweth not! And his heart yearned to hear the youth's story, so he said to him, Tell me thy story with her who owned these gazelles. Replied the young man, Hear, O my lord, the tale of Aziz and Azizah. My father was a wealthy merchant, and Allah had vouchsafed him no other child than myself. But I had a cousin, Azizah hight, daughter of my paternal uncle, and we twain were brought up in one house, for her father was dead, and before his death he had agreed with my father that I should marry her. So when I reached man's estate and she reached womanhood, they did not separate her from me or me from her, till at last my father spoke to my mother and said, This very year we will draw up the contract of marriage between Aziz and Azizah. So having agreed upon this, he betook himself to preparing provision for the wedding feast. Still we ceased not to sleep on the same carpet, knowing naught of the case, albeit she was more thoughtful, more intelligent, and quicker witted than I. Now when my father had made an end of his preparations, and naught remained for him but to write out the contract, and for me but to consummate the marriage with my cousin, he appointed the wedding for a certain Friday, after public prayers; and, going round to his intimates among the merchants and others, he acquainted them with that, whilst my mother went forth and invited her women friends and summoned her kith and kin. When the Friday came, they cleaned the saloon and prepared for the guests, and washed the marble floor. Then they spread tapestry about our house, and set out thereon what was needful, after they had hung its walls with cloth of gold. Now the folk had agreed to come to us after the Friday prayers, so my father went out and bade them make sweetmeats and sugar dishes, and there remained nothing to do but to draw up the contract. Then my mother sent me to the bath, and sent after me a suit of new clothes of the richest, and when I came out of the Hammam donned those habits, which were so perfumed that as I went along there exhaled from them a delicious fragrance scenting the wayside. I had designed to repair to the cathedral mosque, when I bethought me of one of my friends, and returned in quest of him, that he might be present at the writing of the contract. And quoth I to myself, This matter will occupy me till near the time of congregational prayer. So I went on and entered a by street which I had never before entered, perspiring profusely from the effects of the bath and the new clothes on my body. And the sweat streamed down whilst the scents of my dress were wafted abroad. I therefore sat me at the upper end of the street, resting on a stone bench, after spreading under me an embroidered kerchief I had with me. The heat oppressed me more and more, making my forehead perspire, and the drops trickled along my cheeks. But I could not wipe my face with my kerchief, because it was dispread under me. I was about to take the skirt of my robe and wipe my cheeks with it, when unexpectedly there fell on me from above a white kerchief, softer to the touch than the morning breeze, and pleasanter to the sight than healing to the diseased. I held it in hand and raised my head to see whence it had fallen, when my eyes met the eyes of the lady who owned these gazelles.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 43 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 44, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 44. When it was the 113th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth continued to Taj al-Muluk. So I raised my head to see whence this kerchief had fallen, when my eyes met those of the lady who owned these gazelles. And lo, she was looking out of a wicket in a lattice of brass, and never saw my eyes a fairer than she. And in fine my tongue faileth to describe her beauty. When she caught sight of me looking at her, she put her forefinger into her mouth, then joined her middle finger and her witness finger, and laid them on her bosom, between her breasts. After which she drew in her head, and closed the wicket shutter, and went her ways. Thereupon fire broke out in and was heaped upon my heart, and greater grew my smart. The one sight cost me 1,000 sighs, and I abode perplexed, for that I heard no word by her spoken, nor understood the meaning of her token. I looked at the window a second time, but found it shut, and waited patiently till sundown, but sensed no sound, and saw no one in view. So when I despaired of seeing her again, I rose from my place, and taking up the handkerchief, opened it, when there breathed from it a scent of musk, which caused me so great delight, I became as one in paradise. Then I spread it before me, and out dropped from it a delicate little scroll. Whereupon I opened the paper, which was perfumed with a delicious perfume, and therein were writ these couplets. I sent to him a scroll that bore my plaint of love, writ in fine delicate hand, for writing proves man's skill. Then quoth to me my friend, Why is thy writing thus? So fine, so thin drawn, 'tis to read unsuitable. Quoth I, For that I'm fine drawn, wasted, waxed thin. Thus lovers writ should be, for so love wills his will. And after casting my eyes on the beauty of the kerchief, I saw upon one of its two borders the following couplets worked in with a needle. His cheek down writeth, O fair fall the goodly scribe, two lines on table of his face in Rayhan hand. O the wild marvel of the moon, when comes he forth, and when he bends, O shame to every willow wand. And on the opposite border these two couplets were traced. His cheek down writeth on his cheek with ambergris on pearl, two lines like jet on apaline, the goodliest design. Slaughter is in those languid eyne whenever a glance they deal, and drunkenness in either cheek, and not in any wine. When I read the poetry on the handkerchief, the flames of love darted into my heart, and yearning and pining redoubled their smart. So I took the kerchief and the scroll and went home, knowing no means to win my wish, for that I was incapable of conducting love affairs, and inexperienced in interpreting hints and tokens. Nor did I reach my home ere the night was far spent, and I found the daughter of my uncle sitting in tears. But as soon as she saw me, she wiped away the drops and came up to me and took off my walking dress and asked me to reason of my absence, saying, "All the folk, emirs and notables and merchants and others, assembled in our house, and the Kazi and the witnesses were also present at the appointed time. They ate and tarried awhile, sitting to await thine appearance for the writing of the contract. And when they despaired of thy presence, they dispersed and went their ways. And indeed," she added, "thy father raged with exceeding wrath by reason of this, and swore that he would not celebrate our marriage save during the coming year, for that he hath spent on these festivities great store of money." And she ended by asking, "What hath befallen thee this day to make thee delay till now? And why hast thou allowed that to happen which happened because of thine absence?" Answered I, "O daughter of mine uncle, question me not concerning what hath befallen me." Then I told her all that had passed from beginning to end, and showed her the handkerchief. She took the scroll and read what was written therein, and tears ran down her cheeks, and she repeated these cinquains: "Who saith that love at first of free will came? Say him, thou liest, love be grief and grame. Yet shall such grame and grief entail no shame. All annals teach us one thing and the same: good current coin clips coin, we may not creep. And please thou say there's pleasure in thy pain, find fortune's playful gambols glad and fain, or happy blessings in the unhappy's bane, that joy or grieve with equal might and main. Twixt phrase and antiphrase I'm all a heap, but he withal whose days are summer bright, whom maids e'er greet with smiling lips delight, whom spicy breezes fan in every sight, and wins whatever he wills that happy wight, white-blooded coward heart should never keep." Then she asked me, "What said she, and what signs made she to thee?" I answered, "She uttered not a word, but put her forefinger in her mouth, then joining it to her middle finger, laid both fingers on her bosom and pointed to the ground. Thereupon she withdrew her head and shut the wicket, and after that I saw her no more. However, she took my heart with her, so I sat till sundown, expecting her again to look out of the window, but she did not, and, when I despaired of her, I rose from my seat and came home. This is my history, and I beg thee to help me in this my sore calamity." Upon this she raised her face to me and said, "O son of mine uncle, if thou soughtest my eye, I would tear it for thee from its eyelids, and perforce I cannot but aid thee to thy desire, and aid her also to her desire, for she is whelmed in passion for thee, even as thou for her." Asked I, "And what is the interpretation of her signs?" And Azizah answered, "As for the putting her finger in her mouth, it showed that thou art to her as her soul to her body, and that she would bite into union with thee with her wisdom teeth. As for the kerchief, it betokeneth that her breath of life is bound up in thee. As for the placing her two fingers on her bosom between her breasts, its explanation is that she saith, the sight of thee may dispel my grief. For know, O my cousin, that she loveth thee and she trusteth in thee. This is my interpretation of her signs, and could I come and go at will, I would bring thee and her together in shortest time, and curtain you both with my skirt. Hearing these words, I thanked her, continued the young merchant, for speaking thus, and said to myself, I will wait 2 days. So I abode 2 days in the house, neither going out nor coming in, neither eating nor drinking, but I laid my head on my cousin's lap, whilst she comforted me and said to me, Be resolute and of good heart and hope for the best. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 114th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth pursued to Taj al-Muluk. And when the 2 days were past, she said to me, Be of good cheer and clear thine eyes of tears and take courage to dress thyself and go to her, according to thy tryst. Then she rose and changed my clothes and perfumed me with incense smoke. So I braced myself up and heartened my heart and went out and walked on till I came to the by street, where I sat down on the bench awhile. And behold, the wicket suddenly opened and I looked up and seeing her, fell down in a swoon. When I revived, I called up resolution and took courage and gazed again at her and again became insensible to the world around me. Then I came to myself and looking at her, saw that she held in hand a mirror and a red kerchief. Now when she caught my glance, she bared her forearms and opened her 5 fingers and smote her breast with palm and digits. And after this she raised her hands and holding the mirror outside the wicket, she took the red kerchief and retired into the room with it, but presently returned and putting out her hand with the kerchief, let it down towards the lane 3 several times, dipping it and raising it as often. Then she wrung it out and folded it in her hands, bending down her head the while, after which she drew it in from the lattice and shutting the wicket shutter, went away without a single word. Nay, she left me confounded and knowing not what signified her signs. I tarried sitting there till supper time and did not return home till near midnight, and there I found the daughter of my uncle with her cheek props in her hand and her eyelids pouring forth tears, and she was repeating these couplets, Woe's me! Why should the blamer gar thee blaming bow? How be consoled for thee that art so tender bow? Bright being, on my vitals cost thou prey and drive, my heart before Platonic passion forced to bow. Thy Turk like glances havoc deal in core of me, as furbished sword thin ground at curve could never show. Thou weighs me down with weight of care, while I have not strength even to bear my shift, so weakness lays me low. Indeed I weep blood tears to hear the blamer say, The lashes of thy lover's eyne shall pierce thee through. Thou hast, my prince of loveliness, an overseer who wrongs me and a groom who beats me down with brow. He foully lies who says all loveliness belonged to Joseph, in thy loveliness is many a Joe. I force myself to turn from thee in deadly fright of spies, and what the force that turns away my sight? When I heard her verse, cark increased and care redoubled on me and I fell down in a corner of her house, whereupon she arose in haste and, coming to me, lifted me up and took off my outer clothes and wiped my face with her sleeve. Then she asked me what had befallen me, and I described all that had happened from her. Quoth she, "O my cousin, as for her sign to thee with her palm and 5 fingers, its interpretation is, Return after 5 days, and the putting forth of her head out of the window, and her gestures with the mirror, and the letting down and raising up and wringing out of the red kerchief signify, sit in the dyer's shop till my messenger come to thee." When I heard her words, fire flamed up in my heart and I exclaimed, "O daughter of my uncle, thou sayest sooth in this thine interpretation, for I saw in the street the shop of a Jew dyer." Then I wept and she said, "Be of good cheer and strong heart. Of a truth others are occupied with love for years and endure with constancy the ardour of passion, whilst thou hast but a week to wait. Why then this impatience?" Thereupon she went on cheering me with comfortable talk, and brought me food, so I took a mouthful and tried to eat, but could not; and I abstained from meat and drink, and estranged myself from the solace of sleep, till my colours waxed yellow and I lost my good looks, for I had never been in love before, nor had I ever savoured the ardour of passion save this time. So I fell sick, and my cousin also sickened on my account; but she would relate to me, by way of consolation, stories of love and lovers every night till I fell asleep. And whenever I awoke, I found her wakeful for my sake, with tears running down her cheeks. This ceased not till the 5 days were past, when my cousin rose and warmed some water and bathed me with it. Then she dressed me in my best and said to me, "Repair to her and Allah fulfil thy wish and bring thee to thy desire of thy beloved." So I went out and ceased not walking on till I came to the upper end of the by street. And it was the Sabbath. I found the dyer's shop locked and sat before it, till I heard the call of the mid-afternoon prayer. Then the sun yellowed and the muezzins chanted the call to sundown prayer, and the night came; but I saw no sign nor heard one word, nor knew any news of her. So I feared for my life sitting there alone, and at last I arose and walked home, reeling like a drunken man. When I reached the house I found my cousin Azizah standing with one hand grasping a peg driven into the wall and the other on her breast, and she was sighing and groaning and repeating these couplets: "The longing of an Arab lass forlorn of kith and kin, who to Hijaz in willow wand and myrtle cloth incline, and who, when meeting caravan, shall with love lowe set light to bivouac fire and bank for conquer tears of pain and pine, exceeds not mine for him, nor more devotion shows, but he, seeing my heart is folly, he spurns love as sin indign." Now when she had finished her verse, she turned to me and, seeing me, wiped away her tears and my tears with her sleeve. Then she smiled in my face and said, "O my cousin, Allah grant thee enjoyment of that which He hath given thee! Why didst thou not pass the night by the side of thy beloved, and why hast thou not fulfilled thy desire of her?" When I heard her words, I gave her a kick in the breast and she fell down in the saloon, and her brow struck upon the edge of the raised pavement and hit against a wooden peg therein. I looked at her and saw that her forehead was cut open and the blood running.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 44 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 45, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 45. When it was the 115th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk. Now, when I kicked the daughter of my uncle in the breast, she fell on the edge of the raised pavement in the saloon, and her brow struck upon a wooden peg. Thereby her forehead was cut open, and the blood ran down, but she was silent and did not utter a single sound. Presently she rose up and made some tinder of rags, then staunching with it the bleeding wound, bound her forehead with a bandage, after which she wiped up the blood that had fallen on the carpet, and it was as if nothing had been. Presently she came up to me and smiling in my face, said with gentle voice, By Allah, O son of my uncle, I spake not these words to mock at thee or at her, but I was troubled with an ache in my head and was minded to be blooded; but now thou hast eased my head and lightened my brow: so tell me what hath befallen thee to day. Thereupon I told her all that had passed between me and her that day, and she wept as she heard my words and said, O son of my uncle, rejoice at the good tidings of thy desire being fulfilled and thine aim being attained. Of a truth this is a sign of acceptance, for that she stayed away only because she wishes to try thee and know if thou be patient or not, and sincere in thy love for her or otherwise. Tomorrow repair to her at the old place and see what sign she maketh to thee, for indeed thy gladness is near and the end of thy sadness is at hand. And she went on to comfort me, but my cark and care ceased not to increase on me. Presently she brought me food which I kicked away with my foot, so that contents of every saucer was scattered in all directions, and I said, Every lover is a madman: he inclineth not to food, neither enjoyeth he sleep. And my cousin Azizah rejoined, By Allah, O son of my uncle, these be in very deed the signs of love. And the tears streamed down her cheeks, whenas she gathered the fragments of the saucers and wiped up the food. Then she took seat and talked to me, whilst I prayed Allah to hasten the dawn. At last, when morning arose with its sheen and shine, I went out to seek her and hastening to her by street, sat down on that bench, when lo! the wicket opened and she put out her head laughing. Then she disappeared within and returned with a mirror, a bag and a pot full of green plants, and she held in hand a lamp. The first thing she did was to take the mirror and, putting it into the bag, tie it up and throw it back into the room. Then she let down her hair over her face and set the lamp on the pot of flowers during the twinkling of an eye. Then she took up all the things and went away, shutting the window without saying a word. My heart was riven by this state of the case, and by her secret signals, her mysterious secrets and her utter silence. And thereby my longing waxed more violent and my passion and distraction redoubled on me. So I retraced my steps, tearful eyed and heavy hearted, and returned home, where I found the daughter of my uncle sitting with her face to the wall, for her heart was burning with grief and galling jealousy, albeit her affection forbade her to acquaint me with what she suffered of passion and pining when she saw the excess of my longing and distraction. Then I looked at her and saw on her head two bandages, one on account of the accident to her forehead, and the other over her eye in consequence of the pain she endured for stress of weeping, and she was in miserable plight, shedding tears and repeating these couplets, I number nights indeed, I count night after night, yet lived I long ere learnt so sore account to see. Ah, dear friend, I compass not what Allah pleased to doom for Laylá, nor what Allah destined for me. Ah, to other giving her and unto me her love, what loss but Layla's loss would he I ever dree. Ah. And when she had finished her reciting, she looked towards me and seeing me through her tears, wiped them away and came up to me hastily, but could not speak for excess of love. So she remained silent for some while and then said, "O my cousin, tell me what befell thee with her this time." I told her all that had passed and she said, "Be patient, for the time of thy union is come and thou hast attained the object of thy hopes. As for her signal to thee with the mirror which she put in the bag, it said to thee, 'When the sun is set'; and the letting down of her hair over her face signified, 'When night is near and letteth fall the blackness of the dark and hath darkened the daylight, come hither.' As for her gesture with the pot of green plants, it meant, 'When thou comest, enter the flower garden which is behind the street'; and as for her sign with the lamp, it denoted, 'When thou enterest the flower garden, walk down it and make for the place where thou seest the lamp shining, and seat thyself beneath it and await me, for the love of thee is killing me.' When I heard these words from my cousin, I cried out from excess of passion and said, 'How long wilt thou promise me and I go to her, but get not my will nor find any true sense in thine interpreting?' Upon this she laughed and replied, 'It remaineth for thee but to have patience during the rest of this day, till the light darken and the nights darker and thou shalt enjoy union and accomplish thy hopes. And indeed all my words be without leasing.' Then she repeated these two couplets, "Let days their faults and plies deploy, and shun the house that deals annoy. Full oft when joy seems farthest far, thou night most art to hour of joy." Then she drew near to me and began to comfort me with soothing speech, but dared not bring me aught of food, fearing lest I be angry with her and hoping I might incline to her. So when coming to me she only took off my upper garment and said to me, "Sit, O my cousin, that I may divert thee with talk till the end of the day; and, Almighty Allah willing, as soon as it is night thou shalt be with thy beloved." But I paid no heed to her and ceased not looking for the approach of darkness, saying, "O Lord, hasten the coming of the night." And when the night set in, the daughter of my uncle wept with sore weeping and gave me a crumb of pure musk and said to me, "O my cousin, put this crumb in thy mouth, and when thou hast won union with thy beloved and hast taken thy will of her and she hath granted thee thy desire, repeat to her this couplet, 'Who, lovers all, by Allah say me sooth, what shall he do when love sore vexes youth?'" And she kissed me and swore me not to repeat this couplet till I should be about to leave my lover, and I said, "Hearing is obeying." And when it was supper tide I went out and ceased not walking on till I came to the flower garden whose door I found open. So I entered and seeing a light in the distance, made towards it, and reaching it, came to a great pavilion vaulted over with a dome of ivory and ebony, and the lamp hung from the midst of the dome. The floor was spread with silken carpets embroidered in gold and silver, and under the lamp stood a great candle burning in the candelabrum of gold. In mid pavilion was a fountain adorned with all manner of figures, and by its side stood a table covered with a silken napkin, and on its edge a great porcelain bottle full of wine, with a cup of crystal inlaid with gold. Near all these was a large tray of silver covered over, and when I uncovered it, I found therein fruits of every kind, figs and pomegranates, grapes and oranges, citrons and shaddocks, disposed amongst an infinite variety of sweet scented flowers, such as rose, jasmine, myrtle, eglantine, narcissus, and all sorts of sweet smelling herbs. I was charmed with the place and I joyed with exceeding joy, albeit I found not there a living soul, and my grief and anxiety ceased from me.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 116th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk: I was charmed with the place and joyed with great joy, albeit there I found not a living soul of Almighty Allah's creatures, and saw nor slave nor handmaid to oversee these things or to watch and ward these properties. So I sat down in the pavilion to await the coming of the beloved of my heart. But the first hour of the night passed by, and the second hour, and the third hour, and still she came not. Then hunger grew sore upon me, for that it was long since I had tasted food by reason of the violence of my love. But when I found the place, even as my cousin had told me, and saw the truth of her interpretation of my beloved's signs, my mind was set at rest, and I felt the pangs of hunger. Moreover, the odour of the viands on the table excited me to eat. So, making sure of attaining my desire, and being famished for food, I went up to the table and raised the cover, and found in the middle a china dish containing 4 chickens reddened with roasting and seasoned with spices, round the which were 4 saucers, one containing sweetmeats, another conserve of pomegranate seeds, a third almond pastry, and a fourth honey fritters. And the contents of these saucers were part sweet and part sour. So I ate of the fritters and a piece of meat, then went on to the almond cakes and ate what I could, after which I fell upon the sweetmeats, whereof I swallowed a spoonful or 2 or 3 or 4, ending with part of a chicken and a mouthful of something beside. Upon this my stomach became full and my joints loose, and I waxed too drowsy to keep awake. So I laid my head on a cushion, after having washed my hands, and sleep overcame me. I knew not what happened to me after this, and I awoke not till the sun's heat scorched me, for that I had never once tasted sleep for days past. When I awoke I found on my stomach a piece of salt and a bit of charcoal. So I stood up and shook my clothes and turned to look right and left, but could see no one, and discovered that I had been sleeping on the marble pavement without bedding beneath me. I was perplexed thereat and afflicted with great affliction; the tears ran down my cheeks and I mourned for myself. Then I returned home, and when I entered I found my cousin beating her hands on her bosom and weeping tears like rain shedding clouds, and she versified with these couplets: Blows from my lover's land a zephyr coolly sweet, and with its every breath makes olden love new glow. O zephyr of the morning hour, come show to us each lover hath his lot, his share of joy and woe. Could I but win one dearest wish we had embraced, with what embrace and clip of breast fond lovers know? Allah forbids, while bides unseen my cousin's face, all joys the world can give or hand of time bestow. Would Heaven I knew his heart were like this heart of me, melted by passion flame and charged with longing awe. When she saw me, she rose in haste and wiped away her tears and addressed me with her soft speech, saying, O son of my uncle, verily Allah hath been gracious to thee in thy love, for that she whom thou lovest loveth thee, whilst I pass my time in weeping and bewailing my severance from thee who blamest me and chidest me. But may Allah not punish thee for my sake. Thereupon she smiled in my face a smile of reproach and caressed me. Then taking off my walking clothes, she spread them out and said, By Allah, this is not the scent of one who hath enjoyed his lover. So tell me what hath befallen thee, O my cousin. I told her all that had passed, and she smiled again a smile of reproach and said, Verily, my heart is full of pain, but may he not live who would hurt thy heart! Indeed, this woman maketh herself inordinately dear and difficult to thee, and by Allah, O son of my uncle, I fear for thee from her. O my cousin, that the meaning of the salt is thou west drowned in sleep like insipid food, disgustful to the taste; and it is as though she said to thee, It behoveth thou be salted, lest the stomach eject thee. For thou profess to be of the lovers noble and true, but sleep is unlawful, and to a lover undue. Therefore is thy love but a lie. However, it is her love for thee that lieth, for she saw thee asleep, yet aroused thee not, and were her love for thee true, she had indeed awoken thee. As for the charcoal, it means, Allah blacken thy face, for thou makest a lying presence of love, whereas thou art not but a child, and hast no object in life other than eating and drinking and sleeping. Such is the interpretation of her signs, and may Allah Almighty deliver thee from her." When I heard my cousin's words, I beat my hand upon my breast and cried out, "By Allah, this is the very truth, for I slept and lovers sleep not. Indeed, I have sinned against myself, for what could have wrought me more hurt than eating and sleeping? Now what shall I do?" Then I wept sore and said to the daughter of my uncle, "Tell me how to act and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee, else I shall die." As my cousin loved me with very great love,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 46, Volume 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 46. When it was the 117th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued his tale to Taj al-Muluk. Thereupon quoth I to the daughter of my uncle, Tell me what to do and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee. As the daughter of my uncle loved me with great love, she replied, On my head and eyes. But, O my cousin, I repeat what I have told thee oftentimes. If I could go in and out at will, I would at once bring you two together, and cover you both with my skirt. Nor would I do this but hoping to win thy favour, Inshallah! I will do my utmost to endeavour to unite you. But hear my words and do my bidding. Go thou to the very same place and sit down where thou sattest before, and at supper tide look thou eat not, for eating induceth sleep, and have a care thou slumber not, for she will not come to thee till a fourth part of the night be past, and the Almighty avert her mischief from thee. Now when I heard these words I rejoiced and besought Allah to hasten the night, and as soon as it was dark I was minded to go, and my cousin said to me, When thou shalt have met her, repeat to her the couplet I taught thee before, at the time of thy leave taking. Replied I, On my head and eyes, and went out and repaired to the garden, where I found all made ready in the same state as on the previous night, with every requisite of meat and drink, dried fruits, sweet scented flowers, and so forth. I went up into the pavilion and smelt the odour of the viands, and my spirit lusted after them. But I possessed my soul in patience for a while, till at last I could no longer withstand temptation. So I arose from my seat and went up to the table, and, raising its cover, found a dish of fowls, surrounded by 4 saucers containing 4 several meats. I ate a mouthful of each kind, and as much as I would of the sweetmeats, and a piece of meat. Then I drank from the saucer a sauce yellowed with saffron, and, as it pleased me, I supped it up by the spoonful till I was satisfied, and my stomach was full. Upon this my eyelids drooped, so I took a cushion and set it under my head, saying, haply I can recline upon it without going to sleep. Then I closed my eyes and slept, nor did I wake till the sun had risen, when I found on my stomach a cube of bone, a single tip cat stick, the stone of a green date, and a carob pod. There was no furniture nor aught else in the place, and it was as if there had been nothing there yesterday. So I rose and, shaking all these things off me, fared forth in a fury, and going home found my cousin groaning and versifying with these couplets: a wasted body, heart enpierced to core, and tears that down my poor cheeks pour and pour. And lover cure of access, but still not say what's fair can come from fairest flower. O cousin mine, thou fill'st my soul with pain, and from these tears mine eyelids ache full sore. I chid the daughter of my uncle and abused her, whereat she wept. Then, wiping away her tears, she came up to me and kissed me and began pressing me to her bosom, whilst I held back from her, blaming myself. Then said she to me, "O my cousin, it seemeth thou sleptest again this night." Replied I, "Yes, and when I awoke I found on my stomach a cube of bone, a single tip cat stick, a stone of a green date, and a carob pod, and I know not why she did this." Then I wept and went up to her and said, "Expound to me her meaning in so doing and tell me how shall I act and aid me in my sore strait." She answered, "On my head and eyes. By the single tip cat stick and the cube of bone, which she placed upon thy stomach, she saith to thee, thy body is present, but thy heart is absent, and she meaneth, love is not thus, so do not reckon thyself among lovers. As for the date stone, it is as if she said to thee, an thou wert in love thy heart would be burning with passion, and thou wouldst not taste the delight of sleep. For the sweet of love is like a green date, which kindleth a coal of fire in the vitals. As for the carob pod, it signifieth to thee, the lover's heart is wearied, and thereby she saith, be patient under our separation with the patience of Job." When I heard this interpretation, fire started into my vitals like a dart and grief redoubled upon my heart, and I cried out, saying, "Allah decreed sleep to me for my ill fortune." Then I said to her, "O my cousin, by my life, devise me some device whereby I may win my will of her." She wept and answered, "O Aziz, O son of my uncle, verily my heart is full of sad thought which I cannot speak. But go thou again to night to the same place, and beware thou sleep not, and thou shalt surely attain thy desire. This is my counsel, and peace be with thee." Quoth I, "If Allah please, I will not sleep, but will do as thou biddest me." Then my cousin rose and brought me food, saying, "Eat now what may suffice thee, that nothing may divert thy heart." So I ate my fill, and when night came, my cousin rose and bringing me a sumptuous suit of clothes, clad me therein. Then she made me swear I would repeat to my lover the verse aforesaid, and bade me beware of sleeping. So I left her and repaired to the garden and went up into that same pavilion, where I occupied myself in holding my eyelids open with my fingers and nodding my head as the night darkened on me.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 118th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk: "So I repaired to the garden and went up into that same pavilion and occupied myself in gazing upon the flower beds and in holding my eyelids open with my fingers, and nodding my head as the night darkened on me. And presently I grew hungry with watching, and the smell of the meats being wafted towards me, my appetite increased. So I went up to the table, and took off the cover, and ate a mouthful of every dish and a bit of meat, after which I turned to the flagon of wine, saying to myself, I will drink 1 cup. I drank it, and then I drank a second and a third, till I had drunk full 10, when the cool air smote me, and I fell to the earth like a felled man. I ceased not to lie thus till day arose, and when I awoke and found myself outside the garden, and on my stomach were a butcher's knife and a dram weight of iron. Thereat I trembled, and taking them with me went home, where I found my cousin saying, Verily, I am in this house wretched and sorrowful, having no helper but weeping. Now when I entered, I fell down at full length, and throwing the knife and the dram weight from my hand, I fainted clean away. As soon as I came to myself, I told her what had befallen me, and said, Indeed, I shall never enjoy my desire. But when she saw my tears and my passion, they redoubled her distress on my account, and she cried, Verily, I am helpless. I warned thee against sleeping, but thou wouldst not hearken to my warning, nor did my words profit thee aught. I rejoined, By Allah, I conjure thee to explain to me the meaning of the knife and the iron dram weight. By the dram weight, replied my cousin, she alludeth to her right eye, and she sweareth by it and saith, By the Lord of all creatures and by my right eye, if thou come here again and sleep, I will cut thy throat with this very knife. And indeed I fear for thee, O my cousin, from her malice. My heart is full of anguish for thee, and I cannot speak. Nevertheless, if thou can be sure of thyself not to sleep when thou returnest to her, return to her and beware of sleeping, and thou shalt attain thy desire. But if when returning to her thou wilt sleep, as is thy wont, she will surely slaughter thee. Asked I, What shall I do, O daughter of my uncle? I beg thee by Allah to help me in this my calamity. Answered she, On my head and eyes, if thou wilt hearken to my words and do my bidding, thou shalt have thy will. Quoth I will indeed hearken to thy words and do thy bidding. And quoth she, When it is time for thee to go, I will tell thee. Then she pressed me to her bosom, and laying me on the bed, shampooed my feet, till drowsiness overcame me, and I was drowned in sleep. Then she took a fan, and seated herself by my head, with the fan in her hand, and she was weeping till her clothes were wet with tears. Now when she saw that I was awake, she wiped away the drops, and fetched me some food, and set it before me. I refused it, but she said to me, Did I not tell thee that thou must do my bidding? Eat. So I ate and thwarted her not, and she proceeded to put the food into my mouth, and I to masticate it till I was full. Then she made me drink jujube sherbet and sugar, and washed my hands and dried them with a kerchief, after which she sprinkled me with rose water, and I sat with her awhile in the best of spirits. When the darkness had closed in, she dressed me and said to me, O son of my uncle, watch through the whole night and sleep not, for she will not come to thee this tide till the last of the dark hours, and, Allah willing, thou shalt be at one with her this night. But forget not my charge. Then she wept, and my heart was pained for her by reason of her overmuch weeping, and I asked, What is the charge thou gavest me? She answered, When thou takest leave of her, repeat to her the verse before mentioned. So full of joy I left her, and repairing to the garden, went up into the pavilion, where, being satiated with food, I sat down and watched till a fourth part of the dark hours was past. That night seemed longsome to me as it were a year, but I remained awake till it was 3/4 spent and the cocks crew, and I was famished for long watching. Accordingly I went up to the table and ate my fill, whereupon my head grew heavy and I wanted to sleep, when behold a light appeared making towards me from afar. I sprang up and washed my hands and mouth and roused myself, and before long she came with 10 damsels, in whose midst she was like the full moon among the stars. She was clad in a dress of green satin purfled with red gold, and she was as saith the poet, she lords it over our heart in grass green gown, with buttons loose and locks long flowing down. Quoth I, what is thy name? Quoth she, I'm she, who burns the lover heart like coals upon. I made my plaint to her of loving lowe. Laughed she, to stone thou moan'st useless moan. Quoth I, and be of hardest stone thy heart. Allah drew sweetest spring from hardest stone. When she saw me, she laughed and said, how is it that thou art awake, and that sleep overcame thee not? Forasmuch as thou hast watched through the night, I know that thou art a lover, for night watching is the mark of lovers displaying brave endurance of their desires. Then she turned to her women and signed to them, and they went away from her. Whereupon she came up to me and strained me to her breast and kissed me, whilst I kissed her. And she sucked my upper lip whilst I sucked her lower lip. I put my hand to her waist and pressed it, and we came not to the ground save at the same moment. Then she undid her petticoat trousers, which slipped down to her anklets, and we fell to clasping and embracing and toying and speaking softly, and biting and intertwining of legs, and going round about the holy house and the corners thereof, till her joints became relaxed for love delight and she swooned away. I entered the sanctuary, and indeed that night was a joy to the sprite and a solace to the sight, even as saith the poet, sweetest of nights the world can show to me that night, when cups went round and round, as fed by ceaseless spring. Their utter severance made I twixt mine eyes and sleep, and joined, rejoined mine ear drop with the anklet ring. We lay together in close embrace till the morning, when I would have gone away, but she stopped me and said, stay till I tell thee something.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 46 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 47, Volume 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 47. When it was the 119th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued his recital to Taj al-Muluk. When I would have gone away, she stopped me and said, stay till I tell thee something and charge thee with a charge. So I stayed whilst she unfolded a kerchief and drew out this piece of linen and spread it open before me. I found worked on it these 2 figures of gazelles, and admired it within great admiration. Then I took the piece of linen and went away, joyful, after we had agreed that I should visit her every night in the garden. But in my joy I forgot to repeat to her the verse my cousin had taught me, for when giving me the piece of linen with the gazelles, she had said to me, "Keep this carefully, as it is my sister's handiwork." I asked her, "What is thy sister's name?" And she answered, "Her name is Nur al Huda." When I went to my cousin, I found her lying down, but as soon as she saw me, she rose with the tears running from her eyes, and came up to me and kissed me on the breast and said, "Didst thou do as I enjoined thee, and repeat the verse to her?" "I forgot it," replied I, "and nothing drew it out of my mind but these two figured gazelles." And I threw the piece of linen on the floor before her. She rose and sat down again, but was unable to contain herself for impatience, and her eyes ran over with tears whilst she repeated these two couplets: "O thou who seek'st parting, softly fare, let not the pair delude with cunning art. Part softly, Fortune's nature is to guile, and end of every meeting is to part." And when she ended her recitation, she said, "O my cousin, give me this piece of linen." So I gave it to her and she took it and unfolding it, saw what was therein. When the tryst came for me going to my lover, the daughter of my uncle said to me, "Go, and peace attend thee, and when thou art about to leave her, recite to her the verse I taught thee long ago, and which thou didst forget." Quoth I, "Tell it me again," and she repeated it. Then I went to the garden and entered the pavilion, where I found the young lady awaiting me. When she saw me, she rose and kissed me and made me sit in her lap, and we ate and drank and did our desire as before. In the morning I repeated to her my cousin's verse, which was this: "Ho, lovers all, by Allah, say me sooth, what shall he do when love sore vexeth youth?" When she heard this, her eyes filled with tears, and she answered and said, "Strive he to cure his case, to hide the truth, patiently humble self and sue for rush." I committed it to memory and returned home rejoicing at having done my cousin's bidding. When I entered the house, I found her lying down and my mother at her head weeping over her case. But as soon as I went in to her, my mother said to me, "A foul plague on such a cousin! How couldst thou leave the daughter of thy uncle ailing and not ask what ailed her?" But when my cousin saw me, she raised her head and sat up and asked me, "O Aziz, didst thou repeat to her the couplet I taught thee?" I answered, "Yes," and when she heard it, she wept and recited in answer another couplet which I committed to memory. Quoth my cousin, "Tell it me." I did so, and when she heard it, she wept with much weeping and repeated the following verses: "How shall youth cure the care his life undoth, and every day his heart in pieces youth? In sooth he would be patient, but he findeth not save a heart which love with pains imbueth." Then added my cousin, "When thou goest to her as of wont, repeat to her also these two couplets which thou hast heard." I replied, "Hearkening and obedience." And I went at the wonted time to the garden, where there passed between my mistress and myself what tongue faileth to describe. When I was about to leave her, I repeated to her those two couplets of my cousin's, whereupon the tears streamed from her eyes and she replied, "If he of patience fail the truth to hide, for him no cure save death my vision vieweth." I committed them to memory and returned home, and when I went in to my cousin, I found her fallen into a fit and my mother sitting at her head. When she heard my voice, she opened her eyes and asked, "O Aziz, didst thou repeat the two couplets to her? Whereto I answered, yes, but she wept on hearing them, and she replied with this couplet beginning, if he of patience fail to the end, and I repeated it, whereupon my cousin swooned again, and when she came to herself she recited these two couplets, hearkening, obeying with my dying mouth, I greet to joy of union never allowed. Fair fall all happy loves, and fair befall the hapless lover dying in his drouth. Again, when it was night, I repaired to the garden as usual, where I found the young lady awaiting me. We sat down and ate and drank, after which we did all we wanted and slept till the morning, and as I was going away I repeated to her the saying of my cousin. When she heard the couplet she cried out with a loud cry, and was greatly moved and exclaimed, "Avah! Avah! By Allah, she who spake these lines is dead!" Then she wept and said to me, "Woe to thee! How is she who spoke thus related to thee?" Replied I, "She is the daughter of my father's brother." "Thou liest," rejoined she. "By Allah, were she thy cousin thou hadst borne her the same love as she bore thee. It is thou who hast slain her, and may the Almighty kill thee as thou killedst her. By Allah, hadst thou told me thou hadst a cousin, I would not have admitted thee to my favours." Quoth I, "Verily it was she who interpreted to me the signs thou madest, and it was she who taught me how to come to thee and how I should deal with thee; and, but for her, I should never have been united to thee." She then asked me, "Did thy cousin then know of us?" And I answered, "Yes." Whereupon she exclaimed, "Allah give thee sorrow of thy youth, even as thou hast sorrowed her youth." Then she cried to me, "Go now and see after her." So I went away troubled at heart and ceased not walking till I reached our street, when I heard sounds of wailing, and asking about it was answered, "Azizah, we found her dead behind the door." I entered the house, and when my mother saw me, she said, "Her death lieth heavy on thy neck, and may Allah not acquit thee of her blood."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 120th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Maluk: "So I entered the house and when my mother saw me she said, Her death lieth heavy on thy neck, and may Allah not acquit thee of her blood! A plague on such a cousin!" Then came my father and we laid her out and get ready her bier and buried her; and we had recitations of the whole Koran over her tomb, and we abode by her grave 3 days, after which we returned to our home, and I grieving for her grievously. Then my mother came to me and said, "I would fain know what thou didst to her to break her heart, for, O my son, I questioned her at all times of the cause of her complaint, but she would tell me nothing nor let me know aught of it. So Allah upon thee, tell me what thou hast been doing to her that she died." Quoth I did nothing." Quoth my mother, "Allah avenge her on thee! Verily she told me not, but kept her secret till she died of her love longings for thee. But when she died I was with her, and she opened her eyes and said to me, 'O wife of my uncle, may Allah hold thy son guiltless of my blood and punish him not for what he hath done by me. And now Allah transporteth me from the house of the world, which is perishable, to the house of the other world, which is eternal.'" Said I, O my daughter, Allah preserve thee and preserve thy youth." And as I questioned her of the cause of her illness, she made me no answer, but she smiled and said, "O wife of my uncle, bid thy son, whenever he would go whither he goeth every day, repeat these two saws at his going away: Faith is fair, unfaith is foul. For this is of my tender affection to him, that I am solicitous concerning him during my lifetime and after my death." Then she gave me somewhat for thee and sware me that I would not give it until I see thee weeping for her and lamenting her death. The thing is with me, and when I have seen thy case as I have said, I will make it over to thee." "Show it me," cried I, but she would not. Then I gave myself up to love delights and thought no more of my cousin's death, for my mind was unsettled and fain would I have been with my lover the livelong day and night. So hardly had I perceived the darkness fall when I betook myself to the garden, where I found the young lady sitting on coals of fire for much impatience. As soon as she was sure that she saw me, she ran to me and throwing her arms about my neck, enquired of the daughter of my uncle. I replied, "Sooth to say, she is dead, and we have caused zikr, litanies and recitations of the Koran to be performed for her, and it is now 4 nights and this be the 5th since she is gone." When she heard that, she shrieked aloud and wept and said, "Did I not tell thee that thou hadst slain her? Hadst thou let me know of her before her death, I would have requited her the kindness she did me, in that she served me and united thee to me; for without her we had never foregathered, we twain, and I fear lest some calamity befal thee because of thy sin against her." Quoth I, "She acquitted me of offence ere she died." And I repeated to her what my mother had told me. Quoth she, "Allah upon thee, when thou returnest to thy mother, learn what thing she keepeth for thee." I rejoined, "My mother also said to me, before the daughter of thy uncle died, she laid a charge upon me, saying, whenever thy son would go whither he is wont to go, teach him these two saws: Faith is fair, unfaith is foul." When my lady heard this, she exclaimed, "The mercy of Almighty Allah be upon her! Indeed, she hath delivered thee from me, for I minded to do thee a mischief, but now I will not harm thee nor trouble thee." I wondered at this and asked her, "What then wast thou minded to do with me in time past, and we two being in bond of love?" Answered she, "Thou art infatuated with me, for thou art young in life and a raw laddie; thy heart is void of guile and thou weetest not our malice and deceit. Were she yet alive, she would protect thee, for she is the cause of thy preservation, and she hath delivered thee from destruction. And now I charge thee, speak not with any woman, neither accost one of our sex, be she young or be she old. And again I say, beware, for thou art simple and raw, and knowest not the wiles of women and their malice, and she who interpreted the signs to thee is dead. And indeed I fear for thee, lest thou fall into some disgrace and find none to deliver thee from it, now the daughter of thy uncle is no more."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 121st Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk. Then the young lady said to me, I fear for thee lest thou fall into some disgrace and find none to deliver thee from it. Alas for thy cousin, and the pity of her! Would I had known her before her death, that I might have requited by waiting upon her the fair service she did me. The mercy of Allah Almighty be upon her, for she kept her secret and revealed not what she suffered, and but for her thou hadst never foregathered with me, no, never. But there is one thing I desire of thee. I asked, what is it? And she answered, it is that thou bring me to her grave, that I may visit her in the tomb wherein she is, and write some couplets thereon. I rejoined, tomorrow, if Allah please. I slept with her that night, and she ceased not saying after every hour, would thou hadst told me of thy cousin before her death. And I asked her, what is the meaning of the two saws she taught me? Faith is fair, unfaith is foul. But she made no answer. As soon as it was day she rose and, taking a purse of gold pieces, said to me, come, show me her tomb, that I may visit it and grave some verses thereon and build a dome over it and commend her to Allah's mercy and bestow these dinars in alms for her soul. I replied, to hear is to obey, and walked on before her, whilst she followed me, giving alms as she went and saying to all upon whom she lavished bounty, this is an alms for the soul of Azizah, who kept her counsel till she drank the cup of death and never told the secret of her love. And she stinted not thus to give alms and say, for Azizah's soul, till the purse was empty and we came to the grave. And when she looked at the tomb she wept and threw herself on it. Then, pulling out a chisel of steel and a light hammer, she graved therewith upon the head stone in fine small characters these couplets: I passed by a broken tomb amid a garth right sheen, whereon 7 blooms of Nu'uman glowed with cramoises. Quoth I, who sleepeth in this tomb? Quoth answering Earth, before a lover Hades' tomb bend reverently. Quoth I, may Allah help thee, O thou slain of love, and grant thee home in heaven and paradise high to see. Hapless are lovers all even tombed in their tombs, where amid living folk the dust weighs heavily. Fain would I plant a garden blooming round thy grave, and water every flower with teardrops flowing free. Then she turned away in tears, and I with her, and returned to the garden, where she said to me, by Allah, I conjure thee never leave me. To hear is to obey, replied I. Then I gave myself wholly up to her and paid her frequent visits. She was good and generous to me, and as often as I passed the night with her, she would make much of me and would ask me of the two saws my cousin Azizah told my mother, and I would repeat them to her. And matters ceased not to be on this wise, and I continued for a whole year, eating and drinking and enjoying dalliance and wearing change of rich raiment, until I waxed gross and fat, so that I lost all thought of sorrowing and mourning, and I clean forgot my cousin Azizah. And on New Year's Day I went to the bath, where I refreshed myself and put on a suit of sumptuous clothes. Then coming out I drank a cup of wine and smelt the scent of my new gear, which was perfumed with various essences, and my breast was broadened thereby. For I knew not the tricks of fate, nor the changing ways of time. When the hour of night prayer came, I was minded to repair to my lover, but, being the worse for wine, I knew not when going to her whither I went. So my drunkenness turned me into a by street, called Syndic Street, and the while I walked up that street, behold, I caught sight of an old woman faring with a lighted taper in one hand, and in the other a folded letter.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 47 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 48, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 48. When it was the 122nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant, whose name was Aziz, continued to Taj al-Muluk. And when I entered the street called Syndic Street, behold, I caught sight of an old woman walking with a lighted taper in one hand, and in the other a folded letter, and I drew near her, and lo! she was weeping and repeating these couplets: O glad news bearer, welcome, welcome, hail! How sweet thy speech to me, what treat thy tale! O messenger from him whose weal I love, God bless thee long as breathes soft morning gale. Now when she saw me she asked, O my son, canst thou read? And I answered of my officiousness, Yes, old Nonty. Rejoined she, Then take this letter and read it to me. And when she handed it to me, I took it and unfolding it read it to her, and behold, it was from an absent man to his friends and lovers whom he greeted. And when she heard its purport, she rejoiced at the good tidings and blessed me, saying, Allah dispel thine anxiety, even as thou hast dispelled mine. Then she took the letter and walked on. Meanwhile I was urged by a call of nature, and sat down on my heels to make water. When I had ended I stood up and wiped the orifice with a pebble, and then letting down my clothes, I was about to wend my way, when suddenly the old woman came up to me again, and bending down over my hand, kissed it and said, O my master, the Lord give thee joy of thy youth. I entreat thee to walk with me a few steps as far as yonder door, for I told them what thou didst read to me of the letter, and they believe me not. So come with me 2 steps and read them the letter from behind the door, and accept the prayers of a righteous woman. I enquired, What is the history of this letter? And she replied, O my son, this letter is from my son, who hath been absent for a term of 10 years. He set out with a stock of merchandise, and tarried long in foreign parts, till we lost hope of him, and supposed him to be dead. Now after all that delay cometh this letter from him, and he hath a sister who weepeth for him night and day. So I said to her, He is well and all right, but she will not believe me, and declares, There is no help but thou bring me one who will read this letter in my presence, that my heart may be at rest and my mind at ease. Thou knowest, O my son, that all who love are wont to think evil, So be good enough to go with me and read to her this letter, standing behind the curtain whilst I call his sister to listen within the door. So shalt thou dispel our heed and fulfil our need. Verily, quoth the Apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and preserve, whoso easeth the trouble of one of the troubles of this troublous world, Allah will ease him of 100 troubles. And according to another tradition, whoso easeth his brother of one of the troubles of this troublous world, Allah shall relieve him of 72 troubles on the day of resurrection. And I have betaken myself to thee, so disappoint me not. Replied I, to hear is to obey. Do thou go before me. So she walked on devancing me, and I followed her a little way, till she came to the gate of a large and handsome mansion, whose door was plated with copper. I stood behind the door, whilst the old woman cried out in Persian, and ere I knew it, a damsel ran up with light and nimble step. She had tucked up her trousers to her knees, so that I saw a pair of calves that confounded thinker and lighter, and the maid herself was as saith the poet describing her. O thou who bearest leg calf, better to suggest, for passion madded amorist, better things above. Towards its lover cloth the bowl go round and run, cup and cup bearer only drive us daft with love. Now these legs were like two pillars of alabaster adorned with anklets of gold, wherein were set stones of price. And the damsel had tucked up the end of her gown under her armpit, and had rolled up her sleeves to the elbow, so that I could see her white wrists, whereon were two pairs of bracelets with clasps of great pearls, and round her neck was a collar of costly gems. Her ears were adorned with pendants of pearls, and on her head she wore a kerchief of brocade, brand new and broidered with jewels of price. And she had thrust her skirt of a shift into her trouser string, being busy with some household business. So when I saw her in this undress, I was confounded at her beauty, for she was like a shining sun. Then she said with soft choice speech, never heard I sweeter, O my mother, is this he who cometh to read the letter? It is, replied the old woman, and she put out her hand to me with the letter. Now between her and the door was a distance of about half a rod, so I stretched forth my hand to take the letter from her, and thrust head and shoulders within the door, thinking to draw near her and read the letter, when, before I knew what her design was, the old woman butted her head against my back, and pushed me forwards with the letter in my hand, so that ere I could take thought I found myself in the middle of the hall, far beyond the vestibule. Then she entered, faster than a flash of blinding leven, and had naught to do but to shut the door. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 123rd Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth Aziz pursued to Taj al Muluk. When the old woman pushed me forwards, I found myself, ere I could think, inside the vestibule, and the old woman entered faster than a flash of blinding leven, and had naught to do but to shut the door. When the girl saw me in the vestibule, she came up to me and strained me to her bosom, and threw me to the floor. Then she sat astraddle upon my breast, and kneaded my belly with her fingers, till I well nigh lost my senses. Thereupon she took me by the hand and led me, unable to resist for the violence of her pressure, through 7 vestibules, whilst the old woman forewent us with the lighted candle, till we came to a great saloon with 4 estrades, whereon a horseman might play polo. Here she released me, saying, Open thine eyes. So I opened them, still giddy for the excess of her embracing and pressing, and saw that the whole saloon was built of the finest marbles and alabasters, and all its furniture was of silk and brocade, even to the cushions and mattresses. Therein also were two benches of yellow brass, and a couch of red gold, set with pearls and precious stones, befitting none save kings like thyself. And off the saloon were smaller sitting rooms, and the whole place was redolent of wealth. Then she asked, "O Aziz, which is liefer to thee, life or death?" "Life," answered I. And she said, "If life be liefer to thee, marry me." Quoth I, "Indeed I should hate to marry the like of thee." Quoth she, "If thou marry me, thou wilt at least be safe from the daughter of Dalilah, the wily one." I asked, "And who be that daughter of the wily one?" Whereupon she laughed and replied, "'Tis she who hath companied with thee this day for a year and 4 months. May the Almighty destroy and afflict her with one worse than herself! By Allah, there liveth not a more perfidious than she. How many men hath she not slain before thee, and what deeds hath she not done? Nor can I understand how thou hast been all the time in her company, yet she hath not killed thee nor done thee a mischief." When I heard her words, I marvelled with exceeding marvel and said, "O my lady, who made thee to know her?" Said she, "I know her, as the age knoweth its calamities. But now I would fain have thee tell me all that hath passed between you two, that I may ken the cause of thy deliverance from her." So I told her all that had happened between us, including the story of my cousin Azizah. She expressed her pity when she heard of the death, and her eyes ran over with tears, and she claps hand on hand and cried out, "Her youth was lost on Allah's way, and may the Lord bless thee for her good works. By Allah, O Aziz, she who died for thee was the cause of thy preservation from the daughter of Dalilah the wily, and but for her thou hadst been lost. And now she is dead, I fear for thee from the crafty one's perfidy and mischief, but my throat is choking and I cannot speak." Quoth I, "Ay, by Allah, all this happened even as thou sayest." And she shook her head and cried, "There liveth not this day the likes of Azizah." I continued, "And on her death bed she bade me repeat to my lover these two saws: Faith is fair, unfaith is foul." When she heard me say this, she exclaimed, "O Aziz, by Allah those same words saved thee from dying by her hand. And now my heart is at ease for thee from her, for she will never kill thee, and the daughter of thy uncle preserve thee during her lifetime and after her death. By Allah, I have desired thee day after day, but could not get at thee till this time, when I tricked thee and outwitted thee. For thou art a raw youth and knowest not the wiles of young women, nor the deadly guile of old women." Rejoined I, "No, by Allah." Then said she to me, "Be of good cheer and eyes clear. The dead hath found Allah's grace, and the live shall be in good case. Thou art a handsome youth, and I do not desire thee but according to the ordinance of Allah and His Apostle, on whom be salutation and salvation. Whatever thou requirest of money and stuff, thou shalt have forthright without stint, and I will not impose any toll on thee, no, never, for there is with me always bread baked hot and water in pot. All I need of thee is that thou do with me even as the cock doth." I asked, and what doth the cock?" Upon this she laughed and clapped her hands, and fell over on her back for excess of merriment. Then she sat up and smiled and said, "O light of my eyes, really dost thou not know what cock's duty is?" "No, by Allah," replied I. And she, "The cock's duty is to eat and drink and tread." I was abashed at her words and asked, "Is that the cock's duty?" "Yes," answered she, "and all I ask of thee now is to gird thy loins and strengthen thy will and futter thy best." Then she clapped her hands and cried out, saying, "O my mother, bring forward those who are with thee." And behold, in came the old woman accompanied by 4 lawful witnesses and carrying a veil of silk. Then she lighted 4 candles, whilst the witnesses saluted me and sat down. And the girl veiled herself with the veil and deputed one of them to execute the contract on her behalf. So they wrote out the marriage bond, and she testified to have received the whole sum settled upon her, both the half in advance and the half in arrears, and that she was indebted to me in the sum of 10,000 dirhams. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 124th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk. When they wrote out the marriage contract, she testified to having received the whole sum settled upon her, the half in advance and the half in arrears, and that she was indebted to me in the sum of 10,000 dirhams. She paid the witnesses their wage, and they withdrew whence they came. Thereupon she arose and cast off her clothes and stood in a chemise of fine silk, edged with gold lace. After which she took off her trousers and seized my hand and led me up to the couch, saying, "There is no sin in a lawful put in." She lay down on the couch outspread upon her back, and drawing me on to her breast, heaved a sigh and followed it up with a wriggle by way of being coy. Then she pulled up the shift above her breasts, and when I saw her in this pose, I could not withhold myself from thrusting it into her, after I had sucked her lips, whilst she whimpered and shammed shame and wept when no tears came. And then said she, "O my beloved, do it, and do thy best." Indeed, the case reminded me of his saying who said, "When I drew up her shift from the roof of her coynte, I found it strait as my mind and my money. So I drew it halfway, and she sighed a loud sigh. Quoth I, 'Why this sigh? For the rest of it, honey.'" And she repeated, "O my beloved, let the finish be made, for I am thine handmaid. My life on thee, up with it, give it me, all of it, that I may take it in my hand and thrust it into my very vitals." And she ceased not to excite me with sobs and sighs and amorous cries in the intervals of kissing and clasping, until amid our murmurs of pleasure we attained the supreme delight and the term we had in sight. We slept together till the morning, when I would have gone out, but lo! she came up to me laughing and said, So, thinkest thou that going into the Hammam is the same as going out? Dost thou deem me to be the like of the daughter of Dalilah, the wily one? Beware of such a thought, for thou art my husband by contract and according to law. If thou be drunken, return to thy right mind, and know that the house wherein thou art openeth but one day in every year. Go down and look at the great door." So I rose and went down and found the door locked and nailed up, and returned and told her of the locking and nailing. "O Aziz," said she, "we have in this house flour, grain, fruits and pomegranates, sugar, meat, sheep, poultry, and so forth, enough for many years, and the door will not be opened till after the lapse of a whole 12 month, and well I weet thou shalt not find thyself without this house till then. Quoth I, there is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. And how can this harm thee, rejoined she, seeing thou knowest cock's duty, whereof I told thee? Then she laughed, and I laughed too, and I conformed to what she said, and abode with her doing cock's duty, and eating and drinking and futtering for a year of full 12 months, during which time she conceived by me, and I was blessed with a baby by her. On the New Year's Day I heard the door opened, and behold, men came in with cakes and flour and sugar. Upon this I would have gone out, but my wife said, wait till supper tide, and go out even as thou camest in. So I waited till the hour of night prayer, and was about to go forth in fear and trembling, when she stopped me, saying, by Allah, I will not let thee go until thou swear to come back this night before the closing of the door. I agreed to this, and she swore me a solemn oath on blade and book, and the oath of divorce to boot, that I would return to her. Then I left her, and going straight to the garden, found the door open as usual, whereat I was angry, and said to myself, I have been absent this whole year, and come here unawares and find the place open as of wont. I wonder is the damsel still here as before? I needs must enter and see before I go to my mother, more by reason that it is now nightfall. So I entered the flower garden.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 48 of the Book of A Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, and also end of the Book of A Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Thank you for listening. Read by Lars Rolander.